Today on Monkey Life, Alison and Jeremy return from Argentina with Sasha and Kangoo, two new chimps being given a home at the park. And Alison's anxious to see how well they've coped with the journey so far.
Hey, sweetie! Hi! Hi, Sashi!
Then it's back to Dorset to settle the pair into their new quarters as part of Brian's group.
Trying to keep Brian's lot calm so that Sashi can just enter the house nice and easy.
And Tuan's orangutans get a giant treat. But do you eat it, sleep under it, or wear it? Monkey World in Dorset, buried deep in the English countryside, is the largest sanctuary of its kind on the planet. The team, led by Dr. Alison Cronin, rescue and rehabilitate abused and unwanted primates from all over the world.
You just never know how it's going to work.
The park provides a home for more than 260 primates from 25 different species. It's early morning at London's Heathrow Airport, one of the busiest travel hubs in the world. Thousands of people transit through here every day. And this morning, two very special passengers are due to arrive at the airport's animal reception centre. Chimpanzees Sasha and Kangoo. For the past week, Alison and Monkey World's animal director Jeremy Keeling have been in Argentina at the Buenos Aires Eco Park. They've been getting to know the two chimps.
Hey, Kangoo!
Learning all they can about the pair's characters.
Kangoo's personality is more plastic than Sasha.
And diets.
All of us here are working so hard to make sure that everything is perfect for the two chimpanzees, and that's what this is all about.
The Eco Park, formerly Buenos Aires Zoo, has been undergoing a big transformation. It no longer houses exotic species, focusing instead on protecting native wildlife. As a result, animals have had to be rehomed, and for female chimp Sasha and her son Kangoo, that's meant a 7,000-mile trip to Monkey World. Their journey started more than 24 hours ago, and Alison and Jeremy are now waiting to catch up with them at the Animal Reception Centre.
Now it's just a waiting game, and it's really hard after traveling so far and so long and spending so much stressful time and emotion making sure everything's right for them. You just want to see them and get them back to the park now, so we're so close.
The two chimps have been offloaded from the plane and are due to arrive at the centre any minute. 25-year-old Sasha and 15-year-old Kangoo have made the journey in individual travel crates. It's nearly 16 hours since Alison last laid eyes on them.
Just want to see them here and know that they're okay. Get them loaded in our van and back to the park. It's been a long trip and it's awful. I can't even imagine what it's like inside of those boxes for that long.
The individual crates are so big, the chimps need to be transported in separate cargo trucks. First to arrive is Sasha.
Hey, sweetie! Hi! Hi, Sashi! Good girl, I know! What you doing?
One of the keepers from the Eco Park in Buenos Aires has also made the journey.
Ah, Nico! Hello. Fantastic. Look, come. Look, your girl's right here. I think it's Sachi.
Nico will be a friendly, recognisable face for the pair as they start to settle into their new life at Monkey World.
That was nice and calm, happy for us to touch her finger. And yeah, really good. So now we just need to see Kangoo, wait for the paperwork, and then we'll be on our way. Almost.
Sasha is offloaded into a quarantine area. It's not long before her son Kangoo arrives too. Alison and Nico are quick to check him over.
All yours.
Kangoo, ¿estás enojado? Sí.
Good boy. Yep, all good. He seems really good. He's calm. I think he's a little bit sad and frightened because he doesn't know what's happening. And he's been away from Sasha for a wee while now, so they're going to get them alongside of each other while we wait for the paperwork to be finalized, and then we'll get them down to Monkey World and unload it as fast as possible. So far, so good.
Making sure all the paperwork is correct is always a laborious process. And while Alison waits patiently to hit the road, back at the park in Dorset, preparations are in full swing.
They've been in their crates for an awfully long time now, so I think they're going to be very happy to be out and in a bit of a bigger space to stretch their legs. Got a lot of willow for food and for bedding as well.
The park's plan is for Sasha and Kangoo to join Brian's small group of 5. Sean is hoping to start introductions as quickly as possible.
They will be very aware, like Brian's group, that there are new chimps in the house, and I think the longer you leave it, the more frustration would build. So we would probably go sooner rather than later. There's not a lot of predicting in chimp intros. You just kind of just hope for the best.
Back at Heathrow, there's good news for Alison.
All done.
Thank you.
Thankfully. Yeah, just a collection note for the art. So she needs it.
With the paperwork checked and signed, Alison's given the green light.
We're on our way now, and everybody should be fine. We just want to get them in the van and on the way to Dorset, and then perhaps we can relax and feel happy for the chimps, but not yet. Not yet.
First, the chimps need to be loaded into the park's transport van. Alison is delighted with how well the pair have coped with the journey so far.
This is a huge thing for them, and how well have they handled it? Really good. Really good.
With the travel crates secure, the team can start the 120-mile journey back to Dorset. It's the final leg of a very long day. Since Monkey World opened its doors more than 30 years ago, it's established a global reputation as a leading primate rescue and rehabilitation centre. It all started when Alison's late husband, Jim Cronin, rescued 9 young chimpanzees who'd been used as photography props on Spanish beaches. Since then, a multitude of different primate species have arrived at the park needing help. One of the more unusual rescues took place in 2018, when Alison was asked by Animals Lebanon to collect a pair of red-bellied guenons. They'd been intercepted by Beirut's airport customs as they were being smuggled for the black market trade.
Oh, wow.
Hi, guys.
At the time, very little was known about the species, other than they originated from the forests of Benin, where the population is in serious decline. Once they settled into life at the park, the pair, named Benny and Nia, thrived. They're now proud parents to 2 hyperactive youngsters, Biff and Nala, who like nothing better than running, jumping, and playing in the lovely outdoor enclosure they call home. Today, the care team have something a bit different lined up for the family of 4.
We've got some camellia flowers for the guenons today. Something that they haven't had in a while, so it'll be quite interesting for them. A lot of colour, interesting smell, and hopefully they'll have a nibble on them as well. Yeah, so we'll just scatter these around the enclosure, give them something to mess around with. I think the young girls will definitely be very interested, because they love stuff like this.
Earlier in the year, the guenon enclosure was completely renovated, gaining a roof and more space to move around. Lots of natural planting was added, but as leaves and bark make up part of a guenon's diet, the new trees were soon stripped bare. Today's more colourful offering is also completely edible.
When we can provide them something interesting like this, it will take up part of their diet. But to be honest, we're not actually sure if they're going to eat these, so it'll be quite interesting to see what they do. Otherwise, it covers all of our enrichment bases. It's very colourful, so it's visual, it'll smell nice, it's novel, and hopefully they'll interact together over it and we can see them how they socialise as well.
The family of 4 have been waiting patiently indoors, eager to get outside. The Guenons are often a little wary of unusual things in their enclosure, but the bright scented flowers and glossy green leaves draw them in straight away, and they're soon tucking in. The colourful petals are a definite hit, as are the fresh green leaves. They seem to be leaving the bark for later. The 2 youngsters, big sister Biff and little Nala, still get on well together, but there has been a change in recent months. While Nala is as bouncy and energetic as ever, Biff is growing up.
She's a bit more relaxed now. She still has moments where she'll charge around the enclosure with Nala, but she's spending more time with Benny and Nia and doing things that an adult monkey would do, you know, spending a lot of time grooming, less time playing.
The camellia flowers and branches have been spread all over the enclosure, so there's plenty available. But the Guenons also use their cheek pouches to store food. Once they've enough, they go to a safe place to eat their food in peace, pushing the food out from their pouches. Mum and Dad, Nia and Benny, have come a long way since the dark days when they were stolen from the wild.
One of the most important things for primates is social interaction. 99.9% of them are social animals. So giving Benny and Nia a little family unit was really important, I think. It's helped them behave naturally, it's helped them unlock behaviours that they wouldn't have been able to reach had they not had this family, you know, their caring sides, their protective sides. And seeing them now, they're just a happy little group, and it's really nice to see.
The arrival of autumn brings changes right across the park. And with it come plenty of opportunities for the primate care team to give their charges more unusual enrichment. The gardening team have been busy with seasonal jobs, including cutting and pruning back plants ready for the winter. These gigantic gunnera leaves have just been cut down, and rather than let them go for compost, the orangutan team have a plan. They're going to offer them up to Tuan's group of 6.
We'll see what they do. I think they're going to really, really enjoy it. I think Tuan will probably start eating it. If it starts raining a bit later, they might even use it as a little bit of an umbrella for themselves, as they do in the wild, because orangutans are very cleverly one of the only apes that will actually make a roof over their heads when it's raining in the rainforest. So usually use some big leaves or something like that to do it with. So yeah, we'll see how they go. I think it's going to be quite exciting for them.
Related to the rhubarb plant, the huge leaves are edible. But to encourage the group to be active, the team aren't going to make them an easy snack. They're spreading the leaves all over the enclosure, in the hope the orangutans will climb to reach them. And they've one particular individual in mind.
With Tuan, he's not the biggest one in our group, shall we say, that's into his climbing. He's an old boy now, and he is getting quite lazy sometimes on the floor, not so excited to sort of climb up really high to get his food, and he'll be happy with the food that's kind of closer to the floor or falls down from the others. So I imagine when Tuan comes out, the first thing he'll probably do is grab one of these and have a big go at it with eating it. If he likes it, I'm sure he probably will. If Tuan doesn't like eating it, I don't think the rest of them will either, but as I say, it's a new thing to them, so it'll be quite exciting to see what they all do with it.
James opens the slide to let the group out. Awan is first to the apparatus and on the lookout for food. At 10 years old, she's maturing and fast becoming a young adult, but she still has a playful side. With 3 other females in the group, she's had plenty of role models to look up to. Ame, Lucky, and Roro appear to have put past differences aside and are getting along a lot better. The group is led by Tuan, thought to be around 38 years old. He's been at Monkey World for more than 20 years, having arrived from the Pingtung Rescue Centre in Taiwan. He can be a bit lazy, which is why James and the team try to entice the whole group to climb for their food. But young Hujan is sabotaging their efforts. Not sure what to make of the large green leaves, he's throwing them to the ground. Where they're eventually received by Tuan, who then makes short work of the prickly stems.
So orangutans are obviously built to deal with quite hard, spiky plants. There's lots of spiky plants in the rainforest. Their skin is much, much tougher than human skin. So Tuan's doing real natural behaviours here with the gunner. He's ripping off all of the outside with his teeth, getting to that core and then munching it up, just like they would do in the wild. So it's really, really good for him, watching him do natural behaviours here at the moment, yeah.
Tuan's enthusiasm confirms for the others that the giant leaves are good to eat. However, Ame has different ideas, opting to make a nest with the leaves in her favourite location. Awan still isn't sure. She looks to Tuan for guidance and perhaps a few scraps. But orangutans aren't keen on sharing.
They're quite selfish animals when it comes to food, really. The only time you see orangutans socialising in the wild is when there's a big glutton of fruit. Happens more so in Sumatra than over in Borneo. So Awan being a little bit younger, she probably hasn't got quite as tough skin as the adults in the group. So what she's doing is waiting for the adults to strip it off, and then she's going in there to try and grab a bit for herself. So quite clever and sneaky of her, really, getting out of the hard work. So we'll keep on watching her throughout the day. She might get to strip it at some point, but I think her technique's a little bit more cleverer in that way that she's doing it at the moment.
It may work with the females, but Awan has a way to go before she can fool Tuan into sharing his food. Watching the group tuck into nourishment from an unusual source has been an interesting exercise for the team. And there's enough left over to provide a shelter for a little nap. Nearly 36 hours after Alison and Jeremy left Buenos Aires with chimps Sasha and Kangoo, they've finally arrived at their destination in Dorset. The pair's rehoming has been nearly a year in the planning and involved a lot of people. Some of the key players from the eco park have travelled from Argentina to help the 2 chimpanzees settle in.
Hey, Sweet Pea. Sashi. Hey, Sashi.
Hola, Sashita. ¿Qué te estás haciendo?
Where have you gone?
¿Llegaste,
There
mamá?
she is.
Llegaste.
Good girl.
Female Sasha is first to be unloaded. She's 25, a full-grown, hefty adult, and moving her inside the heavy crate isn't straightforward.
A bit further, a little bit further. Right, that'll do for the moment, right.
And she's let them know she's not happy. Jeremy and the team need to manoeuvre the crate up to the slide, which connects to the bedrooms in Brian's chimp house.
Okay. On, go.
Brian and his group of 5 are outside in their enclosure to allow the new chimp space to settle in.
Put him down for a second. Put him down for a second. That's heavy. Yeah.
The slide opening on the outside of the house has been designed to match the one on the crate.
Good. Yeah, that's near enough.
Trying to keep Brian's lot calm and marry the box up to our house so that she can, Sashi can just enter the house nice and easy. So looks good in there. We've kept Brian's out just so that there can't be too much disorder. But yeah, fingers crossed that they all are okay once we get them in. But...
Sean?
Yeah.
You ready?
Yep.
Yep.
When everybody is ready,
Okay, it's going to happen.
Jeremy opens up to let Sasha in.
Okay, 1, 2, 3, go.
Let's go. Yep.
She doesn't hang around, heading straight in, then cautiously taking in her new surroundings.
No, she's pretty nervous, but that's fair. Trying to be really cautious, but she's frantic right now. She's pacing the floor, looking at everything. She can hear chimps on both sides of her hollering. You've got Bart's big group, Brian's out there. There's still banging happening because we're getting Kangoo's box up to the slide on the outside. So once he comes in, there's going to be hopefully a really lovely reunion, and then she'll calm down a bit more. So she's holding herself together pretty well. She's going to be a strong lady. Kangoo's coming.
The team get Kangoo's crate into position.
Hey, Kangoo. He's poised and waiting.
Jeremy opens up, with some help from Kangoo himself.
He's in.
And, just like his mum, Kangoo races straight through. Once he's secure, Sean opens the slide to reunite mother and son after 36 hours apart. They're pleased to be back together again.
Are you happy, Nico?
Yeah.
Well done.
I'm totally relieved that they're here. Our teams have come together perfectly to make the transition for Sasha and Kangoo really good. But at the same time, I'm now feeling my next chapter of anxiety about how we bring the groups together. But actually, this is brilliant, and they just need to be able to settle down. So we're letting everybody have a little look, say hello, and then probably we'll leave them with the chimp guys.
The two chimps will be given time to settle before the real work starts, introducing them to Brian's group. The next chapter in Sasha and Kangoo's story is about to begin. Next time on Monkey Life. Comings and goings at the park as marmoset family, the Simpsons, head off to a new home in Somerset.
All good. Marge and Nelson boxed straight away, and then Bart and Ralph just needed a couple of minutes afterwards to calm down.
Plus, the Barn Woolies welcome a new member to the group, baby Xena. Today on Monkey Life. Comings and goings at the park as marmoset family, the Simpsons, head off to a new home in Somerset.
All good. Marge and Nelson boxed straight away, and then Bart and Ralph just needed a couple of minutes afterwards to calm down.
And marmoset Tyre returns in their place, looking for love.
Hey, princess. Oh my goodness, you are so cute.
She's very cute.
Plus, the Barn Woolies welcome a new member to the group, baby Xena. Monkey World in Dorset, buried deep in the English countryside, is the largest sanctuary of its kind on the planet. The team, led by Dr. Alison Cronin, rescue and rehabilitate abused and unwanted primates from all over the world.
There they are. It's so amazing. They look really fit and healthy. All good.
The park provides a home for more than 260 primates from 25 different species. Space at the park for new rescues is at a premium, especially for small primates like the marmosets. The legal primate pet trade in the UK has led to many needing to be rehomed from owners unable to give them the expert care and attention they need. As a result, the park is now full to the brim. A bill to change the pet trade law is currently going through Parliament. But until it passes, the trade and inevitable rescues will continue. To alleviate the situation, Monkey World has teamed up with a number of other wildlife parks and sanctuaries with room to take on some of its rehabilitated and established pairs or groups. Today, one of those families is leaving for a new home at Puxton Park in Somerset.
So we've chosen the Simpsons to send because, to be honest, we're running out of sort of healthier rehabilitated pairs to send. The mark of the pet trade, unfortunately, is stamped forever on some individuals. They always will struggle with things like rickets and mobility. So anybody that's a bit weak and wobbly, we can't send. Whereas the Simpsons are a pretty healthy and pretty robust group of 4. We also think taking them away from the squirrel house, where there's a lot going on. You know, you've got squirrel monkeys, you've got sarkies and Loki, the marmoset next door, and they sometimes get a bit hot and bothered about the neighbours. So taking them away to an environment where they're much more sort of not surrounded by other primate species might actually be quite good for them. And they just work really well as a nice little family unit, as marmosets should be. So we're going to miss them, but we know that Puxton are really good at looking after them. We've seen that with the 2 pairs we've sent previously. So good thing for them, and frees up a bit of space for us for all of those countless rescues out there that are going to need our help.
But Steph won't be returning empty-handed. She's bringing back Tyre, a female marmoset rescued by Alison from appalling conditions at a flat in Plymouth, who went on to live at Puxton. She's recently lost her mate, so is returning to the park where some single males are in need of a partner.
Really excited to see Tyre. She's a madam. I'm curious to see if she's still a little madam. She was always quite a small marmoset, quite boxy, but always quite feisty and full of attitude. So it'll be interesting to see if she's still that way. So we'll bring her back here, we'll get her settled, and then we'll consider who's the best option to try for an introduction for her.
Steph and Elle have persuaded the Simpsons family into travel crates ready for the journey.
All good. Marge and Nelson boxed straight away, and then Bart and Ralph just needed a couple of minutes afterwards to calm down and then realise malt loaf was worth getting into the catch crate for.
The family consists of mum Marge, son Bart, and young twins Nelson and Ralph. Unlike most of the primates rescued at the park, the twins have had a great start to life. They've been brought up by their parents, with all their needs met. The foursome are perfect candidates to move on.
Oh. Look after them.
It's a 2-hour journey to Puxton. Steph is aiming to deliver the Simpsons, collect Tyre, and be back in Dorset in time to get her settled for the night in her new home. The primate care teams at the park are on a permanent mission to enrich the lives of the animals in their care, and today, the park's 2 patas monkeys are in for a prickly treat. Toby has some fresh blackberries and rosehips still attached to their thorny stems, and he's hanging them all over the pair's enclosure.
It's going to be interesting to see how they work it out. Also, there's the different sort of ripeness amongst them. There's some very ripe ones, some not so ripe ones, and so they're going to have to work out which ones are tasty, which ones are not. Or no, Mr. P, he'll just eat everything that goes because he's quite a greedy boy. But we're hoping that as well that it will slow him down a bit and give Penelope a chance to eat and join in, because he is quite a fast eater and she's not. So sometimes he does try and hoard the majority of the food.
In the wild, patas monkeys are ground-dwelling, living mainly on the savannah, eating fruits and seeds, as well as the leaves and gum from native plants, such as the acacia. Toby is hoping to replicate some of these feeding habits today.
When they're getting them out the acacia bushes, they're not going to be sitting on the ground. They're going to have to reach up and things. And yeah, it's just to make them work a bit more and challenge them a bit more. So hopefully it will encourage Mr. P to be more active and be up in the sort of climbing around and using muscles that he wouldn't use all the time necessarily.
Toby lets the pair into the enclosure, and they make a beeline for the thorny fruit. Mr. P is immediately attracted by the brightly coloured rose hips, full of nutrients and vitamin C.
I think you can safely say he likes rose hips.
Penelope opts to sample both offerings. Patas monkeys are well adapted to tackling the prickly fruits. Their long fingers can easily manipulate them from the spiky stems. Their padded leathery hands give them added protection. It's been a few months since Penelope underwent a health check, which resulted in her having 8 teeth removed. She's made a good recovery, is generally eating better, and is a lot happier. But due to her age, she now has some other medical issues.
She has developed a cataract in her right eye. It is becoming more and more obvious, and we noticed that she does struggle a bit more with the foraging and things and finding things. But in terms of herself, she seems really bright, really confident. Her weight is good. She was weighed yesterday and she's put on another 100 grams in the last month. She does have her issues. Her mobility isn't what it was. She is a bit stiff on the back end, a bit of arthritis going on. We do treat her for that. She gets some medications for that. But as a pair, they're doing brilliantly. They're really settled in their new home.
Mr. P is the dominant one of the pair. But that hasn't affected today's outcome. The Patas have both tackled the thorny, prickly provisions with relish.
A pair of them have not been bothered at all by the thorns. They've just gone for it, really. And just seeing them doing these natural things and a behaviour that's sort of replicating something they'd have to do in the wild is really, really nice for us to see. And it's definitely something we can think about and revisit again.
A few weeks ago, a large crate was dropped off at the orangutan nursery. It's a sign someone will soon be on the move to a new home. And that someone is Silvestre.
Silvestre's got a home at Basel Zoo and is lucky enough he's going to have 2 ladies all to himself, so it's time. He's now beyond adolescence and starting to fill out to become a fully mature male. It's time for him to leave the nursery and it's time to move on and graduate. This is always a difficult part for us, but it's important that he goes off. We're not going to be able to provide him an adult group of his own, so it's time for him to graduate.
Silvestre is a Sumatran orangutan, which means he can't join the adult females at the park, who are all Bornean. He's fast approaching adulthood and testosterone is kicking in. Alison has spent more than a year trying to find him a suitable home with other Sumatran orangs. She was delighted when Basel Zoo in Switzerland agreed he could join their young adult female Maya and her 4-year-old daughter Padma.
OK, you can rattle the slide, Jeremy. Oh.
To prepare Silvestre for his journey, the primate care team have been busy crate training.
Good boy, Silvestre. Good boy. Well done.
Over the weeks, they've gradually increased the time he's kept in the crate, with the slide shut behind him.
Good boy, Silvestre.
It's all aimed at keeping Silvestre as stress-free as possible when the time comes for him to finally leave.
What we try and do is make this the fun place, make it as happy as possible for them. No stresses, no worries about going in and out of it, and then hopefully it makes the journey that much more comfortable when it does come to them going. I mean, some of these journeys sometimes can be a very, very long time as well, so obviously getting them used to that crate, also giving them enrichment and things like that in there as well, things to do as well, really helps it be a more positive place to be.
Silvestre arrived 12 years ago as a tiny, orphaned infant. As he's grown up, he's seen others come and go, and he too will be leaving behind some great friendships, particularly Bulu Mata. But even that relationship has changed in recent months.
He's getting to that point now where he can get a little bit too rough with Bulu, and they're all realising it. I think Bulu's got his guard up a tiny bit with him sometimes, but also still spending a fair bit of nice time with him. But it certainly is a good indication that it's time for Silvestre to leave the group and join some adult females and become the big man that he's due to be one day.
A time scale has yet to be decided for Silvestre's departure. There's still lots of paperwork and logistics to sort out. But when the day arrives, it will be a poignant moment for everyone.
It certainly will be a sad, emotional day when Silvestre goes, for all of us keepers and probably for the orangutans as well. I mean, they've been living with him for a very long time now. But it's about the greater good of the future, and Silvestre will be a lot happier with people his own age and certainly some girls around him.
There's some happy news for the park's barn group of woolly monkeys. 10-year-old Eva has given birth to her third baby, a little girl the team have named Xena. Both mum and baby are doing well.
She's becoming more of an experienced mum now. She's keeping baby close and looking after her and yeah, just doing all the right things for her. She's feeding, she looks really strong. She's quite a small petite baby, but then Ava herself is a small female. So yeah, we'll obviously just keep an eye on how she progresses. But so far, everything looks going the right way.
Although Chippy is the leader and dominant male of this group, the team are pretty certain that younger male Xavi is the father. He and Eva are very close and spend a lot of time together. Xavi is a year younger than Eva. He can be quite boisterous, but so far he's been very calm and respectful around mum and baby. It's not unusual among woolly monkeys for the father to be someone other than the dominant male.
This is perfectly normal. In the wild, there's multiple males, and as long as the subordinate males are discreet, then they will get their opportunities with the females. So there's not just one male that will kind of control all the females. The females have the pick, and they can choose who they prefer to spend time with discreetly.
Chippy is a good leader and performs his role perfectly. He's always on the lookout, checking everything is safe for his family. Eva's second child, Catalina, is now 2 years old and is very good at keeping herself occupied, particularly now she's no longer the centre of mum's attention.
Catalina's just constantly a ball of fun, and she's constantly just getting herself in little scrapes where she's flinging herself off things. She's able to entertain herself quite easily, and she doesn't have any other youngsters in the group, but you might catch her having a little play with Dad, Chippy. She's being very sort of calm around mum and baby, so she's not sort of become the toddler that's thrown its toys out of the pram because she's not the baby anymore. So yeah, they seem to be working it out quite nicely together.
And the new arrival could be the perfect playmate for Catalina in the future. At the Stumpy house and enclosure, the ugly monkeys, as they're affectionately known, are being let out for their morning feed and exercise. The past 12 months have brought dramatic changes to the elderly group. First, they lost their long-time leader Sam and 2 of the females. And now, in the last month, Kelly has had to be put to sleep, and Noreen has passed peacefully away of old age. There are just 3 macaques left in the group.
It's just been a very, very difficult year down here. It's not what we expected. Obviously, last summer we lost Flo, Sam and Charlie, all within a month of each other. So it is very strange down here. It's very quiet with just the 3 of them.
The 3 remaining macaques are the boys Toto and Freddie, and female Sylvie. At 24, she's the youngest of the trio, and the only survivor from the group of 12 rescued from a medical research laboratory in Scotland in 2010. Leader Sam and 18 other Stumpies had arrived 10 years earlier from another British research laboratory. All 31 of the lab macaques arrived with numerous medical conditions. Many were overweight, and most were in their teens or older.
For us to still have some of those guys left sort of coming up to 12 years later is really quite some going. But one thing we have learnt with them over the years is that when the stumpies start to show symptoms, you know that you're getting to quite a bad place with them because they are so tough. They hide and mask pain and anything really, really well. And it is a difficult decision for the staff whether we put a stumpy to sleep, but invariably we've always found out that actually once we've done it, it's very much the right decision.
Amid all the turmoil, there is a silver lining. Toto, Freddie and Sylvie are now living, eating and sleeping as one group. Differences have been set aside and it's all harmonious, for now. The hierarchy appears to have been finally worked out, with Toto in charge and Sylvie happy to be at his side.
Yeah, Toto is doing very well. It's been a long, slow process for Toto to learn how to be a macaque, really. In the past year, his biggest achievement probably has been the fact that he's learned how to forage for food on the floor, because this was always a challenge with him. To be honest, in terms of enrichment for these guys, giving them some really good foraging probably burns off more calories than them sort of working out how to get something out of a Kong or something. It's one of the best ways of keeping them busy, and it keeps them entertained for a good period of time.
Freddie seems pretty content with his lot, although does get overlooked sometimes by the other two.
Since we've had the three of them back together, Freddie's actually spending quite a lot of time outside. He's sort of enjoying sort of the enclosure, and it's really good for him to be able to get the fresh air and a bit of vitamin D, and yeah, just also good for him just to be able to move around. He's been doing a lot of running around and displaying as well out there.
It may have been a tumultuous 12 months, but Toby is philosophical.
It is very sad, but we know that these guys have had a much better life here than they could ever possibly have, and so we've still got these three going strong and exploring their enclosure, and the last sort of week of the three of them back together, they seem to have got a new lease of life.
Following a 2-hour journey to the neighbouring county of Somerset, Steph has arrived at Puxton Park, along with the Simpsons, a family of 4 marmosets.
So we've got Marge and Nelson in here.
All right, hello.
Sort of half in, half out.
Yeah, bless them.
So Marge, you can see her ear tufts stick up, which is why she got the Marge Simpson name for the like vertical hair.
You can follow me.
With space at Monkey World for these small primates at a premium, the 4 monkeys are being rehomed at Puxton. It's not the first time the 2 centres have come to such an arrangement, and probably won't be the last.
Very excited. We're quite a fairly new establishment, so to be able to help people like Monkey World to provide a home for these rescues is brilliant, really. And this facility was almost designed with them in mind, so it's really good having them here, and hopefully for them to have fun here too, so yeah.
Returning with Steph to Dorset will be Tyre, a female marmoset now in need of a companion.
Perhaps into this one.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah. That's perfect. All right, we'll go carry this way.
But before she collects Tyre, Steph wants to see the Simpsons happy and settled in their new home.
So you're going to go with Marge and Nelson first, as they seem to be sort of up and about and ready to go. And then we'll do the other 2 boys. And then I'll try and sneak out while they're busy exploring.
Marge is first,
There we go.
with the rest of the family soon following.
Oh, there we go.
There you go.
So that's Bart.
Okay.
That's Dad.
Only Ralph is a little reluctant.
So Ralph does tend to be the slightly more reserved one of the 2 young boys. There we go, good boy.
They all appear relaxed in their new surroundings.
Yeah, they look pretty good. Straight into exploring everything, having a good sniff around. Be a lot of scent marking, I imagine, over the next sort of half hour or so as they sort of claim everything as theirs now.
For Joe and his team, identifying all 4 will be a challenge.
I'll listen to what Steph's been saying, all the ways of telling them apart. We found with them it's about behaviour as well, so hopefully the behaviours will get a little indication who's who and how they react here, so yeah. So we're going to have fun, but that's what it's all about, so yeah.
Tyre has been caught, ready for the journey. She just needs to walk from one travel crate to another.
Taya.
Okay, she's come through. She's in.
Definitely tail in. Yeah, that looks like.
All right, happy?
Happy. We have a Taya. That was relatively easy.
A final check on the 4. Steph has mixed feelings.
Yeah, it's always a little bit emotional, just sort of having to walk away. But I'm really excited to have Taya back. I'm excited to get her settled with a new partner. And yeah, looking forward to hopefully some more collaboration between us and Puxton in the future.
It's a quick, uneventful journey back to the park in Dorset, where the team are ready to welcome Taya.
Hey, princess. Oh my goodness, you are so cute.
She's very cute. So she's hybrid, so hence the grey tufts, and she's also very box-like in shape.
For now, Taya will be in a bedroom in the squirrel monkey house, living alongside them, plus the Sarkies and Loki the marmoset.
Right, want to have a look, Miss Taya?
The team are hoping that the two will eventually hit it off and become a pair. Only time will tell. Next time on Monkey Life, vet day for some of the small primates at the park. And there are concerns for Nellie the loris.
She's got a mass in her abdomen, Alison.
And how do you tackle this? Gibbon Tio eventually cracks the problem. Today on Monkey Life, vet day for some of the smaller primates at the park, and there are concerns for Nellie the loris.
She's got a mass in her abdomen, Alison.
Newly arrived female chimp Sasha gets to know some of Brian's group, but isn't so keen on her son Kangoo doing the same.
It just doesn't really go anywhere because Sasha will just have a tantrum in the back and that... Similar to that.
And how do you tackle this? Gibbon Tio eventually cracks the problem. Monkey World in Dorset, buried deep in the English countryside, is the largest sanctuary of its kind on the planet. The team, led by Dr. Alison Cronin, rescue and rehabilitate abused and unwanted primates from all over the world.
Hi! Look at that. Oh, he's fantastic.
The park provides a home for more than 260 primates from 25 different species. It's the start of a long day for the small monkey team. 3 of their primates need to be examined by the vet.
You've got a monkey. You've got a monkey.
First up is squirrel monkey Nueve.
In a relatively short time, a lump sort of came up on her shoulder. And actually, when you sort of shave it off, it looks perhaps a whole lot more dramatic than it is, but it's quite a substantial lump. And they're going to investigate and see if it's easy enough to remove. So it's a good thing. She's she's in beautiful condition otherwise, but she's just got this thing on her shoulder.
It's pretty soft, isn't it?
Nueve arrived at the park from Chessington Zoo 5 years ago. She's still young and normally a picture of health. So when the lump suddenly appeared, the team were puzzled. They're hoping wildlife vets Nick Masters and Rowena Killick, along with local vet David Holler, can clear up the mystery. An ultrasound may help.
It's not pus, is it? No. It's a proper lump of some sort. So we should try and just take that off, the whole thing.
The lump has been increasing in size, so the decision is made to remove it. It's a tricky operation requiring a delicate hand. The skin must be cut and peeled back from the lump, and Rowena has to be careful not to cut through a major blood supply when making the incision. Nueve's vital signs are closely monitored throughout. Thankfully, the procedure doesn't take too long and the lump is successfully removed.
It just looks like homogeneous fat, so I think the only thing of concern is just that Rowena had to work quite hard to pull it away from the muscle, from the body wall, which seems a bit unusual, but fingers crossed that's all it was.
The lump will be sent off to a laboratory for analysis. The team hope it will be reported back as benign. In the meantime, Nueve's wound is stitched and she's put into her warm travel box to recover. Once they're sure she's stable, the team will return her to the squirrel monkey house to be monitored and recover. But for the vet team, the day is just getting started. Next up is a pair of lorises, and they too have mysterious lumps needing investigation. Bruce is first. His condition, a lump on the side of his face, has been ongoing for 4 years. He's been examined on numerous occasions and had multiple biopsies and tests, but the lump keeps recurring.
It has increased again in size, so we're going to take a closer look today and decide what our next steps might be. But I think what we're going to try and do today, we'll get some really good pictures, we'll get some good ultrasound images, hopefully, and we'll have a sort of case to present to a specialist that could come and help us do the surgery, if nothing else.
Bruce doesn't appear to suffer any distress from the presence of the growth, but the team would like to get to the bottom of it once and for all. A paediatric ear, nose and throat consultant has offered to take a look and advise what could be done. X-rays, ultrasounds and blood samples are taken in preparation.
It's not much of a lung field, is it? It's quite different.
The images and results will be sent to the expert in the hope an answer can be found. 2 down, 1 to go. And it's another loris. Nellie arrived just under a year ago from a collection in Cornwall. Not much is known about her background, but she's thought to be around 18 years old and had been living on her own for a few years. The team have noticed she's been a bit under the weather in the last month, and her mobility has deteriorated. When Nick gets his first look at her, he immediately finds something of concern.
It's hard to know if that's attached to anything underneath. It's certainly very thickened, the skin around it as well. And it doesn't look just like a classic abscess, does it, Rowena?
No.
It looks like a sort of mass of tissue. It could be a little tumour of some sort. You have a little anaesthetic check on her if you want to.
A recent injury may have caused the issue, but when Nick checks Nellie's abdomen, he finds something else.
She's got a mass in her abdomen, Alison.
It's not looking good for Nellie.
Best option was that she was constipated, but we don't think that's the case, and we're checking to see what kind of, whether she has a reproductive tumour or something like that. So not a good sign, but we'll see what we can do about it.
When Nick performs an ultrasound, there's more bad news.
So it's a stone or a mass in the bladder.
And X-rays reveal another problem.
What's going on with her pelvis? It looks more like an infection or a tumour to me. It's proper lysis of the bone.
Alison wants to give the elderly Loris every chance.
I would be inclined to open her up and see if there's anything obvious or if it's just a disaster and then we call it.
But before the vet team can start the surgery, Nellie stops breathing. It means a tough decision for the team.
Might be gone now anyway, if so.
Oh, she's not breathing. Still got a heart and she just stopped breathing. So we'd have to breathe for her if we want to do that. And we would just turn all that off, just the oxygen.
Yeah. Okay.
Call it a day?
That's it.
Yeah, okay.
Stop.
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
It's the right call. Nellie's examination revealed multiple serious medical conditions.
Some problems with her pelvis that looks really unusual, this problem with her reproductive tract, and we decided that the only fair thing to do with those masses as well was to say it's end of days for her, sadly.
It's not the outcome Alison and the team hoped or prepared for. It's a new day at the park, and the trio of spider monkeys are in for a challenging treat this morning. Toby is placing large hanging feeders in their enclosure. The team have successfully used these in the past with the capuchins and the nursery orangutans. But the three spider monkeys aren't known for their enthusiasm when it comes to trying something new.
Our three can be a bit lazy sometimes, particularly Pumpkin. She likes her food very much, so we're hoping that the motivation of getting the food and will make her sort of do a bit of work and display some natural behaviours, really. And it'll be interesting to see how they react, really.
The group have been together for many years and generally get on well. But when it comes to food, there's a strict hierarchy.
Pumpkin is very much dominant, and when it comes to food, she is effectively a hoover. She will demolish everything, which is why we try and put it in enrichment, particularly in the morning. Otherwise, she will come out and eat it all before the boys even get a sniff. Flint is next in line, but because he's generally scared of everything, it takes him a while to come in. So that gives Hickory a chance to come and have a look as well. So we've got the three boards, so I'm hoping by spreading them out, hopefully that will keep them engaged for longer. So hopefully it'll be more of a challenge for them.
The slides to the outdoor enclosure are opened, and the trio quickly head through the tunnel. But if the spider monkeys are anticipating easy pickings this morning, they're in for a surprise. Toby's trying to find that fine balance, keeping them busy and active and motivated enough to attempt the hanging boards, while not over-challenging them in the knowledge that spider monkeys don't have the longest attention span. To this end, he's made sure retrieving the rewards from the Kongs isn't too difficult. Spider monkeys are perfectly adapted to life in the trees. They have long limbs and a prehensile tail, which, like the woolly monkeys, acts as a fifth limb. It means their hands and feet are free to manipulate food from otherwise hard-to-reach places. They eat a mainly fruit and leaf-based diet. Today's breakfast is aimed at encouraging plenty of natural behaviours. Hickory, the old man of the group, tends to hang around picking up food the other two have dropped.
Hickory hasn't really had a go yet. He's been over and had a laugh at them. But to be honest, Hickory has to police the enclosure, really, and he's been quite busy telling everyone off and making sure everyone knows their place, really. But I'm sure at some point, particularly once the other two have gone, that he'll go and have an investigate and find some bits and pieces. So, yeah, that's not really a surprise with Hickory. That's sort of what we expect from him.
As usual, Pumpkin is at the front of the queue for food, monopolising the boards. She's dominant in this trio and loves to get stuck in. But with plenty of Kong boards spread around the enclosure, she can't get to all of them first. Flint is also fired up. Perfectly balanced and suspended, he's definitely got a liking for honey.
It's gone really well. It's definitely something we can use again. We're seeing some really good natural sort of behaviours, and Pumpkin and Flint are both suspending themselves completely by their tails, and then they're having to use sort of the muscles in their arms and legs and their core to sort of balance themselves because the boards move as well. So, yeah, it's really good.
The feeders have proved to be a hit and been an excellent whole body and mind workout for the spider monkeys. They're certain to make a reappearance at the Spider Monkey House in the future. It's 3 weeks since the park welcomed Sasha and Kangoo, the two chimps Alison and Jeremy collected from Buenos Aires Eco Park in Argentina. Life for the pair has changed dramatically, and the primate care staff have been working hard to settle them into their new home. It's important they get to know and trust their carers, and, in time, their new housemates.
Kangoo? Yeah, come on. Yeah, we love the milk, don't we? Yeah, you're a good man. That's nice, isn't it? Save some for the others, though, yeah? Bri, Sash, Nari. Do you want some? Where are you all gone? Yes, I know, sweetheart. There you go.
Chimp introductions are always tricky and potentially dangerous. So far, the meetings with Brian's group have been a baptism of fire for the pair. Particularly for 15-year-old male Kangoo.
So at the moment, he's not been massively involved with the intros because basically his mum won't let him. We have tried him at the mesh with Brian and Nari, and it just doesn't really go anywhere because Sasha will just have a tantrum in the back and that... Similar to that. Sasha will have a tantrum in the back bedrooms when they're separated and just... He's too upset by her kicking off in the back bedrooms that he doesn't interact with anyone. So for now, we're just focusing on just Sasha, getting her some really tight bonds with Brian and Nari so that we can eventually start bringing Kangoo into the mix, and ideally she won't object to them being friends with him by that point.
The chimp team's efforts to get Sasha acquainted with leader Brian and female Nari are paying off. For the last few days, they've been spending a lot of time together, and relationships are progressing well. This morning, Sean is giving the trio a fruity treat of frozen blueberries. A specially designed feeding station in the roof allows Sean to drop the scatter feed into the playroom below.
Past couple of days, putting Brian, Nari and Sasha all together, put them in a big area and can't just leave them for the day. Kind of throw in lots of foods and even high-value stuff just to see how they cope with one another, if they're happy feeding around one another. And yeah, there's not been any issues. They've not been super intense with one another. There's been a bit of playtime, a bit of grooming, but mainly they're quite happy just lounging around each other, which has been quite nice, really. So yeah, hopefully next step is to try and bring the young man into the mix.
It's been a difficult few weeks for Kangoo. He's been unable to take part fully in introductions because his mum, Sasha, isn't keen on her son being separated from her to meet the others. Her reaction is very disruptive and causes him stress, meaning his opportunity to integrate with the group has been put on hold.
Kangoo man! You need more, buddy? You're just going to sulk in the corner? You want some? Yeah. We'll get you involved at some point. He's not terribly good socially, so I don't think he really knows massively how to be a chimp, really. When it comes to approaching the others, he's a bit much, but that could be just down to Sasha's reactions making him then overreact. But yeah, physically, he's a bit smaller than I'd expect a male of 15 to be. You know, mobility-wise, he's not exactly the most graceful boy in the world either. I do wonder whether there might be some sort of physical problem there. I mean, it could just be that he hasn't built up his muscles because where they were before, the climbing frame wasn't the biggest, so he's not had much opportunity to really exercise. So, yeah, we want to make sure, give it the best chance of working out, and right now I think the best chance of working out is hopefully making Sasha friends with both parties, and then hope she'll be a peacemaker between them when we do eventually start bringing him in with the others. I'm fairly confident. I mean, he seems quite a nice guy. Brian's an absolute sweetheart, so fingers crossed they work out all right. I think meeting Rodders might be a bit of a shock to his system.
Brian is the largest in the group and the dominant male. He's a big and impressive-looking chimp, but when it comes to introductions, he's a gentle giant.
He's a superstar. Every intro I've seen him in, he's just been wonderful. He just goes in. I think he can be a bit intimidating. He doesn't quite realise how big he is. And so he just charges in there, just being like, oh yeah, we're friends now. And just doesn't think, oh, this might be quite scary for that new person. Particularly with Sasha, you can see he went in and grabbed the leg and was kind of swinging it around, and he's having a wonderful time, but she's a bit like, oh my God, he's attacking me. But yeah, no, he's so nice, and he does really just want to make friends with everyone.
The introductions will continue, their pace dictated by the chimp's reactions and welfare. It may well be a long, slow process, but the team are hopeful that, in the end, they'll have one happy, harmonious group. With more than 260 primates to look after all year round, feeding time needs careful planning. The 25 species all have different dietary requirements, and they all need to be kept busy and active. The gibbon team are up to the challenging task, regularly coming up with interesting ways to enrich the lives of their primate charges. Today, primate care staff member Sean has devised a rather different hanging feeder for golden-cheeked gibbon Tio.
He's a very intelligent boy, so we're trying to get some enrichment that will actually make him work a little bit harder for. So there's some paper mache, and we're filling it with some little parcels. Within the parcels there's dates, some nuts and some popcorn. We've tied them up in a knot just to make it more difficult, and hopefully it'll just take him a little bit longer to get his enrichment for the day.
11-year-old Tio is one of the gibbons at the park displaying the most natural behaviours. He was reared by his parents, Peanut and Pung Yo, and grew up in the wonderful tree-filled enclosure they call home, along with older siblings Tien and Tia Nang.
He's a real handsome, full-grown, beautiful specimen of man. He really is lovely. He's got a wonderful personality. He's very laid back, he's very chilled, very easygoing kind of guy. And obviously because he's also young, very fit and agile, we try and give him a little bit more sort of stimulus with the different kind of puzzles and things as well, just to keep him busy and active, because he really is a very happy and full-on energy kind of guy.
He's currently living on his own while the team try to find him a suitable partner. Today's hanging feeders are aimed at keeping him happy, busy and stimulated. Tio comes flying out, but the bright orange feeders hanging all over his enclosure leave him perplexed. They've been designed to spike his curiosity and give his brain and body a good workout. It certainly got him thinking, where on earth is breakfast? But he's a clever gibbon, and it's not long before he's ripping open one of the papier-mâché feeders. His long arms and slender fingers reach in easily and pull out the hidden parcels. Problem 2. The nuts and dates are wrapped in material. But Tio takes little time to open them and tuck into his morning meal. He's on a roll, methodically working through the feeders, demonstrating perfect balance on the hosing, and all the while remaining above ground.
Gibbons are really well adapted to life in the treetops. They would rarely ever come down to the ground in their natural environment. So they're used to having to work with their whole body up in those trees. And what you tend to see is that gibbons will hang by one hand, they'll use their other hand and their feet to obtain different treats. They'll then gather them up and then maybe sit down on the branch to actually eat them, or just carry on hanging from one hand and use that other hand to feed with. So again, it's just a way of getting him using as much of his body and interacting with things and doing something up high as well.
In the wild, gibbons mainly eat fruit and leaves, but supplement their diet with insects, eggs, and even small animals. A tough outer skin proves no problem. Their razor-sharp canines easily crack open tough shells, like today's offering of nuts. There's enough papier-mâché feeders to keep Tio interested all day long. And, as he's on his own, he can come and go as he pleases. Next time on Monkey Life. Orangutan Silvestre undergoes a complex top-to-toe health check in preparation for graduating from the nursery and moving to a new home in Switzerland.
We've got a chair set up that we will put him into so that we can get the chest x-ray that they want.
And a playpen of pine cones, Gizmo's group gets stuck in. Today on Monkey Life, Orangutan Silvestre undergoes a complex top-to-toe health check in preparation for graduating from the nursery and moving to a new home in Switzerland.
We've got a chair set up that we will put him into so that we can get the chest x-ray that they want.
New chimp Sasha goes outside for the first time and discovers a whole new world.
I don't think she's ever been on a climbing frame with such height and complexity before. It's all very new and exciting.
And a play pit of pine cones. Gizmo's group gets stuck in. Monkey World in Dorset, buried deep in the English countryside, is the largest sanctuary of its kind on the planet. The team, led by Dr. Alison Cronin, rescue and rehabilitate abused and unwanted primates from all over the world.
You just never know how it's going to work.
The park provides a home for more than 260 primates from 25 different species. At the park's hospital, the vet team are preparing for a very important health check.
If you clip him and then put a line in, and I'll do the TB test and get some bloods, and we need to check his microchip.
Getting to this point has been a long time coming, with a lot of hurdles to overcome. But the team are optimistic that finally everything is set for Orangutan Silvestre to move to a new home at Basel Zoo in Switzerland.
We're having Silvestre into the hospital for a basic health check, blood panel, chest x-rays, all of those things, because this is the first step in preparing Silvestre for his graduation from our orangutan nursery.
The health checks are very important and must be carried out in full before Silvestre is allowed to travel to Switzerland.
Moving him to Basel Zoo has various obligations in terms of doing health checks. They want to ensure that all of their animals remain healthy. And so whenever an individual is moved to a new place, it's often that they have full health check.
James from the primate care team has already given him an anaesthetic by hand injection. The 35-kilogram young adult is moved quickly from his house to the hospital, while being constantly monitored.
Great, thanks guys.
Once Silvestre is stable and intubated, vet Nick Masters can start the health check.
Sabby, we're going to take a lot of blood, aren't we? Because they want serum and EDTA, and you've got everything ready, OK?
Nick kicks off with blood samples. They'll be sent to a laboratory for numerous tests and analysis.
We're going to do, some routine profile on him just to look at his organ function and blood production and everything, but also the collection he's going to, and in general, we want to do some extra testing around viruses and have some material in a bank, etc.
With the lights dimmed, next Nick performs an ultrasound to examine Silvestre's vital organs and look for any abnormalities.
So all of this tissue here is liver, and this sort of bright white line is diaphragm, and you can see heart beating beyond it. It's quite a nice image. It looks very normal.
All good, all clear?
Yeah, it looks all completely normal to me.
Yay.
We'll move on to the TB test now.
It's a tricky procedure. A tuberculin solution is injected as close as possible into the edge of the upper eyelid. Silvestre will be checked every 24 hours for 3 days to see if he reacts to it. If he doesn't, it means he's all clear.
Super. OK, done with that.
Next, Nick checks his mouth and teeth.
Upper incisors are all there, aren't they? Nothing even chipped. Those are the same. Yeah, it looks absolutely excellent.
After the examination, it's time for X-rays. Orangutans have large, complex air sacs that extend from the throat sac under their armpits and around the back. And Basel Zoo want clear images of Silvestre's lungs.
We've got a chair set up that we will put him into and get his arms positioned upright so that we can get the chest X-ray that they want.
It means the young orangutan needs to be in an upright position.
Yeah. If somebody holds the tube for me.
Which isn't easy.
OK, so we need to tape him on, right?
Once Silvestre is in position and secure, the X-ray is taken.
Yeah, that's very good. OK, excellent.
Silvestre is quickly released from the awkward position, and the health check is complete. He can now be returned to his bedroom at the Orang nursery and brought round from the anaesthetic. It's been a textbook operation, and the time he was under anaesthetic was kept to a minimum.
He looks physically in really good shape. We had an opportunity to look really closely at his teeth, so we know his dental and his oral health looks excellent. We scanned his liver, and his liver looks completely normal. And the other thing, of course, we did was the X-ray. Again, they look really good, so.
As Silvestre begins to come round, he's unaware that he's one step closer to a new life as head of his own group. It's been a little over a month since the park welcomed 2 chimpanzees from Argentina, mother and son Sasha and Kangoo. The pair have joined Brian's group, and introductions have been progressing, albeit with mixed results. Sasha has met everyone, and is getting along particularly well with Brian and Nari. But Kangoo's introductions haven't gone quite so well. Sasha is incredibly protective of her son, and a little jealous when he meets the others. This causes him to become stressed and puts the rest of the group on edge. The chimp team are keen to move things on. Today they're going to let Sasha outside with 3 of the group, in the hope she'll be too occupied to notice when Kangoo is meeting other chimps inside.
Hoping for the best. She goes out and explores the space. We've tried to prepare her as best we can. We've built a nice little subgroup around her to kind of be that emotional support for her when she goes out into a new scary environment, because she's not going to have Kangoo with her. She's a bright girl, and I think she's desperate to get outside. So yeah, I'm just so happy that she's finally going to get to go out.
Brian, Nari and Lulu are already in the enclosure as Sean opens the slide to let Sasha out. Big boss Brian gives her an enthusiastic welcome before she sets off to explore. Sasha and Kangoo had outdoor and indoor space at their Buenos Aires home, but nothing on the scale of Brian's enclosure. The climbing frame is 15 metres high.
She's obviously a little bit nervous. You can kind of see it in her face as she's going around, and this is all very, very new, completely different country and climate. I don't think she's ever been on a climbing frame with such height and complexity before. It's all very new and exciting. She's got Twan, a big, massive orangutan staring at her. So, yeah, it's going to be a nervous day for her, I think. But, yeah, you get used to it in the end. It's early days and looking very positive so far.
Nari casts herself in the role of Sasha's chaperone, following her wherever she goes and offering reassurance. There's a lot to take in, not just the new surroundings, but everything outside the enclosure too. Lots of other primates are visible from the top of the climbing frame, but Sasha takes everything in her stride.
It's kind of like the perfect moment when you rescue a new chimp, just to see them go outside and be in the group and, you know, feel the grass under their toes for that first time. Physically, it's going to be a huge benefit. You know, they're meant to be up and off the ground, they're meant to be climbing, they're meant to have these complex spaces, and that is exactly what she has now. Yeah, it's just wonderful, but it's another stepping stone, which is great, but we've still got a long, long way to go.
The woolly monkey population at the park has increased in recent months with 2 new arrivals. Bonita, who is Olivia's first baby, and Levi, son to super mum Zingu. They're all part of Levar's group, which now numbers 9. The new additions have meant space is becoming a bit tight at their house. As a result, the primate care staff have decided to change things around. Levar's troop are going to swap house and enclosure with Enzo's troop of 6.
It's really nice and stimulating for them. Yes, these guys are territorial, but giving them a change of scenery can just add a lot of stimulation and a lot more fun for the kids as well to explore a new environment. Also, we've got a group of 9 here now, so we think that maybe they could do with moving into our new big woolly house, which is located at the pond enclosure.
Enzo's troop will be first to make the move.
All looking very eager.
It should be all fairly straightforward. There's a large system of tunnels connecting Enzo's pond enclosure to Levar's caged enclosure.
Come on then. 1, 2, 3, 4.
But first, Sharon lets the group into familiar territory. The pond enclosure. They charge through, expecting to find a healthy breakfast.
Good girl. Are they all out? I know they're probably thinking there's something exciting out there now. Good girl.
But they're going to be disappointed. Sharon is saving that for when they reach their new home.
Right, OK.
Time for the next stage.
Go, woolly monkeys! Yeah! Come on, everybody!
Enticing the group of 6 into the tunnel connecting the enclosure to Levar's smaller caged enclosure.
Yeah, well done. Good boy, Enzo.
And then straight on into the forest enclosure, where breakfast is waiting for them. Apart from Isla, it's unfamiliar territory, but they're not daunted.
That's everybody. Well done. Oh, not back that way, mister. Oh, good boy. Go and explore.
They've all made it, and there's lots of excited trills and contact calls as they start to explore the new space. Enzo checks out everything, performing his job as leader, making sure all is safe for his group. Pakaya concentrates on her maternal duties. She's mum to Enzo's 2 daughters, Enya and Esme. Both are growing up fast and becoming independent little characters. Part 1 of the woolly move has gone like clockwork.
So the next step is to move Levar's out from their playroom across the same tunnel to the large enclosure. Ideally, we want them to go down to the house because there are 2 very long connecting tunnels, which is our bigger concern because these guys aren't used to them. So we want them to be familiar with how to get down into their house. And yeah, maybe just let them stay in the sort of smaller enclosure for today.
This group is larger, with 9 members. 2 are barely 6 months old.
Come on then! Well done!
Bonita is Olivia's first infant, and she seems reluctant to move through to the new enclosure.
Come on then!
Olivia is a young mum, keen to protect her baby. The tunnel and enclosure are all new, and she's unsure what to do. Even encouragement from her own mum, Zingu, isn't enough to persuade her through.
She's just trying to figure out what to do, but it's a completely new stretch of tunnel, entering a completely new territory. So she's got a little baby. You can understand her being a little bit cautious as to where she's going to go with her little one. So it's a waiting game.
Levar goes back to try and encourage her. It works. Olivia finally summons the courage to enter the enclosure with Benita on board. Just one more step. Now all 9 need to go into the caged enclosure next to their new house. This time, they don't need much encouragement.
This way, kids!
The move is complete, with 15 woolies moved without the stress of being crated. Enzo's group now have the space of the large forest enclosure to enjoy, and Lavar's group get to discover their new space, which will include the larger indoor facilities. For the woolly team, it's job well done. With the seasons starting to change, and the days getting shorter and colder, many of the park's primates are spending more of their time in the warmth and comfort of their houses. For the primate care staff, it's important to encourage the animals outside for fresh air and to burn off some energy. Today, they hope to persuade the park's 2 Saki monkeys, Desmond and Chloe, out into their enclosure. Elle's tactic is to put out some freshly cut browse laden with tiny crab apples. They're high in antioxidants and an excellent source of fibre and vitamin C. It might also appeal to the 3rd member of the group, Loki the marmoset.
Obviously, common marmosets and sarkies wouldn't be found naturally together in the wild, but they make a really good group. The 2 sarkies are a little bit older now, so they're a little bit slower, and Loki's kind of like the crazy young one in the group that they've adopted. They seem to get on pretty well.
Despite the age and mobility difference, Elle is confident the 2 sarkies will get their share of today's treat.
Chloe is turning 30 this year, so she's really old. However, she will give it a good go. She'll probably go for the branches that are quite closer to the platforms, whereas Desmond is probably going to go for the more challenging ones because he's younger, he's got more of the ability to stretch and grab.
Elle opens up and Loki is straight into the enclosure, keen to explore and check out anything new. His first move is to start gouging into the fresh bark to release the sap. Then he scent marks the branches, claiming them as his territory. Saki monkeys and marmosets, like humans, have colour vision, so they have no problem spotting the bright fruits amongst all the foliage. Chloe is the more adventurous of the pair. Straight away, she tucks into a juicy crabapple. White-faced Saki monkeys eat mainly fruit. They have robust incisors and canines, allowing them to break through tough skins and shells. Their diet also consists of seeds, nuts, leaves, and insects. The pair are devoted to each other, and Desmond is very protective of his mate. Wherever she goes, he follows. They're never apart for long. The enclosure has been adapted to accommodate the elderly Sakis, but still has plenty for a lively and energetic marmoset to enjoy.
The enclosure is really well built for the both of them. We've got some really high branches, we've got some low branches and platforms dotted around the place. And not just that, some ladders to make it easier for our old Sakis to get around in comparison to Loki, who can jump through the branches.
The trio are savouring today's treat, and the team plan to leave the branches in place to give them the opportunity to forage and enjoy the browse for as long as they like. Every so often, the park receives unusual donations from the public, and the primate care team do their best to put them to good use. Today, Donna's using her initiative to find something fun to do with a donated child's play pit. Her solution? Filling it with hundreds of pine cones to entertain one of the capuchin groups.
We're going to mix some food in with that. I'm going to give it to Kids Range Group. It's pretty simple, very natural, encourages foraging behaviour, so hopefully they're going to really like it. So these are just pine cones that have naturally fallen, so they're going to have all sorts of bugs and creepy crawlies and stuff in them as well. They've actually been lying around for quite a while now, so they'll not only get the food, but they'll get whatever else they can find as well.
Donna is adding some bananas into the mix, including the skins, which the capuchins also like to eat.
The capuchins are really notorious for just chewing their food and then spitting out all the skin and bits like that, so they don't actually get a lot of fibre in their diet. So when they do eat the banana skin, it's really good for them.
The play pit is ready, and the capuchins are let into the enclosure. There are only 6 in this group, and they're led by Gizmo, the only male. He's attracted by the play pit straight away and starts to forage enthusiastically. The rest of the troop are females. 4 of them, Sophia, Ginger, Maddie and Maggie, were rescued along with 84 others from a Chilean laboratory in 2008. Chuck was a victim of the British pet trade and arrived at the park 3 years ago. Like Gizmo, she was being kept in appalling conditions in a totally inadequate outdoor space. She had just one tiny lamp to keep her warm in extremely cold conditions, a poor diet, and no companionship. She arrived at Monkey World with little knowledge of how to be a capuchin. But her turnaround has been remarkable.
All of her behaviours have really come on leaps and bounds. She really didn't know how to act like a capuchin at all when she first came. Even things that we take for granted with our guys, like urine washing and anointing behaviours with things like chilies and onions. She would just sit there looking at the others like, what are you doing? Whereas now you give her an onion and she absolutely loves it. She gets right in there, chews it up and gets it all over her body.
The girls have all hung back while Gizmo tucks in. But now it's their turn, and they're all keen to forage. Maddie is the dominant female. She searches for any banana left by Gizmo before an insect catches her eye. Got it! Capuchins are problem solvers, able to manipulate objects with their hands very much like humans. The pine cones are a perfect challenge, and they're all busy foraging, with Gizmo getting more than his fair share.
I think once he realised that there was banana in there, he's now having a whale of a time. The girls are probably going to be a little bit reluctant to go over whilst Gizmo's there because he can be a little bit unpredictable sometimes. But hopefully he'll get bored and then give everyone else a little go in a minute.
The play pit has been a success, replicating natural foraging behaviours. It's given the 6 capuchins something to think about and kept them stimulated and interested. And in the coming days, they can rummage to their heart's content. Next time on Monkey Life. The team at the park's sister sanctuary in Vietnam do their best to care for little Kui, a rescued Duke monkey who's just arrived at the centre.
We have a team of 4 people at the moment trying to keep little Kui going and getting stronger and stronger.
And slimmed down Loris Zuli finds a mate. Today on Monkey Life. The team at the park's sister sanctuary in Vietnam do their best to care for little Kui, a rescued Duke monkey who's just arrived at the centre.
We have a team of 4 people at the moment trying to keep little Kui going and getting stronger and stronger.
Golden-cheeked gibbons Lewis and Tung take to the trees in preparation for their return to the wild.
It's a huge step for them and vital to being released back into Kayan National Park.
And slimmed down Loris Zuli finds a mate. Monkey World in Dorset, buried deep in the English countryside, is the largest sanctuary of its kind on the planet. The team, led by Dr. Alison Cronin, rescue and rehabilitate abused and unwanted primates from all over the world.
This is a new start of a new era of the releases for the gibbons, which we need to get on with.
The park provides a home for more than 260 primates from 25 different species. "6,000 miles away from the park in Dorset, Monkey World's sister sanctuary, Dao Tien, plays a major part in protecting some of the most endangered species in Vietnam. Set up with the full support of the Vietnamese authorities, it was the brainchild of Monkey World's director, Dr. Alison Cronin, and her late husband, Jim. With the illegal wildlife trade increasing globally, conservation is becoming a priority for the country, which now has more than 30 national parks. Many of the primates arriving at the centre have had a poor start in life and are in desperate need of expert care. Kui, a 7-month-old black-shanked duke who arrived just last week, is one example.
It's been a roller coaster. Not only the nutrition, but mostly because we don't have another duke his size, and duke need duke. If they don't have stimulus and contact from a duke, they just close down and go to sleep, and they can very easily die.
Dr. Marina Kenyon runs Dao Tien, along with her partner Lee, and a team of dedicated Vietnamese staff. They've been rescuing and rehabilitating gibbons, dukes and pygmy loris for more than 15 years. Kui is the 22nd duke monkey to come through the centre's doors since they opened in 2008. The circumstances surrounding his arrival are all too familiar.
Kui was found in the hunter's house on his own. It's highly likely that Mum and a few other family members were shot. Sadly, it's increasingly popular now to eat duke meat. The hunting of duke is greater than we think, and it's increasing. So it's one of those things we need to try and create so much awareness for at the moment, because before we know it, they're going to be struggling. So while the population is still strong, we need to make sure the world realizes how wonderful they are, but most importantly, with their own kind in the forest.
The team at Dao Tien have managed to successfully rescue, rehabilitate and release back into the wild nearly 200 primates. The island reserve in the Dong Nai province of Cat Tien National Park measures around 56 hectares and has enjoyed success with large numbers of pygmy lorises. The sanctuary also leads the way in the rescue and rehabilitation of black-shanked duke monkeys, just like little Kui. It's become the prime centre in the region, necessitated by the ever-increasing black market trade in the species.
Black-shanked dukes in the wild live in a fission-fusion society, so from small groups of 6 or 7 to big supergroups up to around 80. So a duke in the forest is never alone. So to try and imagine how it feels for Kui now, without any other duke around, there would normally be a sister, a cousin, someone else to play with. The infant duke have lots of play behaviour, which we saw with the other ones, like blindman's buff. So the thought of being on your own is really, really tough. So stimulating Kui with other duke is so important, because without it, he's not going to make it. So now it's time for sleepy Kui to go and meet the duke.
To help Kui through this difficult period, the team are enlisting the help of 3 young duke monkeys, who arrived just before the global pandemic struck: Vu, Anna and Red. Fong, head of specialist care on the island, has been the trio's main carer. She's built up an amazing rapport with the 3 dukes, and that trust has been reciprocated. They're keen to get a closer look at the small and fragile new arrival. While it's vital for Qui to have this interaction, these three aren't a permanent solution to his plight. Marina is hoping the older Dukes will soon be ready for release back where they belong, the high tree canopy of the Vietnamese forest. They're growing up fast, and plans for the next stage of their development are more pressing each day.
The Dukes this year will be 4 years of age, so they're actually reaching sexual maturity. And this is another reason why we need to keep pushing forward with our plans. We have 3 boys and 1 little lady, Anna, so we need to try and release maybe 1 unit, a male-female unit, and also 2 boys as a separate band. But luckily these social units do occur in wild Dukes, so it's all good. And they're physically fit, they're socially well equipped, but the next stage, who knows?
Hopefully, the team will be as successful releasing Dukes as they have been with pygmy lorises, one of Dao Tien's biggest successes. Unfortunately, they've had more mixed results when it comes to releasing golden-cheeked gibbons, also often the target of hunters and the black market trade. As part of their efforts, the team follow a strict protocol. Gibbons in the process of rehabilitation, or who will never be fit or well enough for release in the wild, are categorised as Phase 1 and kept in secure enclosures. The rest of the gibbons live in the Phase 2 semi-free areas on the island. These cover more than 20 hectares and help the gibbons get used to life in the trees before release. But the size of the island limits their ability to range, so the team need to supplement their diet daily. Along with Marina, there are 10 Vietnamese staff dedicated to feeding and caring for the primates. But the island also needs constant maintenance and infrastructure checks, and that's the responsibility of Marina's partner, Lee Butler.
We've got so much to get done. We've got 4 fence repairs to do, get them back operational. We've got cages to refurb. Every day there's something new happens, and every day, every inch of Dao Tien has to be checked.
For the last few weeks, Lee's been in a race against time trying to repair some of the protective fences surrounding the semi-free areas. During the COVID pandemic, it became impossible to keep everything in good working order, and there's been a lot of catching up to do.
I've decided is that we're going to take the cables out, which I've started, and then we'll get these all cut off.
There's a lot of fencing to check.
We've got a 850-metre fence line, and at least 2/3 of that needs some type of maintenance. And that's primarily on the overhang part, where some of the joints are actually snapped, where trees have come down, or the strain on the wire has pulled them back.
Lee's thumbs up from the final checks are what the team's been waiting for. It means they can now move Tung and Lewis, a pair of golden-cheeked gibbons, into the large semi-free area to start the next stage of their rehabilitation. This will free up space for the 3 Dukes, Vu, Anna and Red, to be moved into a smaller enclosure where they'll have access to the trees. If everything goes to plan, the move will happen in the next 24 hours. It's an early start today for the team on Dao Tien. After weeks of planning and checks, it's time for the golden-cheeked gibbons to take the next step in their rehabilitation.
They've come from a cage. We can't just put them straight into Kayan National Park, so we actually create an area where we can give them part of the forest. This will help them brachiate better, it will improve their condition, and it will also train them to eat different types of leaf, different types of fruit, and then that process, hopefully they can then take to Kayan National Park when we do their release.
It's a far cry from where they came from. Tung, a 6-year-old female, was found abandoned in the car park of an apartment complex in Ho Chi Minh City. Lewis, the male, is a little younger, and was found tied to a cage with a collar around his neck. Thanks to the dedication of the team at Dao Tien, they're now promising candidates for release back into the wild. Tung and Lewis are taken to a release cage within the semi-free area. They'll spend the night here getting used to the sights, sounds and smells of what will be their new home until they're ready for release.
This is a vital part of their rehabilitation, and we have to work hard toward understanding and making sure that they can do this next process before going to Kayan. The younger we can do it with the gibbons, the better and hopefully better success rate we'll have, because they'll have less imprint from human behaviour and activity.
Work on the island never stops, whatever the weather. It's 24/7 for the team, looking after the gibbons during the day, and then preparing night feeds for the lorises. Rehabilitating and releasing lorises back into the wild has been a big success story for Dao Tien. Out of 144 rescued, 131 have been returned to the forest. And the lorises keep on coming. Almost all rescued or confiscated from the black market trade in Vietnam. There are currently 16 pygmy and Bengal lorises on the island. One of the most challenging they've had to rehabilitate is Zuli, a pygmy loris who arrived extremely overweight.
He was double his normal weight, 800 grams, fed lots of banana, and he was fiercely angry, wanted to bite humans, wanted to, if you couldn't go in the enclosure with him, he wanted to come and attack you. And that isn't normal loris behaviour, that's a loris that's been messed up in the pet trade. So over the last 2.5 years, we've been working with him to get him to weight, but also to calm him down, to stop him being so angry. And slowly over the months, he's settled down.
Several attempts to partner him up with a female failed, but Zuli now seems content and settled with Bin.
For Zuli, this is huge. It's taken us 2 years to get this fat, angry loris to be thin, handsome and social. So we agreed that he passed the test to go to the next stage, which is this forested enclosure.
The team have just moved Zuli and Bin to a semi-free area for lorises, where they'll be monitored for 2 months. Considering his background, it's a huge step for the small loris.
If Zuli passes the test, in 2 months we're going to get a radio collar on him and release him. So this is really exciting. We've had lots of different variables of loris from the pet trade or how long in the trade, but we've never had one so humanised and messed up like Zuli. But he's done so well and he's earned himself a chance to be released. And all the team unanimously think that he's good enough to go. So hopefully in 2 months we'll have a collar on him and then we can track him post-release for 7 months. So come on, Zuli.
Zuli's progress is a perfect example of the rewards for hard work and dedication enjoyed by the care team at Dao Tien. With Tung and Lewis waiting to be released into the large semi-free enclosure, Lee and Fong are preparing to move the 3 adolescent dukes into the area the golden-cheeked gibbons are vacating. But before that can happen, the trio need a health check to make sure they're clear of any parasites or disease they may have picked up from having close contact with humans. There's also another Duke monkey needing to be examined today. His name is Peter, and he was brought to Dao Tien by the authorities a few months ago, having lived in captivity for 4 years.
We actually put Anna with him when he first arrived, and it's an important step for any new arrivals, really. They need that stimulus. If you get one on their own, it's more difficult to get them out of shock or potential shock. So the importance of Anna going in with him, interacting with him and stimulating him actually helps us get him through that critical stage of being taken from the wild, kept as a pet, transported to Dao Tien. It's a massive, massive step for him.
The issue for the team is that Peter is not very human-orientated. And while that's a good thing, it brings some challenges. Releasing him with the others isn't an option just yet.
If we allowed him into the semi-free, we probably couldn't get him back. But most importantly than that, we have quite a lot of males. So we have Red, we have Vu and Peter, 3 growing adolescent males. And sometimes there can only be one big male. At the moment, the leader of this group is Vu. Although he's smaller than Red, he's the alpha male. And when they went in with Peter, they went in kind of strong, playful, pulling his tail. But Peter was way too scared about this, and he actually went down to the ground, and he's been quite nervous. So at the moment, Peter is still just living side by side with the other 3, gaining confidence. And also importantly, Peter is gaining weight. When he arrived, when we did his health checks, he was skin and bone. He has now gained over 2 kilos from eating his luscious leaves every day.
The team need to come up with a plan, not just for Peter, but also for Red. He's a grey-shanked duke and can't be released into the wild with Vu or Anna, who are both black-shanked dukes. As a result, over the last few months, the team have been scouring the island for a suitable location to build a brand new duke facility. They've also been searching out fruiting trees suitable for a new duke semi-free area.
Con Vân, con Ki.
Con vượn con khỉ thích.
Culi.
Culi
con
chua.
No.
This isn't it, but hopefully they'll find the perfect spot. For now, Vu, Anna and Red are moving to their new forest enclosure, where they can access the trees at will, and Peter will stay next door. Caring for the delicate dukes is a full-time job.
Qui has milk drinks round the clock, morning and through the night. Initially, he didn't want to take any milks, and he was very dehydrated, so it was quite scary at the start. But now he's getting better. As you can see, he gets quite excited about his milk drinks. And they're so little, they're so sensitive, with incredibly sensitive guts. They can be quite greedy monkeys, so they often inhale fluid, so you have to be very gentle. You need to give them a reason to live. You need to give them their family. That's why we work so hard. We have a team of 4 people at the moment trying to keep little Qui going and getting stronger and stronger. So at some point, he can catch up with the other larger duke, then ultimately be released back to the wild, which will be exciting because I don't think there's been any other duke releases done back into continuous forest. So if we can develop protocols to get them back into the forest, that would just be brilliant. So any other dukes in the future can find a way back home.
It's release day. Tung and Lewis are about to be let out into the large semi-free area, and the 3 duke monkeys, whose health checks have come back all clear, have moved to their new caged enclosure, where they'll have daily access to a tree-filled outdoor space. But first up, the 2 golden-cheeked gibbons.
It's a huge step for them. They're young enough to be released, and this is their next vital step to being released back into Kayan National Park.
The pair have spent the night in a release cage, getting accustomed to their new surroundings. Now, they're anxious to be off. Mr. Dung, Dao Tien's head keeper, opens up the slide. Lewis doesn't hang about. And seconds later, Tung follows. They're soon up high exploring the tree canopy where they belong, totally at ease moving through the branches.
So far, they're doing well. First time since being youngsters, if they were taken from their parents in the forest, first time released into a forested area. And you know, they're just being gibbons. It's just amazing to see how dexterous, how agile, how effortless it is for them just to move around.
Lee and the team watch for a few minutes before leaving the pair to enjoy their freedom in the trees. Next, it's the turn of the 3 duke monkeys to be released into their new outside enclosure. Since arriving at Dao Tien, Anna, Vu and Red have been given the opportunity to live as natural a life as possible. They're now accustomed to spending their time in the trees, and the larger area with its much higher tree canopy shouldn't daunt them. After a slight hesitation, they're off. All three heading up high, full of confidence. It's exactly what the team were hoping for.
I'm feeling so hopeful that these guys can make it. They've grown up in the trees. They're so physically strong, they're socially strong, they're pulling away from humans very strongly. Like any stranger now who goes near them, they don't like it. So, yeah, I really, really think they can do it. We just need to find that perfect release site and where the local community support the conservation of Duke. That's the key.
It's just, you know, it's amazing. These primates have had something taken away from them. We're just trying to give that little percent back.
Next time on Monkey Life. Infighting in one of the capuchin groups leads to surgery for female newcomer Louis.
We've had to just cut through the joint and just remove a little bit of bone so that we can close the skin over there.
And warm winter treats for the orangutan nursery pals. Today on Monkey Life. Infighting in one of the capuchin groups leads to surgery for female newcomer Louis.
We've had to just cut through the joint and just remove a little bit of bone so that we can close the skin over there.
Cotton-top tamarin Mo loses mate Uncas, but gains a new friend when female Red moves in.
I'm really hopeful that the signs are looking good with these girls and that they can provide that company for each other.
And warm winter treats for the orangutan nursery pals. Monkey World in Dorset, buried deep in the English countryside, is the largest sanctuary of its kind on the planet. The team, led by Dr. Alison Cronin, rescue and rehabilitate abused and unwanted primates from all over the world.
You just never know how it's going to work.
The park provides a home for more than 260 primates from 25 different species. The majority of the primates at the park live in large, stable social groups. But some of the primate species are volatile, and scuffles are part of everyday life. This morning, the capuchin team are bringing a casualty of one such tussle to the park's hospital.
Hello.
It's female capuchin Louis, one of the park's more recent arrivals. Louis wasn't used to living in such a large group and kept a low profile while settling in. But, having gained confidence, she's now vying for position amongst the females in Eriko's troop. Today, she's come off worse.
When she first arrived into Eriko's troop, she slotted in really well, but now there's a little bit of friction. I think some of the individuals that were pushed aside by Louis' presence are now actually kind of on the opinion of, actually, this newer monkey isn't going to take my place in the hierarchy. So it's a perfectly natural process. She just needs to find her place within the group, but within that process, there's going to be injuries along the way.
This isn't the first time Louie's been examined by the vet. Since she arrived, she's had stomach problems and been regurgitating her food, resulting in her being unable to keep weight on. The care team have been weighing and monitoring her regularly and controlling the condition with medication.
Louie, come on, lovely.
In recent weeks, her weight has stabilised.
Good girl. Well done. So Louie is 2.56 kilograms. She hasn't had a perfect weight today because she's not putting all of her body weight on the scales at one time, but it's a pretty good representation. I've got most of her hands and feet, possibly a little bit of tail not on there. So she might be a little bit more than that. We'll have another go at weighing her another day, because today they've been quite screamy and distracted by other things.
The improvement in Louie's health has brought out her true personality and led to a few nasty fights with the more dominant females.
She's also got a new slash wound on her tail. She got into a bundle with Zoe.
When vet nurse Saffron checked her over, she decided some of Louie's injuries were serious enough to call in local vet Dave Harding.
That actually looks worse than when I last saw it.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. It was together previously.
It's right in the joint.
Yeah, it is.
I mean, any other monkey would just not use it because it hurts, where she literally just carries on as normal.
Yeah. That one seems to be doing all right.
Yeah.
Before Dave begins cleaning and treating the many cuts on her fingers, Louie's going to be given a birth control implant to suppress her hormones. It's something more usually given to the males.
It'll be interesting to see how that changes her behaviour. We are also giving the implant to 2 of the other dominant females in the group as well, in the near sort of week or so. Just try and chill everyone out, and again, they need to sort out the hierarchy between them, but if they can do that in a more subtle way that doesn't cause so much tension and injuries, that'll be better for us in management and for the individuals as well.
Implant done. Dave can get started on Louie's injuries. 2 of them are particularly nasty, and a partial amputation is the only option.
Okay, that's fine. Let's just stitch it. The break in the toe had gone straight through the joint, and it was only attached by one side. So we've had to just cut through the joint and just remove a little bit of bone so that we can close the skin over there. So we've lost the end of the finger, but actually it'll still have some function.
Dave repeats the procedure on another finger. It may look serious, but Donna isn't too concerned. It's not uncommon.
Yes, several of the capuchins have got various digits missing, and it doesn't seem to hinder them at all. They just kind of adapt and get on with life, really.
The operation has been quick and successful. Louie will be put on pain relief for a few days and monitored closely by the primate care staff. Once she's well enough, it should be a more relaxed Louie who goes back to join the rest of the group. The climate in Dorset, where the park is located, can be unpredictable, particularly in the colder, wetter months. It's a tough job persuading the primates to keep busy and active outdoors, especially when their houses are regulated to a cosy 20 degrees. Today, Hananya's troop are making the most of the plentiful, comfy bedding. If there's a spare blanket to hand, Patricia will normally find it. High-ranking Simon is happy hanging around. Watching Shamak and Arthur getting rid of some pent-up energy and having fun. But most of the time indoors is spent grooming and strengthening bonds. The 18 chimps who make up the group have outside access at all times during the day. When there's a break in the weather, some are tempted outdoors. Leader Hananya isn't bothered by the rain. Being outside sometimes offers a bit of peace and quiet. As the alpha male, he likes to undertake regular patrols around the enclosure to make sure the territory is safe for his troop. And if there's a scuffle, it's his job to step in and sort it out. Chimps are intelligent and need plenty to keep them occupied and stimulated. Occasional fights are inevitable, and today Zeynep and Evelyn are having a squabble, with everyone else beginning to get involved. Chimp quarrels are often over quickly. Then their bonds need to be reaffirmed. Sometimes being distracted by food helps. The cauliflowers on offer seem to do the trick. Although Simon is pushing his luck stealing a handful from Evelyn. And although it's warmed up outside, Patricia's taking no chances. Her blanket comes with her. It's been a few weeks since two of the park's woolly monkey troops swapped houses. Enzo's group of 6 moved into the top woolly house, and Lavar's troop went in the opposite direction. For Enzo's family, the large tree-filled outdoor enclosure is a big change. But it hasn't taken long to adapt.
They've had to not adapt fully, but they have had to make some changes, getting used to climbing around this new environment. You know, you do see them using their tails, I think probably a lot more than what they were there, because they are climbing up in the trees more rather than relying on, you know, the wooden climbing frames, which has been really nice to see. So it is nice for them to have some change. It kind of changes up their life a little bit as well as they get used to a new house and, you know, new tunnels and new places to go and explore.
Their previous home did have trees, but also included wooden structures with hosing for them to get around. This new territory has a stand of tall pine trees, providing a wonderful canopy for the troop to move through, just as they might in the wild.
They have these fantastic prehensile tails, which acts like a 5th limb. They've got this tail pad towards the tip of the tail, which acts like the palm of a hand, which means that they can grasp onto things. And you often will see them, you know, walking along, and their tail just does its own little thing and grabs hold of something. Because instead of having now 4 limbs to climb with, you've now got a 5th limb, which can support their whole body weight as well. So you do see them climbing up and using these tails and exploring a lot more with these trees than what they were doing down there, which has been really nice.
The dominant male is Enzo, and he has 5 females to look after. Pakaya and her 3 daughters, 8-year-old Oriana, 3-year-old Enya, and Esme, who is a year younger. The final member of the group is adult female Isla. Life for her has come full circle. She's back where she started, having been born and raised in this very house and enclosure.
She probably knows all the good hideout spots, all the good places or good views to see around the park. She has grown in confidence. She's doing really well in the group because we do have that strong family unit and Isla, but she's kind of seen as like the cool auntie of the group, and we do see her hanging out with the youngsters as well, which is really nice.
As well as exploring in the trees, there's plenty to keep the group happy and active. Lots of natural planting means excellent foraging opportunities, which they love. Enzo's troop is probably the most highly strung of the 4 woolly monkey families at the park. Their new home gives them lots of space and means they're not on top of each other all the time. The 2 youngsters, Esme and Enya, are certainly making the most of it.
Multiple times every day you will see those girls playing together, which is really sweet. And then having the 2 little young ones together, they're kind of sometimes off exploring together, which I think gives Pakaya, their mum, a bit of downtime away from the kids as they're up and exploring and enjoying themselves.
In the short time since the move, the group have embraced their new home and are enjoying all the benefits it has to offer. At the Capuchin Lodge, Eriko's troop of 14 are outside making the most of their natural enclosure. Earlier in the year, Storm Eunice felled a number of the trees previously enjoyed by the troop. But the unfortunate turn of events brought other opportunities.
It does open up a new dynamic to the enclosure. It exposes all of the roots, which means they can forage in that, which creates also a boggy area for them as well. We get all sorts of different things and insects in there for them to forage for. So it's a shame in one way, but also for the animals, it does give them another element of enrichment as well.
Some of the group are looking a bit worse for wear these days. They're getting on in years, possibly even in their 40s. Their tough start to life in a laboratory took its toll, although it's been followed by a contented life at the park, closely watched over by the care staff. Unfortunately, Erico's group has suffered a major blow, losing its youngest and newest member. Female Louie, who recently underwent surgery on her fingers and toes and who suffered from stomach problems, passed away. She only arrived at the park a year ago with male Matty and had just started to find her place in the troop. She appeared to be recovering well and was enjoying being outside and interacting with the others. There was no indication anything was wrong, and she was foraging in the enclosure just before she passed away.
Louis was actually our youngest capuchin that we had here amongst all of them. Obviously, she arrived to us with some health issues, which we had investigated. We put her on the relevant medications, and by all accounts, she seemed to be doing really, really well. But capuchins, like most animals, are so good at hiding any kind of illness. So sometimes, by the time that we notice it, actually, it's too late. And I think that was obviously the case with Louis, and unfortunately, there really wasn't anything that we could do at that point.
Louis arrived at the park with Matty. He had a rocky start when he attempted but failed to take over leadership of the group from Erico. But things have settled down now with Erico firmly in charge.
It is still officially Erico's group. Erico and Matty actually seem to get on quite well. They seem to have quite a good understanding between them. Sean is not so pleased about Matty's presence, but they seem to be able to manage it between them, and the group, for the most part, is quite mellow.
Nearly all the small primates at Monkey World were rescued from the British pet trade. The majority are marmosets. There are more than 35 needing the care and attention of the primate care staff. But there's also another small species demanding attention, the tamarins. The park haven't had many, and just recently lost one of the most loved to old age, cotton-top tamarin Uncas. His passing means his companion Mo is on her own, but also presents an opportunity for the care team.
So that's very sad for Mo, but it's also slightly good news for another resident at the park. We have Red, the female red-bellied tamarin. Obviously, we didn't have any other red bellies, so we didn't have an option of her own kind to introduce her to. We've tried and failed to introduce her to some marmosets over the time that she's been with us so far, but she's very much not a fan of the marmosets. She finds them very irritating and doesn't want anything to do with them. So now we have these two single female tamarins, so we thought we'll try them together and touch all of the wood. So far, it's actually going pretty well. Hi, do you want to come out?
Red arrived last year, rescued from appalling conditions by the RSPCA, who then passed the small primate over to Monkey World. Like Mo, she's elderly, but that's where the similarities end.
Mo's actually a really good friend for Red to have, partly because she knows how to monkey. She grew up in a zoo environment with a family. She knows natural behaviours. She's good examples of this is how you forage, this is how you communicate, this is how you groom. But also partly because she's lived with Uncas for years now, and he was a lovely Fruit Loop. So she's also used to animals that maybe don't behave quite normally than what she was used to. So if Red is a bit weird, Mo's actually kind of used to that kind of companion, so she's quite patient. She was very patient with Uncas at times, so we're hoping that carries over for Red as well.
The two elderly ladies seem to be getting on. They're unlikely to have the same close relationship Mo had with Uncas, but it's a lot better than being on their own.
It's really nice that we're able to give her an opportunity to have some companionship again. I think she really needed it. They're meant to be, with others of their own kind. They're not meant to be alone. So I'm really hopeful that the signs are looking good with these girls and that they can provide that company for each other.
Winter has arrived at the park, and the change in the season always brings challenges for the primate care teams. At the orangutan nursery, James has come up with a traditional winter treat for the group.
This morning we're using quite a few wintry native fruits, if you like. So we've got some nice hot cooked chestnuts here, which the guys are going to probably absolutely love. And then we've got a few medlars, which are quite squishy. I imagine they're going to be quite sweet, so they've never had those before, so we'll see whether they like those. Just putting a few in some socks and things as well, just to make it a bit more difficult for them. And then we've also got a couple of raw chestnuts as well, just to see what they do with the spikiness of them. It'll be quite interesting to see if they actually get into that or whether they just don't like it at all and just throw it away sort of thing. But I'm sure they'll love these hot chestnuts. They're going to be great, and it's quite nice on a very cold winter's day today.
There are still 5 orangutans in the nursery group. 12-year-old Silvestre should have been on his way to Basel Zoo in Switzerland by now to head up his own group. But paperwork problems have delayed his departure. Preparations, however, continue. Following a thorough health check, he's been given the all clear to travel, and crate training for the journey has been going well. Silvestre's now very relaxed going in and out of the large transport box.
Okay, shall we meet Silvestre?
Hello.
Where is he?
And he's had a visit from one of the keepers from Basel Zoo, who'll be looking after him there. Gabriella has been spending time getting to know the young male orangutan.
Oi, it's a fine boy.
It means he'll have a familiar face when he does eventually make the move.
We make a friendship, huh? So is fine.
And it could be happening very soon, possibly within the next week.
It's all been very up and down with him, but this will probably be his last week, sadly, for us in the nursery. So we're going to try and make the most of it, give him a really, really good time, make him enjoy himself. But also on the plus side of things, it'll be a great day for him once he's there. So really looking forward to it, and just fingers crossed that everything will go the way it's supposed to go, and we'll be taking him on that journey very soon.
An indoor seasonal treat for the nursery group is the perfect way for them to come together and have some fun for what may be one of their final days together. Rika is out first and immediately starts hoovering up the feast. Oisin, as always, is more sedate. She settles down with a ripe medlar fruit, full of vitamins and loaded with fibre. Rika opts for the hot chestnuts. With clever use of her teeth, she peels off the hard outer skin to reach the warm fruit inside. The youngest in the group, 7-year-old Mimi, pesters Silvestre for some of his food. Perhaps she's hoping he'll do the hard work and peel the skin for her. Bulu Mata examines one of the chestnuts left in its prickly outer shell. He's handling it carefully, but it hasn't pricked his attention. Of all the orangutans in the nursery, Bulu will probably miss Silvestre the most when he leaves. They've become good friends and play together. But Bulu is a very different character to his more mature pal.
Bulu just makes me laugh all the time. He's so hyperactive. He's always trying to get people's attention, be it the keepers or the orangutans or even just the public when they're in looking at him through the enclosure. And he just looks very funny. So he's had a whale of a time this morning. He's been throwing all of the food about, probably playing with a lot more than actually eating it, to be honest. But he's got a world of activity inside his brain going on. He's very, very hyperactive, so he's had a very good morning.
The wintry smorgasbord of different fruits has proved a hit with everyone. Although the prickly chestnuts may be left till the end.
One of the most noticeable things I thought about this morning is how actually slow they were to eat it all. They didn't rush in because it was something new that they didn't have very often. So they were a little bit more wary, tasting it, smelling it. And they've just all taken quite a long time over it, really. It's been like almost a very posh banquet, if you like, for the orangutans. So yeah, it's been a really good morning. They've all enjoyed themselves and they're all still eating lots of it now, so it's been good.
Next time on Monkey Life. Orangutan Silvestre arrives in Switzerland for a new life as leader of a small orangutan group.
He's just been let into his room by himself for a little bit just to get used to the surroundings and chill out.
And large insects for the spider monkeys, but will they stick at it? Today on Monkey Life, Orangutan Silvestre arrives in Switzerland for a new life as leader of his own small group.
He's just been let into his room by himself for a little bit just to get used to the surroundings and chill out.
Alison decides to separate mother and son chimps Sasha and Kangoo so they can both have a chance at a fulfilled life within a group.
She's not going to allow Kangoo to socialize and be with anybody else.
And large insects for the squirrel monkeys, but will they stick at it? Monkey World in Dorset, buried deep in the English countryside, is the largest sanctuary of its kind on the planet. The team, led by Dr. Alison Cronin, rescue and rehabilitate abused and unwanted primates from all over the world.
There they are. It's so amazing. They look really fit and healthy. All good.
The park provides a home for more than 260 primates from 25 different species. The big day has finally arrived. After months of planning and meetings and mountains of paperwork, Orangutan Silvestre is about to leave for a new life at Basel Zoo in Switzerland.
I'm feeling a little bit nervous, a little bit excited as well at the same time, but obviously we've got a lot to deal with before we get him there, but it will be so great when we actually see him over in Switzerland in Basel, hopefully having some kind of contact with his new partner that he'll be living with, so hopefully that will go well as well, but obviously there's a lot of steps before we get to that stage, so let's hope everything goes well.
Silvestre arrived at the park in 2010 when he was just shy of his first birthday. He was born at Santillana Zoo in Spain, but was rejected by his mum and hand-reared by the keepers there.
Hello, Jeremy.
Hello.
Nice to meet you.
Hello. Are you right? What are you doing? I like your haircut.
Jeremy went to Spain to collect Silvestre and bring him back to Monkey World, so he could grow up with others of his own kind.
Is this an aerial attack? Yes, it is. I thought it was.
Silvestre never looked back.
Silvestre came to us just as a tiny little baby. I mean, I just still remember the images of Jeremy on board that ferry trying to keep Silvestre under control as an infant.
There. Just leave that on now, OK? That is a very bad idea. That is a terrible idea.
And now, you know, he's a big guy and it's time to move on and graduate. This is always a difficult part for us, but it's important that he goes off. We're not going to be able to provide him an adult group of his own.
After being adopted by surrogate mum Moschino, Silvestre turned out to be an excellent role model for other youngsters in the nursery, endearing him to staff and visitors alike.
Notoriously, since he joined us here at Monkey World, he's been a lovely, friendly, very patient male orangutan. All of the other orangutans that ever meet him usually absolutely fall in love with him, and all of the keepers as well. I like, to be honest, anyone that does meet him. So in my mind, I think Silvestre's going to get on like a house on fire when he's over there, so fingers crossed it'll all go well.
With so much to do, it's an early morning start for the team on one of the coldest days of the year so far. First task of the morning is to let Silvestre out separately as part of the morning release. Next, the orangutan team need to encourage him into his travel crate, something they've been training him for some time. However, today the door will stay firmly shut until he reaches his destination. Unfortunately, the driver of the lorry which will transport the crate is running late.
Hi, Nikki. Yeah, if you can still give us the call when the driver actually arrives, and that'll be the point that we'll start the process, if that's cool.
It's a bitterly cold morning, and the team don't want Silvestre sitting in the travel crate for too long. But all they can do is wait. In the meantime, it's life as normal for the other orangutan groups. The truck finally arrives an hour behind schedule, and the team spring into action. Everyone is kept back while James and Rachel persuade Silvestre into the crate.
Ready?
Yeah.
Hi, Silvestre.
Hello. Come on, gorgeous. You good boys in here now. Good boy, Silvestre. That's from me.
Good boy, Silvestre.
I
Good
love you,
boy.
It's textbook. The months of training have paid off. Silvestre goes straight in without hesitation.
So that went really well, the start of it. He went in the box as planned perfectly. The only slight problem we had was one of the blankets in the crate went over the slide runner. So we were fiddling around with that for a short while, but he did his job perfectly. He's in the box, good for stage one, so let's go.
It's going to plan, but Silvestre's crate still needs to be loaded onto the truck for the journey to Portsmouth and subsequent ferry crossing to France. After that, it's a long road trip to Switzerland. It's going to take around 24 hours before he arrives at his new home. With winter well underway, many of the smaller primates are spending much of their time in their heated houses. Keeping them busy and active in the colder months is always a bit of a challenge for the primate care team, particularly with a group like the squirrel monkeys. Their favourite pastime is hunting insects. It's easy when trees and plants are in flower, attracting bugs the squirrel monkeys love to eat, but more difficult when plants are dormant. Today, the team have received something that should overcome that problem: a donation of stick insects. And Natasha thinks they'll be perfect for the group of 4 squirrel monkeys.
Oh, the squirrel monkeys absolutely love their insects. It's a main part of their diet, so we make sure to give some every day, sometimes twice a day if we're feeling generous.
The stick insects have been living on prickly brambles, which they eat, making it harder for the squirrel monkeys.
Hopefully that it'll get them using their brains a little bit. So hopefully they will, maybe think a bit more carefully about getting them. They'll, try and be more careful not to prick themselves on the brambles. Usually they're pretty gung-ho about getting their food. Maybe this will make them slow down, maybe think about things a bit, because they're very active creatures, the squirrel monkeys. We like to make sure that they are using their brains as well as their bodies.
The excited group can't wait to get started.
They've all been watching us and they're all ready to go. You ready? Hello, squirrels!
Lopez is first on the scene, but it's female Lucille who's quickest to react, spotting the camouflaged insects amongst the prickly foliage. She's a common squirrel monkey, one of 3 rescued from squalid conditions at a house in Somerset 5 years ago. Logan is the largest, but surprisingly isn't in charge, content to hang back while the others get stuck in. Lopez is currently the leader and always on the move. He just can't sit still, especially when he sees Lucille tucking in and realises there are live insects on the menu. The final member of the group, and one of the youngest, is black-capped squirrel monkey Nueve. It's 2 weeks since she underwent major surgery to have a large lump removed from her shoulder. She's recovered remarkably well. The wound has healed and fur is growing back. But, importantly, Nueve's mobility hasn't been affected, and she still has a large appetite. Today, the squirrel monkeys haven't been particularly gung-ho in their approach to the insect hunt. It's been a bit more considered than usual. The brambles and the stick insect's ability to stay still makes the hunt much harder for the squirrel monkeys. As the sun comes out, they decide to go outside instead. But the challenging snack will still be there when they come back in. It's midwinter, and a few months since chimps Sasha and Kangoo arrived from Argentina, and introducing the pair to their new housemates in Brian's group hasn't been straightforward.
Primate care staff have done absolutely brilliant job trying to limb through. It's not easy in a single house. This is Brian's house behind us here, where there's 7 bedrooms and a playroom, to manage so many adult chimpanzees that are volatile, territorial, vested interests in their own family and company. And so it's been difficult.
Sasha and her son Kangoo are very close, and together make a formidable pair. Consequently, to make introductions easier, they've been separated when meeting some of Brian's group. Sasha has been outside and met everyone apart from Rodders, who tends to get emotional and hysterical when confronted with new housemates. Kangoo had a slow start, but is now doing well too. He's getting to know Brian, and the pair have become close friends. The problem comes when Kangoo is away from his mum.
Sasha has, at best, separation anxiety. Actually, at worst, she's not going to allow Kangoo to socialize and be with anybody else. She's happy to be going with all of the others and even going outside, where he's left in behind, sitting, staring at his toes. We do the opposite, and she can actually see him playing with Brian and enjoying. She goes into complete meltdown, screaming as if she's being hurt, slapping herself, just losing the plot. And of course, when she does that, it necessarily upsets Kangoo. And we finally come to the conclusion that it's not good or healthy for those 2 chimpanzees to continue their life together.
As a result, Sasha is going to move to Bart's group. To achieve this, a temporary tunnel has been built, connecting Brian's house with Bart's.
They're going to be opening it up and trying to encourage Sasha to walk all the way through into Bart's bedrooms, where we will begin the process of introducing her to Bart's group, and then we can continue on with Kangoo going into Brian's group. So a little bit of good news, a little bit of bad news. Bad news, good news, bad news, I'm not sure. Hopefully Kangoo, who's a nice boy, will find his place within Brian's family.
I'll open up that one, and then I'll open up here as soon as she moves. If you want to then let her into bedroom 4 and shut that slide off behind her so she is just in 4. And then hopefully when she comes in, I'll shut that slide behind her.
It wasn't that long ago that Sasha spent 36 hours in a travel box on her way to the park, and she's understandably wary.
Yeah, monster.
It's a lot warmer inside the playroom than in the tunnel.
Come on then, sweetheart. Come on, Sashi.
And she's not keen on having an audience, made up of her new housemates, who can be a bit rowdy. In fact, no amount of encouragement is going to persuade Sasha through the tunnel today.
Sasha! Sasha, what's this?
As the snow starts to fall, Sean decides enough is enough.
Yeah, me and Jeremy are frozen now, so we kind of give it a rest and start again fresh in the morning. Yeah, we're in no great rush, you know, we got all the time in the world. Even if it's a week down the line and she's still not moving, yeah, it's not the end of the world, we'll get there in the end.
And they do. After 4 days of trying, Sasha is persuaded through the tunnel. She's now in the bedrooms in Bart's house. waiting for the team to decide on a good time to begin introductions to her new group. But for now, they're concentrating all their efforts on Kangoo, and finally introducing him to everyone at Brian's in a more settled environment. It's been a long, dismal, wet winter. Not much fun for the park's primates or their carers. But whenever possible, the team encourage their charges outside for feeding time to help keep them fit and healthy. However, there's one family at the park who never need much incentive to take advantage of their lovely outdoor space, whatever the weather. The 4 red-bellied Guenons. But this morning, the primate care team are going to entertain them indoors, filling their bedrooms with a ton of straw and burying their breakfast inside.
The harder we make it for them to find their food, the longer they'll spend doing it and the more interested they'll be. So if we can give them something interesting inside, that's much better for them and it gives them something to do for the whole day.
And today, breakfast is a medley of nuts, consisting of walnuts, almonds and cashews.
So we haven't given them too many because we don't want to give them too many calories. But yeah, they are quite hard to see. They're very small and they're excited already. And it's, you know, it should take them quite a while. And then we'll refill it tomorrow if we need to.
The group are impatient to see what's in their bedroom, but when faced with the massive straw covering the floor, they're all a bit wary. Dad Benny checks it all from a hose, making sure it's safe for his family. Unfortunately, he loses his balance, but it's a very soft landing. Encouraged by Dad's mishap, the rest of the family soon join in and quickly realise there are tempting treats to be had. They're soon foraging through the straw. The 2 young sisters, Biff and Nala, are growing up fast, and it's created quite a problem for the primate care staff.
Yeah, they're getting quite difficult to tell apart now. Nala and Biff have almost caught up with Nia in terms of size. Benny's still the biggest. Benny's still probably the friendliest towards the keepers. But he does get bullied a bit by Nia and Nala. Nala's taking after her mum and Biff is taking after her dad. But other than that, they're a happy little group. They've got space to be away from each other if they need. They've got privacy and they've got all the climbing frame that they could possibly want.
The search for food continues. Red-bellied Guenons are primarily frugivores, but their diet also consists of leaves and insects. They have cheek pouches allowing them to forage and store food at the same time, until they reach a safe place to eat.
So they'll probably gather as many as they can and then run outside and eat some out there. There you go.
And this family's safe place is up high in the trees and platforms of the outdoor enclosure. The primate care staff will keep reusing the straw for the next few days, giving the Guenons plenty of food for thought. At the orangutan nursery, Silvestre's move to a new home at Basel Zoo in Switzerland is underway, despite an early start, a bitterly cold day, and an hour's delay.
I'll stick that on later. That needs cake. You're not going to be able to stick it on the table in this cold. Cheers to it.
Sylvester has a long journey ahead of him, but he'll have a familiar face to share it with. Primate care member James is going too. They'll be travelling across land and sea to the French-Swiss border, then motoring on to their destination.
Little boy, you got your blanket on? He's a good lad.
The journey will take around 24 hours.
It went really smoothly this morning. We had a few issues with the blanket stuck in the slide, but we managed to get that sorted to get the door down, and now he's all secure. He's got a lovely lot of blankets in there for nesting, and hopefully once he's calmed down inside the van, he should have a good journey. You're all right, buddy. You're all right, Sylvester. Sylvester. Hey, hey, hey. Hey, it's all right. It's all right. I know it's scary. You'll be okay.
To make Sylvester as comfortable as possible in his travel crate, the team are putting a secure window at the front, so he can see what's going on.
You got it?
But the noise and movement have made Silvestre agitated.
All right, you good boy. Yes, you are. Yes, you are.
Yep, good.
Rachel does her best to keep him calm. He has plenty of blankets to keep him warm, and James will make sure he's hydrated and fed throughout the trip. The large travel crate is loaded onto the back of the truck and secured for the long journey ahead. Despite the earlier delay, the move is back on schedule.
Long journey ahead, crate's done, got in there well. In the lorry, a little bit of stress getting him in there, but all fine now, so hopefully he'll quieten down. And we've got to get on our way now and try and get the journey done as fast as we can for him. So fingers crossed he'll chill out and all be good.
With that, Silvestre leaves Monkey World for a new home in Switzerland. But life for the orangutan team carries on. They have 4 others remaining in the group, probably wondering what's happening.
Orangutans do bounce back from difficult situations. It will be very strange for them to start with because they've known Silvestre a long time, and for Oisin, she's known him for the last 12 years like we have. So it might take a little while to adjust. So having things to keep them distracted, things that they enjoy doing, stuff that they get some kind of joy and fun out of is really useful to help sort of bridge that strange gap between the old life and the new life.
The group have been given food in the indoor playroom, where it's a lot warmer than outside. Having got over the initial disruption, the youngsters are back to normal and having fun. But foster mum Oisin, who helped bring up Silvestre, is a little quiet. She's not normally the most active orangutan, but today she seems to be aware one of her brood has gone. And after 12 years together, life will be different. As the nursery group begin to adjust to life without Silvestre, at Basel Zoo, they're beginning the task of settling him into his new life. Primate care member James kept a small video diary of their arrival.
So he's here. He's just been let into his room by himself for a little bit just to get used to the surroundings and chill out. And we're gonna possibly just let him see the female in a bit just to see what they think of each other. So we'll see how we get on. But it's great, he's here, he's out the box, all good.
Initially, Silvestre is put in a bedroom opposite young adult female Maya and her daughter, 4-year-old Padma.
What do you think, Sil? Is your girlfriend, hopefully? She fancies you.
Then it's decided to let them all in together, with Silvestre making his presence felt. It'll take some time for the 3 to become comfortable in each other's company. Large primate introductions can be difficult. But it's a good start considering Silvestre is less than 24 hours into his new life as an adult male. Next time on Monkey Life. Alison makes an early start on a mission to rescue a pet trade marmoset kept in a hamster cage.
An individual has been seized from a premises with very ropey circumstances.
Plus, a prickly challenge for the spider monkeys. Today on Monkey Life, Alison makes an early start on a mission to rescue a pet trade marmoset kept in a hamster cage.
An individual has been seized from a premises with very ropey circumstances.
And will he or won't he? Chimp Kangoo takes his time deciding whether to venture into the outdoor enclosure for the first time.
Kangoo, Mom!
Plus, a prickly challenge for the spider monkeys. Monkey World in Dorset, buried deep in the English countryside, is the largest sanctuary of its kind on the planet. The team, led by Dr. Alison Cronin, rescue and rehabilitate abused and unwanted primates from all over the world.
Hi! Look at that. Oh, he's fantastic.
The park provides a home for more than 260 primates from 25 different species. It's early morning at the park, and once again, Alison's responding to an emergency call-out to collect a marmoset victim of the British pet trade.
Got an emergency phone call from RSPCA yesterday that an individual has been seized from a premises with very ropey circumstances, let's put it that way, that I've sort of not seen ridiculous caging situation that I have in this instance before. So we'll see what we can do. The marmoset has been taken from the household where it was found into a veterinary clinic in Essex. So we're off to the vet clinic to pick up this individual, assess what I believe is a male marmoset, but you never know, and get him back here to the park.
It's a 160-mile journey to the marmoset's temporary home at the vet's practice in Romford, Essex. The park is usually full to the brim with rescued marmosets, but 2 elderly males recently passed away, freeing up space, and leaving 2 females in need of companionship. As Alison heads to Essex, the park's marmoset team are preparing for the new arrival. But they're a bit in the dark about what to expect.
So we've been told that it is a lone male, a young juvenile. We know, based off of pictures, he was kept in a really, really small hamster cage, so we know his movement ability was limited, so therefore could have a detrimental effect to his physical ability. And other than that, we're not too sure on any of the details. It's going to be a case of what we see is what we get.
With so little known about the marmoset, the primate care staff are covering all bases.
As you can see, we have padded the floor in with loads of blankets. This is just in case he, has a go at maybe having a climb and he doesn't have the physical ability. If he does fall, there is a soft cushion in there to try and help him. We've also made sure that there's a lot of branching around. So we're just trying to make it as secure as possible to give him the easiest start.
With preparations well underway in Dorset, Alison arrives in Romford, hoping for a straightforward pickup. The marmoset was confiscated from its owner because the RSPCA were concerned about its welfare. They've asked Alison to assess the small primate's condition and take over its care for now. The young male has been at the vet's for 2 nights and is still in a small hamster cage.
Diet isn't great, environment is awful, and he's been bounced from pillar to post. I believe the previous owner tried to claim that she had had him maybe for 8 years, but he looks like a young adult to me. So probably more like 2 or 3 years old, but hard to say. So he needs sorting out. Here you go. Is that better? Is that more tasty? A little bit. Look, little man. Do you even know what that is? You don't, do you? Look.
The vet practice has very little information about the marmoset. And with a long return journey ahead, Alison is keen to transfer the small primate into a travel box as quickly as possible.
I believe I've got a monkey in the box. Nice job, and we'll just get him back to the park. We already have a female waiting for a companion. Her elderly partner passed away a couple of months ago, so we'll probably get him straight in with her or alongside of her straight away, and then have him down for a health check in the coming days, but after he's calmed down.
It's been a quick turnaround. The male marmoset is safe in the travel box, and Alison can set off back to the park so he can start his new life and hopefully find a companion. It's taken a few months, but Argentine chimps Sasha and Kangoo are finally starting to feel at home in their new groups. It's the result of a tough but necessary decision to separate mother and son.
I get no inkling that she misses Kangoo or she's not gone to that slide. She doesn't call, even though they could hear each other, they don't call back to one another. And like when he's been in an intro and perhaps if Nari's maybe been a bit mean to him and he's done a bit of a shout, there's zero reaction from her. So yeah, I think she's quite happy being over here really, and I think she's, you know, I think if they saw each other again, they'd be happy to see each other, but it's not really been as heartbreaking as I thought it'd be splitting them up.
While Sasha is slowly being introduced to her new housemates in Bart's troop, Kangoo has now met all 5 of his in Brian's group. And today, he's taking his next big step into the outdoor enclosure.
Quite a big day, really. It's taken us a while to get to this point with him. We wanted to build up his relationships with the group a bit, but also he's quite awkward and gangly and not the strongest climber in the world, so we've wanted to wait for like a nice dry day where we're not too worried about him slipping on the climbing frame, because yeah, climbing's not a natural skill to him, which is very odd for a chimp.
It looks like the perfect day for Kangoo's big adventure. But things are rarely straightforward with chimps. The plan is for Kangoo to go outside accompanied by just 2 housemates to begin with. Lulu is already in the enclosure keeping to her routine, which makes her happy.
You monster.
Leader Brian will be the other friendly face. In recent months, Kangoo has formed a close bond with the big leader, and Sean is hoping he'll show Kangoo the ropes. Brian races out on the hunt for the food scattered around the enclosure. But there's no sign of Kangoo. He's nervous and not sure what's waiting for him on the outside. Even when Brian goes back in to encourage him, it makes no difference. Kangoo isn't budging.
Yeah, we'll get there. I'll be waiting for a little bit.
Eventually, the team call it a day and let the rest of the group out. They'll try again tomorrow. Day 2, and the team have come up with a different tactic. They've kept Kangoo in the playroom where he has direct access to the outside tunnel, and from where he can see Brian and Lulu being let out. He's an interested spectator, watching as his 2 housemates enjoy themselves in the sun. But he's still wary, perhaps because of the staff, and the curious neighbours wondering what all the fuss is about.
Kangoo man!
Once again, Brian tries to encourage Kangoo out.
Get him playing. Don't get him out. You know how playful he is.
Once again, he stays put.
At least showing interest today, whereas yesterday he was just very scared little boy.
The team call it a day, leaving Kangoo enjoying the sunshine from the other side of the glass. Day 3. 3rd time lucky, perhaps? Same place, same routine. With Lulu and Brian out first, and the primate care staff still hoping Kangoo will pluck up the courage and follow them outside. This time, the team step away from the fence, giving Kangoo plenty of space. Result. The chimp takes his first steps into the enclosure. He's still a bit wary and cautiously takes it all in, before heading off to explore.
3rd time was the charm, although it had to wait till literally all of us have walked away, and then he just ran outside, so yeah, which was quite nice. You can see he's a bit wobbly. He's not the best climber in the world, and he didn't go right to the very top. He's kind of gone up about halfway and then come back down nice and calmly. So yeah, he's exploring a bit, although he's yet to go right down to the far end of the enclosure, but he'll get there. It's all a lot for him.
Kangoo is becoming more and more confident, popping back into the house and coming out again. The team's perseverance has paid off. Hopefully, it's the start of a long and happy life at Monkey World for Kangoo. Earlier in the year, the Woolly Monkey team had a bit of a move around when Enzo and Levar's troops swapped homes. The park are world leaders caring for this rare and special species. In order to maintain a healthy gene pool and keep everyone fit and happy, the Woolly Monkey team constantly assess and adjust the groups. Today, 2 of the adult males are going to move.
We've decided to swap Enzo out of his group for Manny and Carlos out with the bachelors, simply because we do need these rotations quite frequently with the breeding groups. Enya's becoming a more mature adolescent female, so it's either her or Enzo basically that needs to come out within the next year. We feel like Carlos and Manny, they're quite a good duo, and I think those boys going over and taking over that group is a better solution than removing Enya at this point. So yeah, we think overall this should be really positive for most of the individuals.
To kick off the move, Enzo will swap with Carlos, who's currently living with the bachelor group. His good friend Manny will join him in a few days' time, once Carlos is settled. Sharon is hoping for a smooth transition.
We feel quite optimistic. The boys have done this before, so yeah, we feel like it should go quite smoothly, but yeah, we always feel a little bit of anticipation before moving animals.
First, they need to get the 2 boys into 2 separate travel crates.
You're just about to let him out? Okay, just give me a shout when he's in.
First up, Carlos at the bachelor house.
Hello, Lydia, we've got Carlos in the crate, so if you want to go ahead and crate Enzo.
Okay, I'll start now.
Thanks to the daily training the team carry out with the Woolies, Carlos goes straight into his crate.
Oh, she said I can still eat a grape. It's not that bad, is it?
Carlos is quickly transported to his new home at the Top Woolly house. He'll be put in one of the bedrooms, ready for introductions to the rest of the group.
We're going to be going into the forest, but we're going to bring Enzo around here first. Okay. He can stay put for now.
Okay.
And once we're just going to put Enzo here, we'll just transfer him into that room, and then we can move Enzo.
Carlos waits patiently while the team deal with Enzo. He's also in his travel crate, but needs to be moved across and unloaded at his new home.
Good boy, Enzo.
So far, everything's going smoothly and to plan.
Boy.
So we're just going to now transfer Carlos from the crate into one of the bedrooms in the house, and then we're going to move Enzo over to the bachelor Woolly house.
Carlos is now moved to the outside slide connecting the bedrooms. He's lived in this house before and is familiar with the layout.
This isn't a vet day, is it? It's all right, it's all cool. Oh.
Isla, who's been kept apart from the others, is waiting for him. It means he has company and a controlled, stress-free introduction. It seems to be working.
One down. Oh, I can hear lots of chatting with him and his new housemate, so yeah, that's good.
Enzo is also being provided with company in his new home at the Bachelor Woolies. It's Claude, a Woolly he's met before. When they last lived together, Claude was still quite small. Now he's a large sub-adult male with plenty of brawn, but lacking in maturity. The bedrooms are large enough to give them both space, and the meet-up has gone well. Both Enzo and Carlos will be gradually introduced to all the members of their new groups over the coming days. With 25 different species at the park, the primate care staff are always on the lookout for something a bit different to enrich the lives of the animals. Today, the 3 spider monkeys are about to get a thorny treat. Hanging baskets are being filled with fresh-cut gorse, complete with flowers.
Life is more interesting when new things appear. If we do the same thing with them all the time, they will get bored, and it's nice to keep them on their toes a little bit. So having new things, even if they're not particularly keen on them, gives them something else to think about, adds an extra dimension to their life, and gives them something to sort of puzzle over, really.
To encourage natural foraging, the baskets are being suspended all around the enclosure. But the gorse will present the spider monkeys with a prickly challenge.
Gorse, as we all know, is very spiky. I've got my gardening gloves on. The spider monkeys don't have that luxury. So if they want the flowers, they're going to have to be very careful, and they're going to have to sort of work out the best approach to getting the nice tasty flowers from the spiky bits.
The 3 spider monkeys, Hickory, Flint and Pumpkin, are raring to go as Rachel opens up the slide to let them into the enclosure. Pumpkin, as always, leads the way. She's very food-orientated, as is Flint, and the pair immediately check out today's offering. Hickory's a bit more circumspect when it comes to trying new things, often just picking up leftover scraps. Today, it's the camera that's captured his interest. It's important for all the primates at the park to have fresh foliage. In the wild, they're surrounded by a wide variety of plants. The enrichment at the park mimics the behaviour of discovering new things in the wild, even if the foliage isn't found in their natural rainforest home. Pumpkin has discovered a taste for the fresh flowers. She thinks she has a clever plan to avoid the large spikes, picking them off gently with her lips rather than using her hands. Maybe not quite so clever. She ends up pricking her chin.
The spider monkeys haven't got great dexterity. They're lacking a nice thumb they can use to pick the flowers off the gorse. They're also not always as quick on the uptake as some of the other individuals in the park, but these guys are actually quite bright. They will get to the bottom of something when they have enough time and the patience to do so. It's patience that's sometimes lacking in Flint, motivation in Hickory, and there's not much lacking in Pumpkin at all, really. It's just the spikes that are putting her off.
But the prickles haven't put them off entirely, and plenty of the gorse flowers have been eaten. It's something the team may well try again in the future. After an early start, Alison has arrived back at the park in Dorset with a male marmoset, confiscated by the RSPCA on welfare grounds. The primate care staff are ready and waiting.
I'm happy with you to work with him. We're probably going to have to get the vet in to have him checked.
Yeah.
So the question is whether or not we do that straight off the bat tomorrow.
Alison has discovered the marmoset has a name, Moschino. He's in desperate need of space to move around, a good diet and a companion. The Small Monkeys team can provide the whole package. With more than 30 marmosets already in their care, they're experts at rehabilitating these small primates, who often arrive from inappropriate conditions and with medical issues. A bedroom has already been prepared for Moschino with lots of branching to move around on and live insects to tuck into.
Well, let's, get him inside and settle, because I can feel him bouncing around a bit, which he wasn't doing before.
Elle is pleased Moschino is a male.
Yeah, so the fact it is a male is actually quite beneficial to us. We've got a few single marmosets at the minute which just happen to be female. We're also quite aware that the pairings that we have, we've got kind of younger females with elderly males. So we've been told he's more than likely a male marmoset, so it will be helpful if he is to try and pair him up with one of our single females.
But before he's partnered up with a female, the team need to arrange birth control, most likely a vasectomy for Moschino. There isn't any space for unplanned new arrivals. But first, he needs to get settled in his new home.
You ready?
Elle opens up the travel box and a nervous Moschino heads up high to a corner of the bedroom. The space appears overwhelming for the small marmoset. Even the enticement of waxworms doesn't bring him down.
Look, here you go. Come on then.
The primate care team will spend the next few days building a bond with the newly arrived marmoset.
With every primate, you obviously have that bond between keeper and animal. The bond is quite crucial. It's important for getting into medications into them, for getting health checks. So we're going to work really hard to try and get that bond with him so he just feels a little bit more comfortable. It'll make it easier to assess him in the long run. He's kind of, I think, just a bit shell-shocked. He's in a new environment. Sounds like he's come from a pretty poor one. So yeah, it's to be expected, but hopefully he'll settle down and start to feel more comfortable soon.
For now, he has a good supply of soft blankets to snuggle in, plenty of food to help him through his first night, and a dedicated care team. Next time on Monkey Life. An emergency operation for woolly monkey Paquita means more babies are out of the question.
I was going to say, I think a hysterectomy is probably our only choice, looking at that.
And a double blow for the chimp team, with the loss of Sammy, one of the park's original chimps, and the sudden unexpected passing of young adult Toprish. Today on Monkey Life. An emergency operation for woolly monkey Paquita means more babies are out of the question.
I was going to say, I think a hysterectomy is probably our only choice, looking at that.
Newly arrived capuchin Louis finds a perch and stays put.
We'd obviously prefer him to be acting a bit more like a capuchin. Any of our other capuchins would not be so calm with us being in here.
And a double blow for the chimp team with the loss of Sammy, one of the park's original chimps, and the sudden, unexpected passing of young adult Toprish. Monkey World in Dorset, buried deep in the English countryside, is the largest sanctuary of its kind on the planet. The team, led by Dr. Alison Cronin, rescue and rehabilitate abused and unwanted primates from all over the world.
You just never know how it's going to work.
The park provides a home for more than 260 primates from 25 different species. There's a new arrival at Erico's Capuchin Lodge. Late yesterday afternoon, the group of 12 increased by 1 when Louis, a 28-year-old male, arrived at the park. He was collected by Alison from a home in Leicestershire, was in poor condition, and missing part of his right arm.
We've popped him in a bedroom at the lodge, so he just went straight in there last night. He kind of climbed up to a shelf and he's curled up there, and he's spent most of the night there, clearly, and he hasn't moved from that spot this morning.
Louis had been living in a small cage in the kitchen of a house in Hinckley, a market town in Leicestershire. His owner had kept him for more than 20 years. When she passed away a few years ago, she left the capuchin to her son. The mother had held a dangerous wild animals licence, allowing her to keep the capuchin, but it had lapsed and not been renewed.
good little man.
Once Alison had assessed Louis, she immediately alerted the team at Monkey World to prepare a bedroom suitable for a capuchin with a serious disability.
Oh, so beautiful.
He is.
When Louis arrived, it was obvious he was underweight and lacking muscle tone, a consequence of poor living conditions. He managed to climb up to a platform in his new bedroom, but hasn't moved since.
Despite us putting extra branches and hosing up, he went in there last night and he's just kind of sat up on this platform and he hasn't come down, he hasn't moved. So the only way that we can get food into him at the moment is by going in and giving him some food. We're not sure why he hasn't moved down. It could be because of his mobility. Obviously, he is missing an arm. He doesn't seem to recognise the hosing and the branches as something that he could be walking on. So he's just kind of sat in that platform in the corner. So I'm going to go and add a few extra bits to help him get around and, yeah, just see if we can get him out of his corner.
Katie has been keeping a close eye on Louis all morning, handing him food. He's curious as she starts adding extra ramps to help him manoeuvre his way around the bedroom.
We'd obviously prefer him to be acting a bit more like a capuchin. Any of our other capuchins would not be so calm with us being in here. For the meantime, it'll be good to help us kind of get to know him and get close to him.
Once Louis is confident enough to move around, the team can use the following days to assess him and his mobility. It'll help them decide which capuchin group will be the best option for him to join when he's ready.
He hasn't been with other capuchins for a long period of time, so it will be interesting to see what he makes of them. So we definitely need to assess his mobility and the fact that he hasn't really moved around his room much yet, because some of our enclosures have very large climbing frames. The forest enclosure here has some quite tall trees. So it's really going to depend a lot on his mobility as to where we can even consider putting him to begin with.
For now, it's all about earning Louis' trust.
Does that look like something you might want to get?
And building up his strength and stamina for what is going to be a very different life for the capuchin. At the Parks Hospital, there's an emergency in progress. 22-year-old woolly monkey Paquita has been rushed across in need of rapid medical attention.
One of our older female woolly monkeys, Paquita, has had a rectal prolapse. So we've gotten the vet in, David's come in emergency style to have Paquita down and to repair the prolapse and then potentially take measures to prevent it from happening again. Now that that intestine wall is weakened, it could reoccur. It's a big concern for Paquita and for all of us.
The woolly monkey team managed to administer a pre-med before bringing her over, leaving the female a little drowsy.
Good girl.
Jeremy administers the full anaesthetic by hand. It's now a waiting game for the drug to take effect. As soon as Paquita's out for the count, the team spring into action. Vet David gives her a quick examination and immediately finds a mass in her uterus.
It's pretty solid.
It's a pretty solid lump of something.
This isn't normal.
She could be pregnant and starting to miscarry.
Do you think she's perhaps aborting?
Or aborting something, yeah.
Her genitalia are also full of edema, a buildup of fluid that causes the affected tissue to become swollen.
I think that's possibly the least of our worries, unfortunately.
There's a lot to consider before deciding on a course of action. David decides to X-ray Paquita's abdomen in the hope the image will provide crucial information.
Yes, yeah. Clearly not a fully formed fetus.
It isn't.
The X-ray reveals Paquita isn't pregnant, meaning the lump could be something sinister.
The lump was in the area where we might expect the reproductive tract to be, so we were wondering whether she had a baby in there, whether she was pregnant. and the X-ray didn't show her as pregnant, but it showed that we had a lump in the reproductive tract. So.
The team are running out of options, and Paquita running out of time. It's a tough call for Alison and the team.
I think we have to open her up because otherwise leaving her, and yeah, everybody concur? I don't think we can leave her in the vain hope that she's passing something and we don't know.
To fully understand what's going on and treat the issue, Vet David will have to perform surgery.
Let's wait and see what David actually finds inside, because that's going to be key to it. But upside so far, the prolapse has slipped right back in. So that's a good start anyway, and she's stable on the anesthetic.
David gets to work, making an incision in Paquita's abdomen. As soon as he opens the woolly monkey up, it's clear something is very wrong.
So those are the ovaries? They don't look right.
I was going to say, I think a hysterectomy is probably our only choice.
Okay.
Looking at that.
Paquita's uterus and ovaries are extremely enlarged. If she's going to survive, the only option is a full hysterectomy. It's a fairly straightforward operation, but the team can't be sure how Paquita will come through the ordeal. Woolly monkeys don't react well to stress. It takes David just 20 minutes to remove her entire reproductive system. It's placed in a container to be sent to a laboratory for analysis. David then gets to work stitching up the surgical wound, and once done, Paquita is transferred to the travel box to recover from the anaesthetic.
The decision was made to remove the entire reproductive tract. In a surgery it's gone reasonably smoothly, reasonably well, and we're going to send the reproductive tract off to the laboratory, find out exactly what was wrong with it.
David is hopeful Paquita will make a full recovery, but unfortunately, the mum of 4 won't be able to have any more babies. While Paquita heads to recovery, there's been some cheering news over at the Golden-cheeked Gibbons. Female Alex has lived at the park for more than 20 years, but spent much of that time on her own, after having an arm amputated following an introduction that went wrong. She's been wary of new faces ever since. But when a male gibbon, Tito, recently lost his partner, Vieta, the primate care team decided to give Alex the opportunity to meet a new man. Much to their amazement, it seems to be working.
So we're really, really happy with how Alex and Tito are doing at the moment. There's no stress, you know, both of them are just going about their lives, which is great. So far, so good, and we really like the little baby steps that they're taking.
Today, Kat is refurbishing one of their outdoor enclosures to make it more suitable for Alex to move around before their first day outside together.
Oh, I think I need to get that end and bring it.
With only one arm, Alex can't brachiate as gibbons normally do when moving around, and needs plenty of extra hosing and branches.
Obviously, we've tried to make it as suitable for Alex as we can, but until we see her moving, we won't know whether there's any areas that don't really work for her. But that's okay, you know, we just make sure that she takes her time.
It's a big moment for Alex. She's with a new partner and having to negotiate a different enclosure. But with the pair getting on so well during their initial indoor introductions, Kat's hoping the experience outdoors will be positive too. Tito is first to take a look. He's a gentle male who was hand-reared at a French zoo after being orphaned at birth. To start with, Alex hangs back, checking everything out. Kat gives her some encouragement.
Good girl, come on in.
It does the trick. Alex begins tentatively exploring her new surroundings. Tito is the perfect gentleman, giving her time and space to get used to it all. Both gibbons seem at home in each other's company, even taking time out to groom each other. It's been a perfect day for the team.
to actually see Alex groom Tito and then sit there and allow Tito to groom her. It's a huge, huge thing for Alex to do. So for the whole team right now, it's huge seeing this. We really, really hope that it's going to continue and that they get to stay together for a good few years. Then that would just be fantastic for us all.
It's been 36 years since Monkey World's founder Jim Cronin set up the Dorset Sanctuary, aimed at rescuing chimpanzees illegally smuggled from the wild. 9 frightened youngsters were the first to arrive, all rescued from Spain, where they'd been used as beach photographers' props.
They're okay, but they're not in what I'd call good shape. But in comparison to what they were when they arrived, it's 100% better, mentally and physically. Well, in your case, perhaps not.
4 of the originals remain: Mickey, Buster, Cindy and Beth, who live in Bart's group and are well over 40 years old. There was a 5th, but age has now caught up with lovable, kind-hearted Sammy, one of the park's original bachelor boys, who's passed away.
We know that Sammy was at least like 43 years old, maybe older. And you could see that he had slowed down. Having said that, he was always sort of a happy individual and always prepared for a little sort of game of chase back and forth, always loving his food. You know, his diet was sort of a lifelong ambition to keep him maybe a bit portly because he was so food focused, but at least not being too fat. And, you know, one of the nicest individuals you'd ever know, though. I mean, he was just sweet as could be.
Sammy and his contemporaries were victims of a cruel trade in chimps. Many had been ripped from the arms of their slaughtered mothers by hunters, then sold on and used as tourist attractions. The chimps suffered horrendous abuse, both physically and mentally.
It just has such far-reaching, catastrophic effects on so many chimpanzees in the wild, and seemingly Jim was one of the only people that sort of embraced that concept and that crystal ball, if you will, that if this trade continued, it was a real problem for chimpanzee populations. And yet at the time, nobody in the zoological world really cared. So that's why Monkey World was founded. You know, we've encountered so much trauma, abuse, neglect on a scale that's unheard of in these guys, and we try and turn it around and make it right. And sometimes we're successful and sometimes we're not.
In the 36 years since it opened, the park has rescued 79 chimpanzees, and Jim's vision has become a global operation. But affection for the original 9 chimps is ingrained deeply in every aspect of park life. From the outset, Sammy was a big, dopey-looking, kindly chimp loved by his companions, as well as staff and visitors alike. He loved his food and was so proficient at gathering it up, the care team had to keep an eye on his weight. He didn't worry about group politics, often sticking up for smaller chimps or just wanting to play. And when it came to throwing, he had the best aim in the park. 10 years after arriving, Sammy became one of the original members of the Bachelor Boys, set up because the mixed-sex chimp groups had become top-heavy with males. He was integral to its success and remained there for the rest of his life.
He's been with the boys from the beginning, and, you know, his loss will be a significant one. You can say, oh, well, he isn't the alpha in charge of the group, so it won't make too much of a difference or whatever, but I would suggest to you it's even perhaps more profound because he was that senior statesman, the center and the rock, the base of the group. And everybody loves Sam. The chimps love Sam, and he was a fair and nice person.
But he did have some medical issues, including a large throat sac which needed constant monitoring. Following his death, a post-mortem revealed he had an aortic aneurysm, a bulge in the wall of the main artery. But the pathologist's final note was the most upsetting.
Sammy was covered in scars and lesions from head to toe from cigarette burns. And that was, again, just a very poignant reminder of what all of our guys go through, and it's still potentially happening out there today. Sammy was just one of them who survived the abuse, and perhaps that'll just give me more fire in my belly to try and help those like Sammy.
Sammy's loss is a major blow for the primate care team.
Nothing's ever really gonna fill that void with not having Sammy here. He was just just a good person. Like, he didn't have a nasty side to him. He was 1 in a million, and yeah, it's just never going to be the same here.
Losing a big, lovable character like Sammy was devastating for the team. But because of the age of the original chimps, it's something they were prepared for. The next blow, however, was entirely unexpected.
Completely out of the blue, took us all by shock. Devastating, breathtaking. We lost a chimp that we had only rescued 4 years previous and was a young individual, estimated maybe 14 years old, and that was Toprish. It just completely stunned everybody.
Toprish was a member of Bart's group. During a particularly chilly period, a number of the troop caught a cold, and Toprish's was particularly nasty. The whole group were under close observation from the primate care staff, but one morning, in a matter of just a few hours, Toprish's condition deteriorated, and she passed away in one of the bedrooms.
She was gone. Just that quick. It was tragic, sad, unexpected, really hard for the primate care staff because she was gone. She was gone that fast. I think she was gone probably before she even touched the floor.
Alison's immediate concern was that Toprish had COVID, and the rest of the troop may be infected. When all the tests came back negative, it was a great relief for the team. A post-mortem later showed there was nothing they could have done.
It was just one of those things. She had a thromboembolism. That means it's like a blood clot that blocked the blood supply actually to both of her lungs.
Toprish arrived at the park in 2018. She'd been illegally stolen from the wild as a youngster and sold as a pet, before ending up at a zoo in Turkey. Before moving to Monkey World, she'd never lived with other adult chimps. At 9 years old, her integration to Bart's group took time. But she got there in the end, and quickly made her mark, rising up through the ranks to become one of Bart's favourite ladies.
She'd really found her place in the group, and actually, considering she was the newest member, she was quite up there. Like, a lot of the high-ranking ladies traditionally in that group, like Cindy and Beth, really didn't want to mess with Toprish. Huge blow for us, huge blow for the rest of the chimps. I mean, some of them obviously grieved more than others, and there were some like Buster and Mickey who definitely were happier because she really gave them pair a bit of a hard time. Absolute monster, but yeah, she was a big character.
But the ageing chimp groups are a fact of life at the park, and the work goes on. 2 big personalities have passed on, but 2 more chimps needing help have arrived. The chimp team have managed to integrate the 2 new arrivals from Argentina. Kangoo is now a member of Brian's group, while his mum Sasha has moved to Bart's, filling the space left by Toprish. Life at the park is constantly evolving, but it doesn't stop the teams or Alison becoming emotionally attached.
When you lose a friend of more than 30 years, it's harder to deal with, and Sammy was one of those. He was a good friend.
Next time on Monkey Life. Alison's at Twycross Zoo to collect an orphaned orangutan in need of a new home and a new family.
Sadly, for a young female orangutan named Kayan, her mother passed away.
And Argentine chimp Kangoo heads into the large enclosure with his new group, and even begins to bond with powerful female Ash. Today on Monkey Life, Alison's at Twycross Zoo to collect an orphaned orangutan in need of a new home and a new family.
Sadly, for a young female orangutan named Kayan, her mother passed away.
Startling news about a recently rescued pet trade capuchin.
Louis is actually not a male, but a female. So now she has been renamed Louisa.
And Argentine chimp Kangoo heads outside with most of his group, and even begins to bond with powerful female Ash. Monkey World in Dorset, buried deep in the English countryside, is the largest sanctuary of its kind on the planet. The team, led by Dr. Alison Cronin, rescue and rehabilitate abused and unwanted primates from all over the world.
There they are. It's so amazing. They look really fit and healthy. All good.
The park provides a home for more than 260 primates from 25 different species. It's been 2 months since the park bid a fond farewell to 12-year-old orangutan Silvestre, who went off to Switzerland to head up a group of his own. The move freed up space in the orangutan nursery. And this morning, Alison has arrived at Twycross Zoo in Leicestershire to collect a youngster in need of a new home.
Bit of a strange one. I mean, in the last few years, our orangutans have been coming from further across Europe, but sadly, for a young female orangutan named Kayan, her mother passed away. So we've just come to Twycross to pick up Kayan this morning and then get her back to the nursery and in with our guys, where a new stage in her life will begin. Hi, I'm Alison.
I'm Amanda.
Pleasure, it's Alan.
Kayan's mum passed away just over a year ago, but moving her to Monkey World had to wait until Silvestre left for his new home in Switzerland. Kayan was born at Twycross, but since her mother's death, the team there have been unable to reintegrate her with the rest of the family. For the last 12 months, she's been living on her own, although with mesh contact with the others.
She's very much been around other orangutans for her whole life so far, whether it's been through mesh contact or actual physical contact. So she's very much met adult males before, adult females, youngsters. She can be very playful, so she will want to play with individuals when it's on her terms. So being around other young orangutans will be quite fun for her. I think she's very intelligent, so she's going to probably sit back the first little while and observe everyone and then find her footing. But yeah, she's going to be very established, I think, and sassy. Yeah.
Kayan and the rest of the orangutan family at Twycross had been taking it in turns to use their outdoor enclosure, which wasn't ideal. Her move to Dorset will allow them full use once more.
For our orangs, it's just going to mean so much that they can have that extra space, and for our youngster, he's going to really flourish now that he'll have that opportunity.
Alison's keen to get as much information as possible about Kayan.
So any weird issues or anything ever with anesthetics?
No, thank you.
And on the way to the orangutan house, she checks in with two very familiar faces. Bubble and Squeak, a pair of common marmosets rescued and rehabilitated by Monkey World more than 10 years ago, moved to Twycross to free up space for the constant stream of pet trade rescues arriving at the park.
It's nice to send Steph and the team an update that Bubble and Squeak are still here and looking pretty feisty. I mean, I'm getting eyeballed. I don't think it's because they necessarily recognize me.
At the orangutan house, Kayan is now safe and secure in her travel crate for the journey to Dorset. And she'll have a familiar face travelling with her.
We've got one of the keepers coming down with her, so she's going to have a friend and somebody she relies upon for the next 4 or 5 days. And then it's over to Oshin, Bulu, Rika, and Mimi. And everybody's going to have to play nice, so we're all crossing our fingers.
The heavy crate is loaded into the van and locked in place. Kayan has plenty of food and water on board for the journey.
Box is secured into place, everything's good, so I think we're going to try and hit the road now so we can get down to the park before it's too late and get her settled into the house. Very exciting, and she's good. Angry, but good. If anybody wants to go around here, please do.
All that's left is for the team at Twycross to say their goodbyes.
She has been fantastic this morning. She went in the crate, no bother, was more than happy. She's a little bit disorientated with what's going on at the moment, but I'm sure she'll settle down very quickly and be fine. She's still willing to take food from us in there, shock horror, so I think she's going to be fine and very happy for her, but also very sad to see her go.
With a 4-hour journey ahead, Alison's keen to get moving.
Okay, come.
Next stop, Monkey World, where a whole new family is waiting for Kayan. It's been 2 weeks since Alison arrived back at the park with an elderly capuchin monkey called Louis. His limited mobility meant his first few days were challenging. Louis had been kept in a small cage in his previous owner's kitchen, with just mesh sides to move around on. The previous restrictions, plus the fact he's missing his right arm below the elbow, meant getting used to more space as well as branching and hosing was daunting for the 28-year-old capuchin, and he barely moved from his perch. But in the last few days, he's turned a corner, and the primate care team have also made a startling discovery.
So Louis been with us a couple of weeks now. He's doing really well after not moving from his one platform for a few days. He's started to explore now, moving between bedrooms, which is really nice to see. We've also made quite a discovery in that Louis is actually not a male, but a female. So now she has been renamed Louisa.
Louisa has spent the last 2 weeks at the Capuchin Lodge, home to Eriko's group of 13.
Come on, you can do it.
To encourage Louisa to move around and explore her new surroundings, the primate care team have been gradually introducing her to some of the lower-ranking individuals within the group. And it's had a positive effect.
Once she started moving around a little bit more, she's really into her food, which is absolutely great, but she's also really interested in the other monkeys in the house as well. She'll come to the front where she can sort of look over and see the other individuals, so I think she wants that companionship. She's just a little bit nervous, which is understandable because she hasn't had that for so long.
Louisa has been spending a lot of time with Caesar. He's also an ex-pet trade capuchin and a very calm individual. The pair are getting on well. She's also met Ringo and Binti, who are near the bottom of the group's hierarchy. And a couple of days ago, she was introduced to the top man, Eriko, who basically ignored her.
He's met her, there was no trouble between them, so hopefully we'll just continue and gradually work on the more dominant animals.
It's a steep learning curve for Louisa. She spent most of her life alone and now has to learn to deal with all the different personalities and capuchin etiquette that comes with being integrated into a large group. Today, she's taking another big step in that process, going into the large playroom, a very different experience to anything she's come across before.
It is probably higher than she's used to, it's a vaster space, and also she's got the window so she can see the other animals that are around, the woolly monkeys across the way, and also the public can come right up to the window as well. We put some food in her, some of her favourite things to help entice her, to explore a little bit as well. So the mealworms and the pellet are two of her real favourite things.
To give her confidence, Caesar is going into the playroom with her. He's in his element. With no other members of the group present, he can tuck into the plentiful grubs and pellets Donna's put out. He seems to be on a mission to get every last one. Louisa watches from one of the tunnels high up in the corner.
Come all the way through, you can see a bit better.
To begin with, despite encouragement from Donna, she's happy to stay put. Even when females Scarlett and Binti arrive to show her the ropes, she remains reluctant. But eventually, she joins in. Tentatively foraging through a blanket Binti is already tackling with enthusiasm. It's going to take time and patience, but Louisa is making progress, and on her way to becoming a fully integrated member of a large capuchin group for the first time in her life. It's been almost 2 weeks since Kangoo, one of 2 chimps who arrived from Argentina, braved the big outdoor enclosure that's home to Brian's troop of 6. Since then, he's made great progress, getting stronger and more confident. He's now living indoors with all his new housemates, apart from Rodders, who still hasn't come to terms with the new arrival. One of Kangoo's biggest challenges has been getting to know Ash, a formidable female the primate care team kept back until he was confident and stable with the others. In the last few days, they've made good progress there too.
There was always some interest there from her, but much as she is a very big, powerful looking lady, she is a bit of a wimp. She's not really in the habit of meeting new people, and, you know, she's not quite as bold as she pretends to be. And so she can sometimes lose her nerve and maybe lash out, and because of how big she is, when she lashes out, it can go quite badly. So we've tried to build it up nice and slowly. She's got there with him now. They've been getting on pretty nice and calm inside the house, but you can see she's not 100% happy with that confinement of just being in the house. So logistically, moving forward now, we bring it outside and let their relationship continue to build there.
Sean is keen to keep things on an upward curve, and letting the group outside together is the next logical step. But he's experienced enough to know that nothing is straightforward with chimps.
They're an absolute bunch of lunatics, and they tend to go the opposite of the way you want them to go anyway, but I'm cautiously optimistic that they're going to be totally fine. We've set it up as best as we can, and, you know, it's down to them now. We just let them crack on, try and keep their lives as normal as possible, get back into that routine, out in the day, in at the night, and just hopefully they'll just settle it all amongst themselves.
The group are keen to get outside.
Get on then, everyone. Everyone be nice.
Brian leads them out, with Ash close behind. Kangoo is confident enough to join them, but keeps his distance before deciding to put on a little display in front of Lulu.
No, I wouldn't start on Lulu.
Lulu isn't impressed. She's a chimp who knows her own mind. She heads off for a little solitude, away from any possible shenanigans the rest of the group might indulge in. Kangoo has struck up a strong friendship with Brian and follows him everywhere. But the newbie still isn't comfortable up on the high platforms and sticks to ground level for now. Kangoo's arrival has heralded a big change in Brian. He still has a few agitated episodes,
Right, it's the point.
but his displays have become a lot more focused, and are used to discipline the group, part of his role as leader. Even Ash has learned to give the big male a wide berth on occasions.
It's amazing to see Brian compared to like a few years ago where we just had no idea how to help him. He seemed to be struggling so much with all these various issues, and now, yeah, he's got a big mate and he's acting the big part as well. It's amazing. You couldn't ask for anything better, and I think the longer they're together, and once Rodders is eventually in the mix as well and all things have settled, I think long term it's just going to have such a beneficial effect and couldn't be going better. Say that now when Rodders isn't around, but yeah, it could turn yet.
With Brian exerting his authority, Ash has turned her attentions to Kangoo. And the pair seem quite at ease in each other's company.
It's taken for her a while to really build up that confidence with him as well. She knows Kangoo's not much of a threat. She's lived with Brian for years and knows that he's a bit of a pushover, so I don't think Ash felt the need to come out really guns blazing. And after that, she's suddenly decided, OK, maybe Kangoo's not so bad. And yeah, it's all been relatively peaceful. You might be a bit more of a normal chimp group one day.
5 down, just the one to go. Rodders. The team hope the temperamental teenager will come round eventually, and the group can settle down as one happy family. Life at the Stumpy house is much quieter and calmer these days. The 3 remaining stump-tailed macaques, Toto, Freddy and Sylvie, are doing well. They all appear to have accepted their place in the hierarchy, and it's working. Today, Karen from the primate care team is going to give them a bit of a treat.
We've got big pine cones and they're filled with frozen treats. We've got banana, blueberries, blackberries in some of them. So then they've been put in the freezer, so they're a bit frozen. That makes it a bit tougher for them to get it out, otherwise it's a bit too easy. It's really nice because it's been really warm recently, so on a nice sunny day, it's really nice to have a bit of a frozen treat. We all like our old ice lollies, don't we? So this is just a healthy version for the Stumpies.
Over the years, weight management has been a priority for the Stumpies. They're only given fruit in their diet 3 times a week because of the high sugar content. But everyone deserves a treat now and again. It won't be easy for the trio. The fruit has been mashed up and frozen in the pine cones, and Karen is placing them all over the enclosure, some in hard-to-reach places.
Sylvie's quite agile. She's our youngest, she's our only female, but she's pretty agile. So we'll see. She might not even spot that one, but if we pop it there, and hopefully, fingers crossed, give her something to do. Use those legs. Go on, Stumps! Good girl, Sylvie. Go find the treats. Good boy, Toto.
Karen opens up and the trio head outside. Fruit is a favourite and a good motivator to get them moving. Toto finds one of the easier options. He started to develop cataracts in his eyes and sometimes struggles to locate small objects. The pine cones are perfect for him. Freddy is also tucking in. Of the 3, he's bottom of the hierarchy and gives up his bounty when Sylvie appears. But she isn't top of the pile. Somehow, that honour now belongs to Toto.
We're not really sure how, probably just size and teeth and, don't know, dumb luck, really. I don't really know. He's not the smartest. Freddy is way smarter than Toto and understands dynamics better and behaviour better. But somehow Freddy's been submissive to him and we're not quite sure how that's happened. But Toto is certainly the dominant animal in there, followed by Sylvie. So poor Freddy, he's now right at the bottom underneath Toto and Sylvie. But he is a clever animal and he knows where he fits now in the hierarchy.
And he's smart enough to get his fair share of the treats. Sylvie, meanwhile, has spotted the pine cones Karen placed high in the tree. She demonstrates just how agile elderly stump-tailed macaques can be, easily scaling the tree, collecting the cones, and jumping back down. Toto tries to demonstrate his dominance, but Sylvie scarpers with most of her cones intact.
Oi, Toto. Meanie.
As top man, Toto doesn't need to work too hard for his food. It's always a challenge finding the right kind of enrichment for the stumpies, but today's frozen treat has proved a hit. After a 3.5-hour journey from Twycross Zoo in Leicestershire, Alison has arrived back at the park with 5-year-old female orangutan, Kayan.
Really good journey. She calm, relaxed the whole way. A couple of times I sort of went back and sat in front of the box and offered her bits of food, and she is a good eater. That's very clear, so hopefully there won't be competition with Oisin, but seems fine, really, so fingers crossed. Just be happy to get her in the house.
When you're ready, see when? Okay? Yeah. Gonna walk around?
Kayan is moving in with the 4-strong nursery group. And there's some interested observers as the team manoeuvre the heavy crate into position.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, 2, 3, up. Alison, gonna go this way. Yeah.
The team take the opportunity to weigh the young orangutan while she's still in the travel box.
Okay. 6.4.
Once Kayan is safely indoors, the empty crate will be weighed again, giving them a fairly accurate weight.
Come on, Kayan.
Hey, sweet pea.
The travel crate is opened up, and Kayan takes her first steps towards her new home.
Come on, Kayan. Here we go. There's a good girl. Jeremy's going to give you some grapes.
I'm going to close the slide.
Inside, Jeremy and James are waiting with a few healthy treats.
First impressions, she looks like a ruffian, doesn't she? Now, she seems really, really quite calm compared to some of them come in, they're very, very nervous and scared of everything, but she seems to be pretty calm with it, and she's munching away on her food, so can't wait to get on with the intros, possibly, as soon as we can. But we'll let her settle in tonight, probably let her have a good kip and get used to the new surroundings, and then maybe start tomorrow, possibly, so yeah, let's see.
Kayan has been given the run of a couple of bedrooms to help her settle in. The rest of the curious nursery group are in the playroom, keen to see what's happening. Kayan makes herself known.
Kayan's definitely in the house, and she's got a little bit of attitude, so we'll have to see what happens with our guys. Hopefully she's going to want to make friends, and she's going to have to learn to be nice. Our guys, on the whole, are pretty nice to each other overall, but then they've all grown up together.
James opens up a bedroom so they can get a little closer. But the nursery group keep their distance.
I was expecting them to part on through.
Eventually, they wander across to take a closer look at their new housemate. They'll have a night to get accustomed to each other's presence before the real test begins. Full-on introductions. Next time on Monkey Life. Alison heads north to rescue a pet trade squirrel monkey, who proves to be something of an escape artist.
No, I don't. Look at this.
And an apple or two a day are a welcome treat for the aging bachelor chimps. Today on Monkey Life, Alison heads north to rescue a pet trade squirrel monkey who proves to be something of an escape artist.
No, I don't. Look at this.
Newly arrived orangutan youngster Kayan meets Bulu Mata for the first time with promising results.
You can just tell she's very nervous and a bit worried whether he's going to do anything to her, but Bulu's taken the nice calm approach for once, which is really great.
And An apple or two a day are a welcome treat for the ageing bachelor boys. Monkey World in Dorset, buried deep in the English countryside, is the largest sanctuary of its kind on the planet. The team, led by Dr. Alison Cronin, rescue and rehabilitate abused and unwanted primates from all over the world.
I can't keep her in, get her in. Okay, got it.
The park provides a home for more than 260 primates from 25 different species. It's early morning, and Alison is preparing for a long journey north. Tomorrow, she'll be collecting a 2.5-year-old male squirrel monkey called Kimbo from his home in Middlesbrough. The youngster was bought from a breeder during the pandemic for almost £6,000. As Alison sets off, the primate care team are already preparing for Kimbo's arrival.
So we just want to try and make everything as nice as possible.
Kimbo will be joining the park's established group of squirrel monkeys consisting of 2 males, Logan and Lopez, and 2 females, Lucille and Nueve.
Fingers crossed when he arrives, he's healthy, and yeah, he settles in quite quickly.
To help with that process, Kimbo will be housed in 2 bedrooms next door to the others. This will allow him to see and hear his new housemates and get accustomed to his new surroundings. Alison's arrived at her destination, a residential home in Middlesbrough, following yesterday's 330-mile journey. It's been a long trip, but worth the effort.
I try and make sure that I see every single primate that we rescue in their previous circumstances so that we know at the park what we should expect from them. How much do they eat? Are they fussy eaters? How active they are. So this is a really important time, even though Kimbo's going to be, you know, looking at us, sort of wondering what we're doing. But he's very human-oriented. He's lived with this family for 2.5 years, I think it is now. And I'm hoping that he just walks into our transport box nicely. So we'll see how we go, but I think the owners are going to be upset to say goodbye, but they're doing the right thing. Oh, Alison. Oh, nice to meet you.
It's an emotional morning for owner Marie. She purchased Kimbo 2.5 years ago for £5,900 from a breeder in Wales.
Hi, stinky man. Warning you, it's like a bulldog. He likes to warn people. It's okay. It's okay.
The squirrel monkey was just 12 weeks old and was a gift for her son. When he lost interest, Marie ended up looking after Kimbo.
All the will in the world, you can't give them what they need. I did that, and I've given up 2.5 years of my life to be able to give Kimbo everything that he's ever wanted, and I've done the best I possibly can. But it's come to realisation he's mature. It's not enough. Nothing's ever enough. You know, you can't. It's not like having a child where they're growing up and then they're going to school. You're having a monkey that's getting harder, and he's mature now, and he needs his own family. He needs to be doing monkey things.
Marie has spared no expense caring for Kimbo. She's provided him with a good diet, and along with his indoor living quarters, he has a large outside area where he's been able to spend time during the warmer months.
So we've tried to give him the best what we can.
No, nice job. And the mirrors as well in there so he could look at himself.
Kimbo has taken up every spare minute of Marie's life.
Because I care so much, I want the best for him. You know, even just going over my daughter's, it's like, right, I've got to get back home because Kimbo's been on his own for a couple of hours. You know, it's just there constantly.
So you won't be getting another primate?
I will never, ever. I feel the guilt that I'm feeling. I won't lie to you.
Yeah.
I mean...
Yeah, it's no good.
It's just too much.
Yeah. It just indicates to me that Marie's bang on. It's time now for him to move on. I mean, ideally, he should have never been taken from his family group in the first instance, but You know, the breeders and dealers know better, and they're the ones that should answer for this. But at least now, Kimbo's going to have a chance to sort of have a family of his own. And that's the most important thing and what Marie's been able to offer him. In the meantime, I don't think I've seen anybody do so much for their pet monkey trying to make it right. So, I mean, no expense was spared here. This is incredible.
Marie is well used to handling Kimbo, so she offers to put him in the travel box for the journey back to Dorset.
No, I don't.
Yeah, I do.
Sorry about that.
Unfortunately, quick-moving Kimbo isn't ready to leave just yet.
Look at this.
The Great Escape gives Alison a chance to assess his mobility. Marie tries again.
Okay, so put your hand in way down low.
Success. But the reality of the situation hits home for Marie.
Good boy. He's quiet. He's all right.
He's not screaming.
Hello. He's not doing anything. He needs this. This is what he needs, isn't it?
It doesn't take long for the young squirrel monkey to settle down.
Actually, he's really calm, cool, and relaxed. So I think we're going to have a nice journey home. He's already checking everything out inside the box, and he's got food and water and some of his toys, and we're going to take on a few more things just so that when we get back to the park, we can set up a room where he's got some of his own things that smell like him, and get him relaxed. So all good so far. Just have to head down the road now, I think.
Time for a final goodbye.
Thanks so much, Alison.
Absolutely, you're part of the family now.
You're a good boy. You are.
Then, Kimbo is loaded up for the long journey ahead.
I will message you along the way.
Yeah, thank you.
Minutes later, he heads off to the park, where a new home and family await him. It's been a busy 24 hours for the orangutan team. Yesterday, they welcomed a new arrival, 5-year-old female Kayan. She's just spent her first night in her new home alongside 4 new housemates. They haven't had close contact yet, but that may be about to change.
So this morning, Bulu actually took quite a little bit of interest, and we're ready to start a mesh intro, hopefully, between them. So we'll see how it goes. Hopefully it won't be a big ball of fuzz, but we'll see. Hopefully, fingers crossed, they'll get on.
Bulu Mata has been kept back in one of the bedrooms in preparation for the meeting. The rest of the group have been let into the playroom and are now interested observers to the action. James opens a slide, allowing Kayan to come through to a connecting bedroom, where Bulu is waiting.
I'll just let you two get acquainted, shall I?
To help her transition to her new home, Kayan's previous keeper from Twycross Zoo, Vicky, is also on hand to support and reassure the young orangutan.
She's all right, isn't she, Boo? She is.
The pair are a bit wary at first, eyeing each other up from a safe distance.
We've only got the mesh contact going at the moment, obviously, because it's the very first meeting. But yeah, we'll keep this going for a little bit longer. Hopefully it'll continue to be positive, and hopefully we'll open up in a bit as well, but we'll see.
James attempts to bring them closer together by offering a few treats.
It's passing you a present, dear. Good girl, good girl. What do you think? She's got a very comical face, isn't she? Her facial expressions, I love it.
Bulu decides these treats are all his. The pair appear quite relaxed, so James poses the big question.
Think we should open up? I feel tempted to. What do you think, Vicky?
Yeah, it's difficult to know how she'll react.
I think Bulu will just go in for he'll go straight to her, I reckon, and go for a rustle. But, yeah, it depends on her reaction to him, doesn't it?
They decide to give a face-to-face meeting a try.
We're going to get it going. They're probably going to have a bit of a bundle, as they usually do. But hopefully we won't have any injuries, and they'll maybe even turn into a play session if we're really, really lucky. But we'll see how we go, yeah?
Precautions at the ready.
Right, you on the fire extinguisher, Jeremy? Right, let's do it.
James opens up, and as Bulu heads through, Kayan is off, in the opposite direction.
She's a little bit nervous, isn't she? Bless her.
But Bulu is the perfect gentleman, taking everything nice and slow.
It's all right, isn't it?
And soon, curiosity gets the better of Kayan, and she comes over for a closer look.
He's just getting very close to her again now, so no aggression yet. Cool, that was a good little moment, wasn't it? But no aggression levels up or anything like that. You can just tell she's very nervous and a bit worried whether he's going to do anything to her, but Bulu's taking the nice calm approach for once, which is really great. So yeah, we'll keep this going, and hopefully she'll get a little bit more confident throughout the day.
The pair are engaging with each other and appear fairly relaxed about sharing the space. Vicky is delighted.
Really happy, yeah, it's great. It's great to see her actually interacting with another individual, because she's been on her own for a while. And although she had mesh-to-mesh contact with the rest of the group, this is the first physical contact that she's had for quite a long time. So, it's great.
I'm really, really impressed with Bulu's behaviour. He's been a complete gentleman to her, to be honest. Total opposite to what I thought it would go, as usual. So yeah, we'll keep this going. Hopefully it'll continue to be nice. And then maybe a bit later we might think about adding another one to the mix, but we'll see how it goes. Just taking our time with it.
So far, so good. But the team don't want to push too much too soon. They'll monitor the pair for the remainder of the day before making any decisions about introducing Kayan to the rest of the group. It's a quiet morning at the Bachelor Boys enclosure. This group of chimps were known for their rowdy, boisterous nature in the past, but life has changed in recent years. They're now all getting on, and have, over the past year, lost a few close friends. Chimps Jimmy, Gypsy and Sammy were integral to the makeup of the Bachelors, and their loss has had an impact on the troupe. The boys have also had to adapt to a new home, swapping with Bart's group next door. For many years, the Bachelors were led by Butch, who arrived at the park from Spain as a 6-year-old back in 1989. Old age finally caught up with the much-respected chimp, and he handed over the role of dominant male to Paco.
He just seems to be quite happily enjoying a bit of retirement now and not having to deal with all their drama. I do find he tends to hang out a lot more with Charlie and Kiko and Rocky. Generally, you find them kind of milling about together, and he just seems to... The nicer, more chilled-out boy seems to be more his speed at the moment. And he does still have his moments with Jester and Buxom. Like, you know, they will still sit and groom one another occasionally, but, yeah, they are very definitely on Paco's side, which they keep trying to reassure Paco of that, but Paco is just really not terribly bright, and it just does not seem to be sinking in that just no one wants to take it from him. It's fine, you're in charge. No one else wants to have it.
The group are waiting for their regular mid-morning meal. The team throw in the snacks from 2 different towers, so everyone has a chance to get their share. High-ranking half-brothers Jester and Buxom might be troop leader Paco's backup team, but they're even older than Butch. However, they can still be quite a formidable pair when the mood takes them. Jester's recovered well following treatment for mouth cancer in 2020. But at 42, he's not as brash as he used to be.
I find him a lot more mellow than he used to be, and I think he has had to adapt and accept, like, he is physically more vulnerable now, like his teeth aren't as sharp and he's not as big and muscly as he was. It's a genuine trend with chimps, like even in the wild they find like older males, they tend to become more sociable and silly and playful because they have to, but him and Buxom both have a similar problem where they've just been way too mean too many times in the past, that they're trying to be silly and playful now and all the other boys are looking at him being like, yep, no, you pair of lunatics, we're not hanging out with you. So he's just kind of, he does still tend to hang out with those bigger boys that are a bit more tolerant of him, but yeah, definitely there's a slight mellowing to him.
At the other end of the scale is Seamus, the youngest member of the troupe, at a sprightly 24. He was born at the park to Mum Cherry and Dad Rodney. He's near the bottom of the hierarchy and respectful of the boys above him.
Social strategy is not really Seamus's thing, and he will go in there and hang out with the big boys, but then he constantly loses his nerve and does little baby squeals, and then that annoys them, so they end up having a pop at him. And he is developing a lot more of a relationship with Mojo. I do see them hanging out and playing a lot more, and just generally, like, even if they're not particularly interacting, you tend to see them sat quite close to each other.
Mojo is a chimp who hasn't quite reached his full potential, but not for want of trying.
Mojo's amazing. I mean, if the whole park was full of Mojos, it'd be an infinitely more peaceful place, I think. He's a very bright boy, but he's not particularly mean. He'd only really enforce himself if he felt he had to. Again, he's been desperate for years to be part of the Jester, Buxom, Butch, Paco crew, and it's not really worked out terribly well for him because they've just not really wanted it. Well, Jester and Buxom haven't wanted him, and that's been a problem, so they've definitely kept him on the outskirts of it all. And now Paco is a lot more accepting of him, and you do see those two boys hanging out a lot. You know, hopefully Paco one day might rally and be somewhat useful and help and protect him, but so far Mojo's kind of left out in the cold a bit still.
It's a group with a real mix of characters, with strong alliances and close bonds. And, like all chimpanzee troops, they have their ups and downs. But age has had a calming effect on them all, and nothing beats a lazy day with old friends. Following a 6-hour journey from Middlesbrough, Alison has arrived back in Dorset with a new addition to the park's squirrel monkey family, 2.5-year-old male Kimbo.
He apparently loves his nuts and seeds, is what she said. Yeah, you got him? Yeah, I got him.
Kimbo will be joining the park's established group of 4 squirrel monkeys in their house and enclosure. To help him settle into his new home, the team have prepared 2 bedrooms for his exclusive use tonight. It means he'll be able to see and hear his new housemates, but have his own space.
Really long journey, but he's travelled so well. I'm really impressed with him. He's probably been better behaved than I have. So yeah, he's had snacks along the way and has been chatting, had a little nap. He's so far bomb-proof. I shouldn't say these things because I'm tempting fate, but looks like Karen's gonna get a few of his things. There's a hammock there, and then mainly the blanket that's in with him.
His former owner has sent some of Kimbo's toys and blankets along for comfort.
For primates, smell is really important, and obviously these things all smell like him. They smell of his home, his old home. So that's really useful because everything else is going to smell really weird for him. It's going to smell of new branching, but also the other monkeys. So just have that little bit of familiarity of a scent does really help them settle in a bit better. And he does seem to really like some of his teddies. So again, just something to curl up to. He's been on his own for a long time, so that's probably just a comfort for him, having those teddies there. Obviously, when he gets introduced to the group, and if that goes well, he won't need them anymore because he'll have others to cuddle up to if he needs to. But for now, we're just giving him something that he's used to and familiar with.
The team need to get him out of the travel box and settled. It's been a long journey.
Okay.
Kimbo's keen to leave his box and explore.
Good boy.
New place.
His new housemates are interested observers as Kimbo begins to get his bearings.
Hey, little boy. Kimbo. Hi, you.
It's amazingly quiet, both from our guys, but also the racket that he made when we walked into the house. I was saying to Marie, I think that he was starting to get frustrated over his lack of control of his environment and sort of wondering if that's actually very true, because this is silent, just silent. So he's taking it all in.
Karen is impressed with his mobility.
He's moving really well. He's using all the different side branching really well. So he hasn't eaten anything yet, but that's quite normal. It's quite late in the day, and also there's a lot been going on. So he's really going to take everything in, have a big sleep, I would think, tonight, hopefully, after such a busy day. And then tomorrow we can start getting to know him.
The team are satisfied all is well, and they can leave Kimbo to settle down for the night. Tomorrow, they'll discuss the next steps towards integrating the young monkey into the rest of the group. Next time on Monkey Life. The park comes to the aid of 2 marmosets seized by the RSPCA, and Alison is truly shocked by the appalling condition of the male.
Koba's really in a profoundly bad way. I don't know that it's going to be the right thing to keep him going.
And capuchin Louisa reaches out the foot of friendship to her male crush, Matty. Today on Monkey Life. The park comes to the aid of 2 marmosets seized by the RSPCA, and Alison is truly shocked by the appalling condition of the male.
Koba's really in a profoundly bad way. I don't know that it's going to be the right thing to keep him going.
Newly arrived orangutan youngster Kayan is put in her place by matriarch O'Sheen.
Oh, Sheen. All of these people are so annoying.
Was that your idea to have all these kids?
And capuchin Louisa reaches out the foot of friendship to male crush Matty. Monkey World in Dorset, buried deep in the English countryside, is the largest sanctuary of its kind on the planet. The team, led by Dr. Alison Cronin, rescue and rehabilitate abused and unwanted primates from all over the world.
You just never know how it's going to work.
The park provides a home for more than 260 primates from 25 different species. Late last night, Alison received an email from the RSPCA with photographs of 2 common marmosets. She was shocked by what she saw.
One of them is profoundly debilitated, which is the male. The other one actually looks in somewhat reasonable condition, but the male is now completely debilitated. He's profoundly ricketed. The majority of his tail has either broken off or a way it's healed over. He's completely collapsed and can only shuffle on the ground, so he has one of the worst cases of rickets or nutritional bone disease that we've ever seen. Sometimes these cases are just so tragic, it's heartbreaking.
With still no change in the law governing the keeping of primates as pets in the UK, the number of small primates needing help keeps growing. Monkey World is often the first port of call for these pet trade victims, and the team are used to dealing with emergencies. Primate care staff member Steph is already preparing temporary accommodation for the pair, who are on their way from West Yorkshire.
This is really different from what we'd normally do. His room, I'm actually going to put almost no perching in at all. We don't want to encourage him to get up off the ground until we know that he can. If he looks like in the photos that his back legs are pretty seized up, so until he's got better mobility, you kind of want him staying low so you know he's not going to fall and damage himself.
The two marmosets have been on the RSPCA's watch list for more than 3 months, after being discovered living at a home in poor conditions. A local vet examined them and recommended improvements. But when the RSPCA returned a few weeks later, the male's condition had deteriorated even further.
He deserves a chance. You can see his legs are totally seized up. That's her. So she's been taking the lion's share, assuming it is a girl. And I think he just can't move.
Oh.
Yeah. And he's Skeletor. Shameful.
He looks awful.
Yeah. I'm not sure that this is going to be a good or pleasant case, but I
worst
think
case, we can peacefully help him go instead of suffer on.
Yeah, correct.
If the male, named Koba, is to survive, he's going to need an enormous amount of help and care, along with therapeutic doses of vitamin D for his bones. But even that might not be enough. It's late in the evening when the RSPCA finally arrive at the park with Koba and the female, Lola.
You're right. Long drive.
The pair are taken straight to the park's hospital, where temporary bedrooms have been prepared. The condition of the male will need to be assessed before the pair can be moved into one of the marmoset houses.
Oh goodness, look at you, little man. Such tiny ear tufts. Yeah, he looks knackered.
Lola is first to emerge from the travel crate.
Look at
you. You got tail through as well. Good job.
She appears mobile, although very thin and missing patches of fur. Koba remains in the box, frightened and bewildered. The team are unsure if he's even able to move.
I just hope these guys can do it, can do the magic. And if anybody can, they can.
With Lola watching on, Steph tries to entice Koba out.
There you go. Want to do it? That tail.
Good boy.
Oh, well done.
Eventually, he manages to shuffle himself into his new home.
Koba's really in a profoundly bad way. I don't know that it's going to be the right thing to keep him going, but we're going to give him that therapeutic dose of D3 and a day or two. I think at this point in his life, Steph and I, neither of us can really tell how elderly he is. He's so malnourished, wasted away, and with such bad rickets. It's hard to tell his facial features, whether they're old or just compromised because of his medical condition. So at this point, I think we'd like to give him a day or two's chance unless we find him struggling to even move. And at the moment, he's still got will to shuffle around.
The priority now is to get food and fluids into the pair. Steph has prepared a variety of healthy but delicious marmoset food, and she's filling waxworms with vitamin D3, good for strengthening bones.
Oh, this looks tasty. Let's come in here and get it. Good job. Watch tail. Thank you.
If Koba is going to have any sort of future, the next 48 hours will be critical. It's been a busy few days for one of the park's other new arrivals. 5-year-old female orangutan Kayan has been getting to know all 4 of her new housemates. She's been introduced to each one individually, and so far, things are progressing well.
You can never predict how these things go. Sometimes they go brilliantly and go really, really fast. Sometimes they're very long-winded and take a very, very long time to sort out. This one, very pleasantly, has been really good so far. We've had no negative behaviour really as such at all to worry about. So yeah, I'll be really happy if we can get this group together this quickly. It'll be quite an achievement. And obviously the rest of the guys in this house, more importantly, will be much happier having the house back as well. And Kayan will have a family finally to live with, so she'll be happy as Larry. So yeah, very excited about the prospect of all this going so well, so fingers crossed. Okay guys, I'm opening.
Today will be the first time the whole group has come together with Kayan. It's too soon in the process for her to experience the nursery group's outdoor enclosure. So James is giving them access to the connecting tunnels that run from their bedrooms to the outside.
Go Mimi. Go Rika.
With the girls all lined up, he tries out a cooperative drinking session.
We've got the whole group together now, so Kayan started off being a little bit timid again at the start, but unsure about everything, all the new slides opening up and everyone being together, but she's suddenly got her confidence back again a bit now. Bulu's gone a little bit on the shy side again, which is how he's made his approach, to be honest, the last 2 times that he's met her. So I'm kind of just waiting for Bulu to come out of his shell a little bit again. Here he comes now. Good boy, Mr. Bulu.
The team have been delighted to see how well Kayan is getting on with young Mimi. The pair have a lot in common.
Both Bornean and both, like, basically the same size. And, you know, of course, both are orphan girls, but, you know, it's nice that they're all learning how to interact with each other and respect the fact that different people have different opinions. It's the key to this whole orangutan nursery crest situation that they all learn to socialize and get along with each other. Even though orangutans are semi-solitary in captivity, it's much better if they can deal with each other and have good manners and behavior. And so far, we're doing pretty good.
But Kayan still has a lot to learn.
Really does it a lot to her as well.
Good girl, Oisin.
Especially where matriarch Oisin is concerned.
You don't get the message, do you, though?
I just don't know whether she wants her attention or if or is she trying to annoy her. It certainly doesn't back her off.
Are you sure?
Oh, Sheen. All of these people are so annoying.
Was that your idea to have all these kids?
Kayan may need to acquire more skills when it comes to social etiquette, but so far the youngster has taken everything in her stride.
Really, really happy with how it's gone. She's got her confidence up completely with all of them. Bulu's still acting quite shy around her, but also very interested, and he's come up with cooperative feed. So a few minutes ago, I actually had the whole group all in a line, all cooperatively having some juice from me, which was really fantastic to see. I didn't think I'd get to that point so soon. So yeah, fantastic for Kayan and fantastic for all the orangs in the nursery. So yeah, she's lots to learn, lots of exploring to do. So yeah, I think she's going to have a good old home here.
It's been a few weeks since capuchin Louisa arrived at the park, underweight and missing part of an arm. It's taken her all that time to come out of her shell, but the transformation has been incredible.
She's doing absolutely amazing. I cannot believe the amount of progress that she's made in such a small space of time. For the first few days, she literally wouldn't move off of one singular platform. She wouldn't use the ramps. And to see her now, she uses everything. She uses the fire hosing, the branches. You'll see her foraging in the hammock. She's all over the place.
She's now living in Eriko's group and has met most of the troop. She seems to have taken quite a shine to Matty, a male weeper capuchin who arrived at the park with a female called Louis 2 years ago. She sadly passed away, and now Matty has made a big impression on Louisa.
She was really keen. She tried reaching out to him to begin with and he was a bit unsure. So she actually decided to use her foot instead of her hand because she could touch him but with a little bit more distance between them. So that was really, really sweet to see. So I'm hoping that we might actually be able to develop quite a nice bond between these two and a nice friendship. She definitely seems quite feisty and definitely I think she might turn out to be quite a dominant individual in the group. So we'll see what happens, but so far she's doing really nicely with the group.
Today, Donna is going to attempt to weigh the pair individually. For Louisa, it'll be the first time since she arrived 3 weeks ago.
Come on, guys, you coming in? Good boy, Matty.
Matty is up first, while Louisa hangs back in the bedroom. A mobile crate with scales inside is attached to the tunnel system.
Are you coming or not coming? Good boy, well done.
Matty can be a bit wary at training sessions, so every time he gets close to the scales, Donna rewards him.
Good boy. So we use the clicker as a bridge when he's done the behaviour that we want, which is bringing his whole body into the crate so that he knows he's done the right thing, and then he gets a reward for that. The reward comes after the bridge. Take your hand off the mesh for me. Good boy. 3.56. So that's a pretty perfect weight for him. So now you can see he's quite comfortable sat in there. Much better than I was expecting from Matty. Now you need to go so we can get Louisa. Well done. Right, come on then, Missy.
With Matty now in the opposite bedroom and unable to distract Louisa, it's her turn to get on the scales.
He's gone now.
Donna and the team have worked closely with her from day one, building up trust and rapport.
Good girl.
It pays off.
Good girl. She's lost a bit. She's 1.78.
The scales reveal Louisa's lost a few grams, but it's not unexpected.
She's gone from living in a cage doing almost nothing physical all day to now moving around all day long. So her body really has got to adjust to that. So I'm still confident that she will put on the weight. We will put her on a few bits of extras just to make sure that her weight is stable. We don't want her to lose any more. I'm really happy with the way that she is going. We'll maybe weigh her again in another week just to make sure that she's not continuing to drop and that everything that we've put in place is working.
The signs are positive. Louisa has made remarkable progress in a very short space of time, and now has the companionship she deserves. It's a glorious day and the chimps in Bart's group are all outside, finishing off their breakfast and relaxing. Apart from Eddie and her half-brother Bart, who were born at the park, they're now mainly in their 30s, with some just the other side of 40. The recent loss of Toprish, one of their youngest members, was a huge shock. It had an impact on many of the troop, particularly Bart. She was his favourite female.
Everyone was just a bit uneasy, and then sadly we did have a bit of a cold and flu bug going around at the same time, so on top of losing a member of the group, they all felt rubbish as well. So yeah, it's been a bumpy few months with this lot.
The loss of Toprish has had a knock-on effect for Argentine chimp Sasha too. She moved to the park a few months ago with her son Kangoo. Because she was hampering his progress, the team decided to split them up and introduce them to separate groups. Kangoo's now doing well in Brian's group, but Sasha's integration into Bart's larger troop of 16 has been slow progress.
It does impact the group, and I think they haven't been as open as I think they otherwise would have been. So yeah, she's had to kind of ride the wave of everyone being a bit more standoffish, but she perseveres, like, you know, even when people are being mean to him, she still kind of holds her hand out and tries to be friendly. She doesn't react back. So yeah, I think she'll get there. It just might take a bit longer than we originally thought.
Sasha is yet to go outside. Instead, she's been meeting the other chimps indoors. Sean and the team have been handling the introductions carefully, selecting a mix of low and high rankers for her to meet. Some she's met one-on-one and others in chosen pairs, such as Pepper and Beth.
Tried a few people. That worked quite well with Toprish back in the day. So yeah, we got Pepper down, but you can see Pepper wasn't 100% happy to begin with. Beth, thankfully, has been a superstar. She was, when Toprish was introduced to this group, she was the first chimp to give her a hug, and I think she's pretty much the first friend that Sasha's made as well. So can always count on the good old girl there. And yeah, she's slowly getting there.
Sasha is living in some of the end bedrooms at the chimp house. It means she only has contact with whoever is next door. But the primate care team are working on a plan to get the introductions back on track, and Sasha fully integrated into Bart's troop in the near future. Malagasy is home to the park's only group of ring-tailed lemurs. They're not monkeys, they're prosimians, which means first primates, and are native to the island of Madagascar. In lemur society, females are dominant, and Fennel has led the group for many years. In the wild, males are on the periphery of the troop and fight over the females when they're in season. In captivity, they tend to jockey for position more, which can put the group under strain. In Malagasy, there are 7 males and 1 female.
So Fennel is still our queen bee. She's still the leader of the group as the only female, but she is also getting a little bit older now. So we do see from her a little bit more reluctance to get herself involved if there is a bit of a scrap or some tension going on. She'd much rather snack and sunbathe than get involved with the politics, which is kind of fair enough. She definitely prefers the other older lemurs to the young sort of upstarts.
And it's the youngsters in the troop who've been responsible for recent tensions. Twin brothers Kurt and Friedrich are a lot younger than the majority of their housemates, who, apart from Al, are mainly in their 20s. The brothers have been ganging up on some of the less able group members, particularly Sirius.
Quite a lot of the times during the day, we actually have Kurt and Friedrich separate on one day, and Sirius will be out with the rest of the group. And then the following day, Kurt and Friedrich will spend time with the other lemurs, and Sirius and his brother Indiana will be inside for a bit to give them a break. They can still see the group and interact with them through the mesh outside. So it's no sort of big deal to just do that from time to time. At the moment, yeah, just for Sirius's safety, we're running people slightly separately.
It's not ideal, and the primate care team are working on bringing the group safely back together again. Their efforts are being aided by an improvement in Sirius's mobility. Recently, the team grew so concerned about his inability to get around, they called in the vet. Sirius was examined at the park's hospital and a number of X-rays taken. They revealed he was developing arthritis in his legs. He's now on long-term medication, and the difference is encouraging.
The lemurs have got this massive outdoor enclosure full of forest land, lots of ropes and things to jump around on, and being able to be fit and able and jump through the trees like the other lemurs is really important. At the moment, Sirius has now 100% got that, so we're really happy with him. He's doing really well. But again, that's something we're going to need to monitor, because if he starts to struggle to navigate the enclosure, we'll have to have a think whether he's able to stay in the enclosure, whether we can modify it in any way to make things easier for him to move around, and just basically keep a close eye and monitor the situation as we go forward.
In the wild, lemurs can live up to 25 years of age, but their life expectancy in captivity is longer. One of the park's lemurs, George, lived to the grand old age of 34. Sirius and his twin brother Indiana are in their early 20s, but aging very differently.
It's quite silly to watch him next to Indiana, though, because no one's told Indiana that he's an old boy. He's sort of big and strong and doesn't seem to be feeling it yet. But yeah, Sirius has definitely got to that point where you can see that he's getting older.
Ring-tailed lemurs are more terrestrial than most other lemur species. They spend a lot of time on the ground, particularly when travelling to find food. They have fabulous long, fluffy tails, which aren't just for show. They're used for communication between each other, especially when travelling on the ground and during conflict. Male lemurs have scent glands on their wrists and shoulders producing strong odours, which they wave towards rivals with their tails. They're also useful as a counterbalance when high up in the tree canopy, helping them move around more easily. On chillier days, the lemurs form a huddle, wrapping their tails around each other to keep warm. And when they're in a relaxed mood, there's nothing better than coming together for a spot of sunbathing and a grooming session. Next time on Monkey Life. A challenging trip to the great outdoors for some of the park's lorises, including feisty male Axel.
Everything's slightly more of a challenge for Loris, but we hope that Axel's just going to move at such speed that the tunnels will be no problem for him.
And Gibbons, Kim and Tien try to figure out breakfast and eventually decide it's delicious. Today on Monkey Life, a challenging trip to the great outdoors for some of the park's lorises, including feisty male Axel.
Everything's slightly more of a challenge for Loris, but we hope that Axel's just going to move at such speed that the tunnels will be no problem for him.
At the park's sister sanctuary in Vietnam, an even bigger adventure for a pair of rescued black-shanked Duke monkeys, as they're released into the forest.
It is truly, truly amazing. Duke's back in the wild where they belong.
And Gibbons, Kim and Tien try to figure out breakfast and eventually decide it's delicious. Monkey World in Dorset, buried deep in the English countryside, is the largest sanctuary of its kind on the planet. The team, led by Dr. Alison Cronin, rescue and rehabilitate abused and unwanted primates from all over the world.
This is a new start of a new era of the releases for the gibbons, which we need to get on with.
The park provides a home for more than 260 primates from 25 different species. Monkey World is home to a number of primates native to Southeast Asia, including 5 different gibbon species. Also among its residents is another, smaller primate from the same part of the world, the nocturnal Bengal slow loris. In the last 12 months, the park's lorises have seen big changes. A new nocturnal house was converted for their use, and the extra space had a positive impact. 3 of the small primates moved in, leaving more space for the others in the hospital loris house, reducing stress on their number. But their presence at the park has been a steep learning curve for the primate care staff. There's little known about the ecology, behaviour or care of these unusual primates. Monkey World welcomed its first ever slow loris, Boo, 9 years ago. She was rescued from the black market trade in the Maldives.
Hi, you.
2 years later, 5 lorises from Hong Kong joined her. Alison and the team wanted to learn as much as possible about this strange, secretive species. With not much known about it, knowledge gained at the park would complement the work done at Dao Tien, the park's sister sanctuary in Vietnam, which rescues both pygmy and Bengal loris and has had success releasing pygmy lorises back into the wild. In recent weeks, the primate care staff at Monkey World have been busy prepping the outdoor enclosure for females Nikki and Nora, and feisty male Axel, who've been living together for the last few months. Axel is a lot happier now he's not sharing a home with the other male, Bruce, and soon all 3 lorises in the new house can use the outdoor enclosure together.
The biggest thing they need now is more space. One of the biggest things about loris, although they're small, they require as much space, say, as a gibbon. They require 4 or 5 hectare enclosures if you're really going to do something wonderful. So it's really important today that the Bengal get the 2 outside enclosures, and now the weather's coming nicer, we can do it.
Lorises are a nocturnal species, sleeping during the day and travelling and eating at night.
For the loris to come out, it's tricky for many reasons. First of all, it's nighttime for them. Inside the house is reverse lighting. In the outside, we have reverse lighting, but there's a little bit of natural light that comes in, which is great. They get fresh air coming through, but it's going to make them think, oh, am I still in sleep zone? Am I not? And also, there's long tunnels from the outside to the inside. Loris generally like tunnels, but in the tunnels, again, the temperature's different, the light's different. If it gets too hot, it makes them go a bit sleepy. So everything's slightly more of a challenge for Loris, but we hope that Axel's just going to move at such speed, because they can go so fast, that the tunnels will be no problem for him.
Time for the lorises to make their way along the tunnel, as the team wait to see if they'll explore the newly renovated enclosure. Nikki is first to venture out and slowly starts to explore. The team have added lots of new branching to help the trio get around, and there's plenty of browse and planting to keep them occupied. Axel seems to really enjoy being outside. The change of environment and stimulus keeps him active and occupied. The extra space will also give the trio room to get away from each other whenever they want. In the wild, lorises aren't the most social of primates, only spending up to 10% of their day in the company of others.
The more we can stimulate the loris, the better. So to come outside here is just fantastic. One of the first places that Axel went was actually to the areas where there's fresh air coming in, and he was smelling the air, he was checking out what's going on. It is a lot noisier out here because there's public coming to view, there's a big road going by with the tanks. To a certain degree, you could worry about that, thinking it's just too stressful, we have to keep everything really quiet. But actually, the jungle at night is so noisy, it's like quite scary, because there's actually a lot more scary things at night time than there are in the day. So actually, it's all okay, and we just have to monitor and make sure they're all right with the new kind of stimulus that's coming.
So far, so good. The three lorises have embraced their new outside space, and for now can come and go as they please. Dr. Marina Kenyon has played an important role in the success story of both Monkey World and its sister sanctuary, Dao Tien, in Vietnam. Set up 15 years ago with the full support of the Vietnamese authorities, the island reserve, which covers 65 hectares, is in Cat Tien National Park in the Dong Nai province. Its aim is to rescue, rehabilitate, and ultimately release back into the wild some of the most endangered species in Vietnam, including golden-cheeked gibbons, black-shanked duke monkeys, and pygmy loris. Marina's partner, Lee Butler, is also heavily involved in Dao Tien and has made the 6,000-mile journey from the UK to the centre.
It's a busy period. We've had new loris arrivals. We've got to now do loris introductions. We've had 2 silvered langurs that have turned up, so we're doing health checks on the langurs. We're going to move dukes to a next phase of their rehabilitation, to a semi-free, where there is minimal contact with people. There's just so much going on. It's just, you don't have time to think. We've just got to get it done. If you go there and then over your head, young man. Thank you.
He's been accompanied by Keith and Orr, who are about to take up the day-to-day running of Dao Tien in the absence of Lee and Marina. They'll live permanently on the island.
That'll do.
Lee has plans to build a new facility, which he thinks will help with the steady influx of young dukes now being rescued and brought to the centre. It's been on hold due to the global pandemic, and now, with more youngsters arriving and the older dukes already in semi-free enclosures, it can be used for rearing young dukes and dealing with any sick animals that come in.
It's so exciting to finally get the groundwork started, to actually get this facility that is much, much needed in rehabilitating these young primates that come here. This will help us get them to where they need to get. And it's something that we really do need to get built.
So this is the plans we discussed from before, so we've just taken them forward.
The team have come up with a design that'll make it easier to care for and rehabilitate these vulnerable youngsters. Qui is a young black-shanked Duke who arrived a few months ago. He was stolen from his family and found frightened and malnourished in a hunter's house when he was just 7 months old. In the expert care of the island's staff, he's now learning to venture into the trees and eat the leaves as he would in the wild. But what he really needs is company of his own kind, and to be less reliant on humans.
We have to get in with other individuals. It's an absolute necessity for him, for any primate. So the next step is Fung and I will have a meeting, and then we'll discuss. Are we going to do an intro with Red, the grey-shanked Duke? I know he's a separate species. Or do we consider him with the silvered langurs? They do sort of coexist in the wild, but we'll have to make that decision what is best for Qui. So within the coming days, we'll assess that, and then we'll make a plan going forward.
In the last few months, Dao Tien has had an influx of silvered langurs, including a tiny infant named Hon Mei, who's just a few months old. He may be an option for Qui to meet, but for now the young Duke is spending time in a cage next door to Peter, another black-shanked Duke. The more pressing concern is the trio of Dukes who recently moved to a small semi-free area on the island. 2 black-shanked Dukes, Anna and Vu, and a grey-shanked called Red. The problem for the team is they'll all be reaching sexual maturity soon. And being a different species, Red can't be allowed to mate with Anna. As a consequence, the team are going to move Vu and Anna to a larger semi-free area. But first, they have to separate the pair from Red.
No, Vu, Red, come here. No.
It's not going to be straightforward.
Go. It's going to be okay.
This trio have been friends for a long time, so parting them isn't easy.
Oh, Anna. Come on, darling. Well, you want a bit more?
Eventually, Fung, with a bit of leafy encouragement, persuades Vu and Anna into the crate. They're then transported across the island to a large semi-free forest enclosure, where a release cage has been set up.
My foot. Okay.
The pair will spend 3 or 4 days inside the cage so they can get used to the sights, sounds and smells of their new home.
Right, are you ready, guys? Right.
They'll be regularly fed, watered and monitored, and, when they're ready, released into the trees. While black-shanked Dukes Vu and Anna wait to be let out into the forest sanctuary in Dao Tien, some of the gibbons on the island aren't so fortunate. Although they've been rescued, they'll never be fit enough or well enough to be released back into the wild. However, along with the gibbons in the process of rehabilitation, they still get all the care and attention they need. This morning, Mr. Phuc, one of the Vietnamese staff, is making a unique form of enrichment from native plants.
It's a tam rau. Tam ruot. It's a Vietnamese fruit, so sweet, but it's quite ingenious what he's doing. He's making some banana leaf parcels, and all of it is just from the banana plant. But the banana leaf is when you take it from the plant, it's very brittle. And one way they overcome that is they actually put it over a naked flame, and then you can bend it. It's just ingenious. I've tried to make these, and I can never tie them. I always end up breaking the tie, which is sort of the spine of the banana leaf.
But it is really ingenious. Come on here.
The little banana plant parcel should challenge the gibbon's mental agility as they work out a way to unwrap it.
Okay.
Once the gibbons reach the fruit inside, the leaf is dropped to the floor. But it's done its job, encouraging the gibbons to handle and process their food. Gibbons and duke monkeys aren't the only primates on the island the team at Dao Tien care for. There are also 5 Bengal lorises and 10 pygmy lorises. The centre has had great success rehabilitating and releasing 137 of the small nocturnal primates back into the wild. And next to go are Zuli and Bin. The pair have been living in the loris semi-free area for the last few months, getting used to the trees. They still have access to the cage, and the staff supplement their food, but they come and go as they please. Soon it'll be time to take their final steps back into the wild. But before that, the pair will need a health check, and Zuli needs to be fitted with a GPS radio collar so the team can track their whereabouts once released. A vet team from Ho Chi Minh City have come to the island to do both tasks.
You want to wait? I mean, depending on how deep he is, he looks like he's sleeping, so...
Zuli has been anaesthetised, and Lee carefully lifts him out of his travel box. Fitting the collar on such a small primate is a fiddly procedure and requires gauntlets for safety due to their toxic bite.
Okay, let's put the collar. Yeah, I'm good. Great, that's amazing.
Once it's secure, Lee checks everything is working as it should.
Okay.
The team take the opportunity to weigh Zuli while he's still under sedation.
Okay, so 540. The pillowcase is 110. Okay. Yeah.
Around 450 grams is about right, and a lot less than the 800 grams he weighed when he first arrived at Dao Tien. He's returned to the box and monitored as he comes round from the anaesthetic. All being well, Zuli and Bin will be released into the wild in the next few days. They're not the only pair who are about to enjoy the freedom of the trees. For the last 4 days, Vu and Anna, 2 black-shanked duke monkeys, have been staying in a release cage in the middle of a large semi-free area on the island.
The plan today is to let the black-shanked dukes, Vu and Anna, out into their new enclosure. Big day today, so we're going to give it a couple of minutes and then Mr. Dawn will open the slide for me, so fingers crossed. Big day for Vu and Anna.
Everything is set and the slide is opened. The 2 monkeys don't wait around, heading straight for the trees. They're a bit wary at first, sticking to the lower branches, taking it all in. But not for long. They're both soon climbing up to the high tree canopy where they belong. It's exactly what Lee was hoping for.
Well, what an incredible start to the day on Dao Tien. Absolutely amazing to see. Testament to the teamwork we have on Dao Tien so that we can keep this incredible species alive. It is truly amazing. Dukes back in the wild where they belong.
But releasing gibbons back into the forest has proved more tricky over the years. Their survival depends on a safe location with enough fruiting trees of the right species. Back at the park in Dorset, the primate care team do their best to encourage the gibbons in their charge to replicate the natural behaviours of their wild counterparts. Today, Kat is giving golden-cheeked gibbons Kim and Tien fresh figs still on the branch. They're a key food in the wild and a perfect way of enabling the pair to feed more naturally.
This is how they would eat, so it's really exciting to actually give them something that is so natural for them. Giving them up in the tree canopy as well, again, bringing in that really natural element for them. They're going to have to work for it. They're going to have to hang up there and really make a concerted effort to get all the food items and stuff. So hopefully they're going to really enjoy it, just keep their lives a bit interesting and stimulating, and give them something different.
Kat is suspending the figs way up in the tree canopy.
Oh my God, it's heavy.
Using pulley feeders, gibbons are well adapted to finding food high up.
I would imagine that they will sit on this pulley feeder for a considerable period of time, grabbing as much of the fruit as they can and probably eating it quite quickly whilst they're hanging. So, you know, this is going to be a really nice workout for the guys and keeping them moving in their natural way.
Stampede, Gibby, stampede. Whoa.
Tien is first out. As usual with anything new, he takes a moment to assess what's in front of him, allowing his mate Kim to take the plunge first. But even she isn't sure about the figs. Most of the fruit the pair receive in their weekly diet is commercially grown and a lot more ripe. These figs are more akin to what they would find in the wild. Some are hard and firm, and others ready to pick and eat. After a closer look, Kim and Tien start to gorge on the fruit. The tougher figs prove no problem for the gibbons, their large canines making short work of the outer skins. Kim and Tien have had a different life experience to most of the primates at the park, who've been rescued from a variety of circumstances.
These guys are actually both born here at the park, so they've been here their entire lives and they've grown up with parents. You know, so you can really see that difference in the way that they are as individual animals. You know, they don't have a lot of the hang-ups and issues that some of our other gibbons have. They're very settled in life and they're very comfortable with the environment that they're in as well. So they are really, really amazing individuals to just show that, you know, what can happen when you take rescued animals like Peanut, like Pungyo, Zoe, you know, put those guys together and, you know, they can go on and have healthy babies that they can rear by themselves that turn into these amazing, healthy, well-balanced adult animals as well. So, you know, it can work out long-term in the future. So it's a really fantastic story.
After a slow start, the figs have proved a success. Kim and Tien's magnificent tree-filled enclosure has allowed them to demonstrate the natural movements and abilities a healthy gibbon should have, as they've enjoyed their fruity breakfast. Next time on Monkey Life, orangutan youngster Kayan goes outside for the first time and braves a bird's eye view of the park.
She's probably been quite curious about all our new neighbours.
And a fennel frenzy for the chimps. Today on Monkey Life, newly arrived squirrel monkey Kimbo has a health check and the snip.
It looks in a very good nick, this animal actually. Yeah. Really, really healthy, yeah.
Alison shows vet Thazar another new arrival, and this one is not in good health.
He couldn't walk at all when we got him 1 week ago.
And orangutan youngster Kayan goes outside for the first time and braves a bird's eye view of the park. Monkey World in Dorset, buried deep in the English countryside, is the largest sanctuary of its kind on the planet. The team, led by Dr. Alison Cronin, rescue and rehabilitate abused and unwanted primates from all over the world.
There they are. It's so amazing. They look really fit and healthy. All good.
The park provides a home for more than 260 primates from 25 different species. It's going to be a busy day at the park's hospital. Local vet Cesar Sastre has a long list of small monkeys to see. And first up is squirrel monkey Kimbo, who arrived at Monkey World just 4 days ago.
Lee, you are gonna catch the monkey very good. And then we put a mask, you've got that ready.
Kimbo's going to have a health check and, most importantly, a vasectomy.
He can't move ahead and meet the ladies unless we get him fixed. So in order that he maintains all of his natural behavior and everything, we just do a vasectomy. And we'll give him a basic health check and take some bloods as well. And he'll also get a microchip. But we'll focus on getting this morning done, getting him recovered, and then he can start meeting the other guys.
Once Kimbo has been anaesthetised and is stable, vet Cesar can get to work.
It's great. I'm gonna do a physical examination.
Unlike many of the primates that arrive at the park, Kimbo appears fit and healthy. But a comprehensive investigation is needed to confirm there are no hidden issues.
Yeah, no, it looks in a very good nick, this animal, actually. But yeah, he looks really, really healthy, yeah.
Cesar scrubs up and prepares to perform the vasectomy. It's a quick surgical procedure where the 2 tubes carrying the sperm from the testicles are cut and stitched. But performing the operation on a small primate can be tricky.
We don't do many of these, but certainly I think this is promising. That's it.
Wow. The tube is cut and Cesar can now stitch up the ends. Then the procedure is repeated before he closes the small surgical incision.
That looks fairly neat. Yeah, it's looking all right. This was a piece of cake compared with the little ones. This is 1 kilo. The others are 300 grams. so yeah, no, it's fine.
But there are still a couple of procedures to do. Taking blood samples to give the team a baseline for their records.
Okay.
And inserting a microchip.
You got it?
Yeah, just making sure it matches.
It's been a quick and easy process for Kimbo, and he's returned to his transport crate to recover.
I don't think we can fix it, but...
While the team wait for him to come round from the anaesthetic, Alison takes Cesar to meet another new arrival, and this one is not in good health.
He couldn't walk at all when we got him 1 week ago.
Common marmoset Koba was confiscated from his owners by the RSPCA, along with his partner Lola. He was in an appalling emaciated state, with a broken wrist, bent spine, and missing half his tail. The team were unsure if Koba would survive his first 24 hours at the park, but the tiny marmoset's spirit surprised everyone.
We have to get him to a point where he can meaningfully cling to a branch and not be in danger himself. I mean, it doesn't have to be mission impossible, but he has to be safe.
Cesar checks the X-rays supplied by the RSPCA. He's shocked by what he sees.
Yeah. The animal is so crippled that you cannot tell, really.
It's a tough call.
I think all depends on quality of life here, to be fair. And the treatment is D3 milk to support the calcium and UV lights.
The outlook for Koba may be poor, but the team want to give him every chance.
But every day, I think he's stronger and better.
Good.
Okay, I think your next patient is here.
Let's have a look.
For Koba, it's going to be 1 day at a time. And next up is the park's largest marmoset, mum of 4 Ruby. She has an abscess in her mouth, which usually means a dental issue. But when Thazar examines her, he discovers Ruby's been in the wars.
Something happened there, but it's sorted. I can dig a little more. Let me just have a look. So you see the upper ones, the upper incisors, they are all gone.
The teeth may have been knocked out during a fracas with a family member. There's not much Thazar can do.
Well, this is going to be the quickest dental ever. The molars, they are all fine. The canines are fine. It's just the upper incisors. Just antibiotics and Loxicon for a week or so.
The antibiotics should do the trick, and Ruby's returned to her transport box to recover.
The roots of these incisors is tiny, tiny, tiny in a marmoset. So I think there's no reason to panic or worry or anything at all. But yeah, the swelling was because of the incisors, nothing to do with the molars, so happy days.
The team will give Ruby time to recuperate before she returns to family life. It's been just over 3 weeks since 5-year-old orangutan Kayan arrived at the park from Twycross Zoo. She's making great progress and has now met the entire nursery group.
Kayan's doing really well. She's spending more and more time with the group all together. They're not always together overnight at the moment, just to be on the safe side while we're not around. But she's getting on really well, particularly with Rika and Bulu. Mimi is slightly more difficult. Sometimes she thinks Kayan's wonderful. Sometimes she'd like Kayan to step away from Moschino because she's her mum. But yeah, we're getting there, and Kayan's a right little character, so hopefully it'll all go well in the future.
The introductions have been taking place inside, allowing the team the opportunity to undertake some renovations outside, involving both the tunnel system and the outdoor enclosure. After 2 weeks inside, the group are keen to go outdoors. But for Kayan, it's a step into the unknown.
We have to be a little bit cautious letting them out because she is a very clever individual. We can never second-guess an orangutan, so we need to assume that she's going to break everything. And as such, we need to make sure everything is Kayan-proof, Moschino-proof, Mimi-proof, Bulu-proof and Rika-proof. And we have a new unknown quantity, so we've got to be a bit careful.
To begin with, the team are going to let Kayan out alongside Rika and Bulu. This trio have become really good friends in a short space of time.
Out you come. Good boy, Bulu.
Rika leads the way along the tunnel leading to the outdoor enclosure. Kayan isn't far behind.
Are you ready for some monsters?
When the slide opens, there's no sign of nerves from the newcomer. She's first out, full of confidence and eager to explore.
Kayan is the first one out, and she seems to be very chill about the whole thing.
Kayan looks quite at home, settling into one of the hammocks, tucking into a healthy breakfast, and casting an eye over her new surroundings. Orangutans are often food-orientated, and peace rules while the trio tuck in. But once Kayan has had her fill, she's off exploring again, using all the apparatus and even climbing to the very top platform.
So from the top of the orangutan enclosure for the nursery, you can see quite a way around the park. So I think it's quite nice for her to be able to put some faces to the names. She can probably actually see the gibbons for the first time. She can see Tuan's group across the road, and she can probably see into the squirrel monkey enclosure as well. So she's probably been quite curious about all her new neighbours.
With Kayan looking really settled, Rachel decides to let Moschino and Mimi join in the fun. Although she's almost 8 years old, Mimi is still possessive when it comes to sharing the attentions of her surrogate mum, Moschino. And she can be the same when it comes to the primate care staff too. But Kayan remains unaffected, even heading back to the tunnels every so often and receiving a reward from Rachel.
I'm really happy with how it's gone this morning. Kayan's shown us that she can come back into the tunnels from the enclosure, which gives us hope that she might come in this evening for dinner. It's always a bit of a concern when they go out for the first time. They might like it so much they don't want to come back in. We've got the rest of the afternoon to work on that, but I'm pretty confident she'll come back in.
It's been a good morning with the group all outside together, and even a change in the weather doesn't dampen their fun. Feeding more than 260 primates every day takes a lot of thought and planning by the primate care staff. It means the team prepares 60 to 70 kilograms of fruit and veg a day for the larger groups, such as Hananya's troop of 18. And there's plenty of variety.
You're talking about, you know, your apples, oranges, pears. On the fruit side, they get the odd banana. They're quite fattening, so they get the odd banana, which they love. We give them then such a variety of stuff. Cucumber, pepper, fennel. They get their root vegetables. They love their carrots, really like their carrots, their parsnips. And we do try and keep it varied where possible because it keeps them occupied, it keeps them interested. And they do have certain likes and dislikes. Some of them prefer the carrots, whereas some of them will prefer the parsnips. You know, they do all have, like us, their own favourite different foods.
Hananya's troop are about to get a scatter feed of chopped up fennel.
Come on then, guys!
The veg is thrown into the enclosure from 2 different towers. The scatter approach means everyone should get a chance to grab a share. Mealtimes are a definite high point of the day for the chimps. They love their food, and never knowing quite what they're going to get or how it's going to arrive keeps them engaged.
We try and scatter it as much as we can throughout their enclosures. It keeps them foraging, because in the wild, they will spend a huge amount of time throughout the day foraging and searching for different pieces of food, picking the fruit off the trees, picking the leaves off the trees. So they're always active and doing something. So we try and mimic that. So we throw out feeds that are chopped up, quite small. They've got to root around throughout the enclosure to try and find it. We do like to vary things though, and on occasion we'll throw out whole fruits and vegetables, you know, just to make it a bit more fun for them.
The 4 chimpanzee enclosures at the park are large and contain natural planting for the chimps to browse on. Gorse, with its bright yellow edible flowers, is a particular favourite.
A bit prickly, so they've got to be extremely careful. You can see them tiptoeing through it, but they love the little yellow flowers that comes on it, so you'll quite often see them eating that. Yeah, they love the gorse, the grass, any leaves that are in there, just keeps them occupied and keeps them munching.
There's a strict hierarchy in chimp society, which affects who's first in the queue for food at feeding time. The more dominant individuals get first dibs, with the lower-ranking chimps on the sidelines, grabbing what they can.
That is how it is in the wild. They will fight and argue over food. So we try and ensure that we keep them as much like they would feed in the wild. So we do feed them all as one big group. It's potluck. You've got to get in there and get your food. Yes, there's a few little quarrels every so often, but we do like to keep it as natural as possible. We do obviously monitor them very closely for their weight and their condition and how they're doing. If we find that any of the individuals are maybe not getting quite enough of the diet, we can make sure that we are either increasing the diet for all, depending on how many are needing it, or if it's a single individual, 1 or 2, we might supplement them with an extra few bits and pieces on the side.
One chimp who absolutely loves her food is Trudy. She has a very special position within the group. Many of her current housemates were around when she was rescued from a circus 25 years ago, having suffered appalling abuse and beatings. The likes of Hananya, Shamak, and later Cherry and Peggy protected and cared for her, and gradually her life turned around.
She is one of the smallest in the group. She's quite stooped. She's got a lot of back issues due to her past, which we keep a very close eye on. So we've had to give her some pain relief. But at the moment, fingers crossed, she is doing amazingly well. It's rare that she misses out on food, but when she does, you know about it. She has a little tantrum, cries her eyes out, and then goes to somebody and they will give her some food. They're very generous to poor Trudy in this group.
Once they've had their fill, there's plenty of time for a bit of relaxation or even a little nap. Not so over at the Capuchins, where it's been a story of mutiny and upheaval. Franco was recently ousted as leader of his group, and for his own safety needed to be moved. The knock-on effect posed some problems for the primate care staff.
Obviously, he was a dominant male, so whichever group that we picked, it was going to be very difficult to introduce him to.
The team opted for Sonny's group. It's the largest of the 5 at the park, and Sonny is laid back for an alpha male. But the layout of the house wasn't ideal for introductions, and there were lots of individuals in the troop for Franco to meet. The team decided the best solution was a house swap, moving Sonny's troop over to the lodge, with Eriko's group going in the opposite direction. The scheme involved 34 capuchins in all.
Unlike previous moves that we've done before, where we've just been able to switch them in-house, these 2 houses are completely separate. So we had to crate all the animals up. But we were really lucky. We do a lot of open conditioning with the capuchin monkeys, and they all willingly walk into the crate.
Hi. Hello.
It went far better than I think any of us could have anticipated.
Fast forward a few weeks, and deposed leader Franco is settling in well. He's met everyone, including alpha male Sonny, and now they all have access to the large outdoor tree-filled enclosure. The surroundings are new to a lot of the group, but not Franco, who lived here a few years ago. Currently, he and Sonny are tiptoeing around each other.
They've just kind of avoided each other, really. Franco's spending most of his time inside. He keeps popping out. He has a look at where Sonny is and then pops back in. There have been a few instances where he's kind of got a bit startled. At one point, Letitia told him off and chased him back into the house. So he's still very wary, but Sonny's very wary as well. So they're just kind of staying out of each other's way.
While Franco gets used to life lower down the pecking order at the lodge, over at his old home, Eriko and his troop have taken up residence.
Eriko's group has settled in really well back down at the complex, and most of the individuals in the group have been in this facility before, but many years ago. So a lot of things have changed, and they would have been in a very different group scenario. But it's really good enrichment for them to think about the different layout of the house, and also to explore the outside enclosure. It's very different. Where do all the hosing and the poles lead to? All the different bushes, where they can see the public, where they can see the other groups as well, which they didn't have when they were at the lodge. So although it can be very daunting for them, it is actually a great form of enrichment that we can give them.
Eriko is very different from Sonny. He's super bright and into everything new, which can present challenges for the team. With a new house comes a new routine, and at the moment, Donna is struggling to persuade everyone outside. Eriko is so excited by the tunnel slides, he's blocking the entrance, meaning some of the low-ranking, more timid individuals, like Ringo and Caesar, are intimidated. It's a problem Donna is trying to overcome.
Eriko Erico tests us all of the time, and we'll try and solve it using various different techniques. So today we've used the hay balls on the mesh just to move him away from the area. He's still getting the worms out of it, so it's positive for him. And then we can draw back on those. Once he gets used to, oh, I'm not allowed in that area, then we can draw back on that and just go back to using the station training. And there's lots of other different techniques that we can use. We just sort of trial and error really and see which one works with that individual in that particular scenario.
Eventually, everyone's outside enjoying their new enclosure, including Louisa, the most recent capuchin arrival at the park.
Louisa's doing amazing. She probably spends more time outside than she does in now. She doesn't go super high up in the enclosure unless she has to get to food. She absolutely loves Erico, so she follows him around like a lost puppy a lot of the time, especially when she's in season. But she loves foraging, she catches the bugs, so yeah, she's really come a long way since she first arrived.
Despite all the upheaval that comes with moving home, the park's capuchin groups are adapting, settling into their new surroundings and embracing the change. Next time on Monkey Life, counting them out.
Right, they're coming through, Jasmine. You got your slide open. 2, 3.
Counting them in, as Barts and the Bachelors execute a chimp house swap.
14.
And down at Malagasy, the lemurs have this treetop challenge licked. Today on Monkey Life, counting them out.
Right, they're coming through, Jasmine. You got your slide open. 2, 3.
Counting them in, as Barts and the Bachelors execute a chimp house swap.
14.
Koba, the rescued marmoset, clings to life after arriving at the park in a stricken state.
He's quite a feisty little guy and he wants to fight, so we want to help him with that.
And down at Malagasy, the lemurs have this treetop challenge licked. Monkey World in Dorset, buried deep in the English countryside, is the largest sanctuary of its kind on the planet. The team, led by Dr. Alison Cronin, rescue and rehabilitate abused and unwanted primates from all over the world.
Okay, keep her in, get her in. Okay, got it.
The park provides a home for more than 260 primates from 25 different species. It's all change at the chimp pavilions. The primate care staff are getting ready for a very busy morning. For the second time in 2 years, Bart's group are going to swap homes with the bachelor chimps. In all, 27 chimpanzees will have to be moved in a scheme designed to make it easier to integrate Argentine chimp Sasha into Bart's troop.
It's complicated. We've got to make sure that everyone is 100% definitely in the right place. We don't want any risks of any chimps being left behind and anyone ending up with the wrong group, obviously. So there's a lot of safety checks that go into it, but the main goal really is to try and make it easier for us with doing introductions with Sasha, because where she was placed before made it a little bit tricky. So we're going to have her more centralised in Bart's group to go forwards with introductions. So there's quite a few benefits to swapping them around.
Sasha's introductions have been slow, partly due to the configuration of the current house setup. By moving her and the rest of the group to the other end of the pavilions, the team will have more options and hopefully be able to settle Sasha into the group more quickly.
Right, let's go for it then.
The bachelor boys are going to be moved first. They're already lining up in the outside tunnels, aware something is up.
Oh, boys!
The tunnel system has been designed to link the two enclosures for just such a scenario.
Right, they're coming through, Jasmine. You got your slide open? 1, 2, 3.
The boys need little encouragement. They seem keen to make their way back to their old enclosure.
Oh, good job, lads! Amazing!
The primate care staff check them off to make sure everyone is where they should be. As they head off to explore, Bart's troop watch on curiously.
So we've got the bachelor group in where Bart's have been. So this is their old enclosure that they're back in again. And we're just about to now move Bart's back over to their old enclosure. It's going to be quite noisy for a while, but yeah, it's all good.
Moving Bart's group of 16 is a little more complicated, because Sasha will have to be moved separately, along with Beth, who's keeping her company.
Right, come on you lots! Are you ready?
The main group seem even keener than the bachelor boys to return to their old bedrooms at the other end of the pavilions.
14!
Next, they need to climb out of the last room and into the tunnel leading to the outdoor enclosure. And after a quick check, they head through. The primate care staff tick off their names one by one. All present and correct. Bart's group can now begin to enjoy their new surroundings. Apart from Sasha and Beth. Because Sasha hasn't been outside since joining Bart's group, she's last up and will stay in the bedrooms along with companion Beth. The bedrooms she'll occupy are at the far end, which will make it easier for her to be introduced to the others. And she'll be able to see and hear everyone. She'll still feel part of the group, and having made friends with Beth, she'll have someone to learn from.
Sasha came here with sort of quite limited social skills, having not known very many chimps in the past. So that is one thing that makes these introductions quite difficult, is that the chimps don't really have the best social skills. They can't read behaviours of each other very well. So having Beth there to sort of copy and mimic means that she's sort of learning, oh, if the rest of the group is hooting, Beth's hooting, I should copy. And that will serve her really well when she's either fully in the group or even once she gets a little subgroup. So yeah, it's really beneficial having sort of an ally, a teacher, a mentor with her for a little bit.
Both Bart's group and the bachelor boys appear to have embraced the move back to their original enclosures and are settling in. The change of routine and areas to rediscover should keep the groups engaged and interested for some time to come. Mealtimes at the park can be rowdy, excitable affairs. And the primate care staff work hard to ensure all their charges receive a balanced, nutritious and appropriate diet. But it's also important to change it up every now and then, to keep all the animals engaged and encourage natural behaviours. A good way of doing this is to add a social element to the meal. Today, Donna's doing just that for Eriko's troop of 12. She's aiming to encourage a spot of fur rubbing amongst the capuchins.
We've got loads of goodies this morning. We've got some nice chillies, some raw ginger and some onions as well. They absolutely love their anointing. It's a natural behaviour, so we like to stimulate that as much as we can. So I'm hoping when they come out first thing this morning, they're going to see these and be really happy.
In the wild, capuchins smear themselves with a variety of plants with different benefits. Some help repel insects, and others are thought to have medicinal roles. But today's food items have a specific goal.
For our capuchins, the most important use that it has really is to sort of bring the capuchins together. It's a very social activity for them. They'll all get together in sort of small groups and all rub it all over themselves together. So it's a really great way of forming the friendships within the group.
Donna opens up and Caesar is first out. There's plenty of food spread around, so everyone can get their share. Caesar's first find is an onion, and he's already peeling it. Fur rubbing is one of his favourite things to do, and soon he's enthusiastically anointing himself all over. Eriko's troop have only recently moved to the Capuchin complex and have settled in really well. There aren't as many trees as their previous enclosure, but the large climbing frame and high platforms more than make up for it.
I would say we definitely see the animals using different spaces here as opposed to how they would at the forest. There are some similarities, so Scarlett, for example, loves the trees and she loves going up high in this enclosure. But you also see some of the other individuals like Eriko and Sean that never used to climb really outside before. They will go up now, especially searching for food, so it's really great that we've been able to move them to an area that encourages them to be more active. And I actually think that this enclosure is far better suited to the group than the previous one that they had.
Eriko is certainly enjoying his new surroundings. And this morning, he's joining in the fur rubbing using some chilies, even though his skills are rather basic. On one of the platforms, Matty is cleverly pounding an onion to break it apart. Success! One capuchin who's truly embraced her new home is recent arrival Louisa. And Donna is delighted.
We were all really dubious as to how Louisa would get on. She is missing part of her arm, but actually, I think, you know, she's just adapted. It doesn't bother her at all. She can get everywhere that all of the other capuchins can get to. She speeds around the enclosure, so it certainly doesn't slow her down. She can feed, she will still hold food items in the arm, and she seems to now absolutely love the outdoors. At the lodge, she didn't particularly go outside too much, but here it's much more open and there's more sunny spots for her, which she absolutely loves. So yeah, she's doing really, really well.
The capuchins have fully engaged in today's enrichment, indulging in a spot of fur rubbing and enjoying their new environment. And Donna is pleased her efforts to encourage captive primates to perform natural behaviours have paid off. Outdoors, and later, indoors too. There are 3 groups of orangutans at the park, 2 adult groups native to Borneo, and the nursery group, consisting of both Bornean and Sumatran orangs. In the wild, orangutans, particularly the males, are a semi-solitary species, but at the park, members of the individual groups coexist well. Today, Tuan's group of 6 are outside enjoying the warm weather and snacking on whatever they can forage. The big male leader is tucking into a large bulb of fennel, while Ame has found some browse, something all orangutans love to eat. A variety of greens are on the menu today, which keep the orangs busy processing their meal and provides fibre, which is good for their gut health. The enclosure is spacious, giving the group plenty of room and lots to do if they're in the mood. Lucky demonstrates her abseiling skills on one of the hoses. Awan is in a playful mood, practicing her roly-polies and flirting with the big male. The youngest member of the group is 6-year-old Hujan, and wherever he is, Roro won't be far away. This morning, they're sat in Ame's favourite spot, and the 29-year-old female isn't happy about it. A few stern looks and Roro and Hujan get the message, leaving Ame to settle down and watch the world go by. Hujan is always happy to entertain himself. He's made great progress since arriving at the park. Born at Krefeld Zoo in Germany, his mother was seriously ill after giving birth, and when she recovered, rejected the newborn. He was hand-reared by staff, but despite multiple attempts to integrate him with the rest of his family, things didn't work out. So when he was just 2 years old, Monkey World stepped in and offered him a home.
It was a completely new world of fun for him, so we put him into Tuan's group. All of the ladies over there absolutely adored him. Pretty much, I think every one of them turned themselves upside down when they first met him for him to climb aboard and have a really nice play session. And even Tuan's really respected him being in the group as well. So he's had a lovely, lovely time over there.
4 years on from his arrival, there are big plans afoot for Hujan. He's growing up fast. Leader Tuan doesn't currently interact with him much, but it's well documented adult male orangutans don't mix well together. Plus, as the young male matures, his attitude towards the females is developing.
Hujan's getting to that age where he's starting to get interested a bit more in the females. He's not bothering Twan too much, and Twan hasn't really showed any aggression towards him in any way at all. But we do have to bear in mind that it's probably time for him to move over to the nursery. So it's kind of a little bit of a strange one with this, because obviously nursery is normally for the baby orangutans, but this way around it's going to be almost secondary school for him. It's a long way to go here, but fingers crossed this is going to happen and he'll have a good new time over in the nursery.
He'll be joining 4 other youngsters there: Bulu Mata, Rika, Mimi, and new arrival Kayan. It should be a good fit for Hujan, who still likes nothing better than playing and having fun. For the past 2 weeks, the primate care team have been training Hujan to come and go along the tunnel connecting the nursery enclosure.
Hujan. Good job, buddy.
It's important that when the time comes to move him, he goes of his own accord. Today, primate care member Kat is giving him some target training.
So at the moment, all I'm doing is just reinforcing, go where the stick is, and you'll get a treat for it.
Hujan has been doing training sessions with the others since he arrived, but target training is more focused and will encourage him to follow the stick when moving down the tunnel.
Hujan. Oh, I've got a right party, Tommy.
The training is entirely voluntary, and today, most of the group have decided they want to have a go too.
Twan. It's also quite good for them to have a bit of stimulus and something a bit different just to break up the day.
Everyone is keen to join in.
Lucky.
When the time comes for James and the rest of the orangutan team to move Hujan, he should be well prepared for the short journey to his new home. It's been just over a week since marmosets Koba and Lola arrived at the park after being seized by the RSPCA. The male, Koba, was in such a bad state the team were worried he might have to be put to sleep. The tiny primate was emaciated, had a broken wrist, was missing half his tail, and had a twisted spine as a result of rickets. But the care staff have realised Koba has a lot of spirit and determination, and they're doing their best to give him every chance.
So this is just some water with a little bit of honey added to it. We are concerned that he obviously might become quite dehydrated if he's not eating enough watery foods as well. At this point, he's not really showing great ability to approach water bottles or even bowls that we place near him, just tends to be tipping over. So by offering him some nice sugary fluids, we're hoping that it'll encourage him more to drink from us, so we can at least have some record that he is taking on board some fluids. Good boy.
Sharon is surprised how well Koba has rallied.
Within such a short space of time, quite a big improvement in how bright and alert he is. And yeah, just having him take fluids like this is really reassuring, because keeping him hydrated is a big part of keeping him healthy.
While Koba battles on, his partner Lola is in much better condition. She's relatively healthy and very mobile.
She's very bright, she's very responsive to the primate care staff, so she's come straight over, she's willing to take things from you, and as you can see, she's got no problem lapping up some of the honey water from the syringe, so yeah, it's really good to get that trust with her so early on. Yeah, that's very tasty. Good girl.
The fact the pair arrived at the park together is a great help for Koba.
Having come to us with her is a big part of, why he is doing slightly better. They snuggle in together. She's obviously fairly boisterous compared to him, but she does kind of go in and snuggle up to him and gives him that companionship. So yeah, you can hear them just they do chat to each other, and we just need to pop her away from him so we can give him some specialist one-on-one care while he's recovering, and then the rest of the time they're together. So yeah, they're quite a sweet little pair.
Koba has put on 30 grams in weight in just a week. He only weighed around 200 grams when he first arrived. But he struggled to pass feces, and the team are using a special treatment to help.
It's called a fecal transplant. So by taking faeces from a very healthy animal and mixing a small amount of it in some food and feeding it to an animal that maybe needs a bit more help with the gut bacteria, it somehow stimulates the production of good bacteria in the gut. So we've seen it work for other animals, and again our concern is we're not seeing him pass as much faeces as maybe we'd like. So we're hoping that this little custard and poop mixture might help him, just help things move along a little bit. So yeah, we'll just have to see how he takes it. There you go. Oh yeah, what do you reckon? Yeah, that's definitely happy noises.
Koba laps it up. At this stage in his hoped-for recovery, it's all about making him feel comfortable, and so far, he's responding.
Yummy, that was good. He seems a little fighter, he's quite a feisty little guy, and the happy little noises that he's making. He wants to fight, so we want to help him with that.
With temperatures rising and the sun high in the sky, one lucky group are in for a cooling treat. Down at Malagasy, the park's 8 ring-tailed lemurs are being given a frozen feast. Mashed bananas and grapes hidden in the fronds of large pine cones.
We're going to string them up high around the forested enclosure that they have to get them up off the ground, to get them active, to get them moving, to get them stretching, and get them using their lovely long tongues as well to get in between the cracks of the pine cones to get all of the treats.
It makes for a challenging task. The pine cones are suspended with thin string, which constantly moves around. The lemurs must work out how to reach them and extract the fruit. It promises to be a whole mind and body workout. The troop are let out. They've been split into 2 groups due to recent tensions. The youngest members, brothers Kurt and Friedrich, have been throwing their weight around and ganging up on some of the older males. As a result, they now take it in turns to use the outdoor forest enclosure. Today, the terrible twins are in the forest attacking the pine cones, alongside alpha female Fennel and her best buddy Renton. Plus Al, another young male the brothers seem to tolerate, for now. The other 3 lemurs who make up the group, Himal, Sirius and his twin brother Indiana, won't miss out. They're being given their pine cones in the smaller caged enclosure. The whole troop tackle the frozen treats with enthusiasm. Fennel opts for a low-hanging pine cone. She's now 22, and the only female left in the group. Females are in charge in lemur society, and everyone respects her. Up above, the boys have worked out how to steady the moving pine cones. Lemur hands are perfectly adapted to tackling tricky objects. Their padded palms protect them from spiky plants, and their long, nimble fingers can easily manipulate the food. Their long tongues are also useful, as Friedrich demonstrates, eagerly licking the sticky treats trapped inside the pine cones. The lemurs use their tails as a counterbalance. Even Owl, who has a broken tail, can steady himself.
It's important to keep them moving, keep their joints active. So yeah, placing things up high where they can't usually reach is really good, because in the wild, these guys will live both on the ground and up in the trees. So yeah, it's really important to get them up high, get them active, get them climbing, get them using all of those important muscles, and yeah, keeping them nice and active.
The pine cones have been a success, with the entire troop coming up with their own technique to haul in the fruit. The cones will remain in place all day, encouraging the lemurs to keep active and come back again and again. Next time on Monkey Life, it's moving day for young male orangutan Hujan, who's on his way to join the nursery group, carrying his comforter.
You're a good boy. Well done.
And woolly monkey Lavar discovers small things can come in big packages as he boxes Clever on his birthday. Today on Monkey Life, it's moving day for young male orangutan Hujan, who's on his way to join the nursery group, carrying his comforter.
Good boy, you're a good boy. Well done. Go.
Alison makes a special therapy mat to help rescued marmoset Koba build up his strength.
He needs to stretch those limbs. It's like doing physio at this stage. That's the goal for today.
And woolly monkey Lavar discovers small things can come in big packages as he boxes Clever on his birthday. Monkey World in Dorset, buried deep in the English countryside, is the largest sanctuary of its kind on the planet. The team, led by Dr. Alison Cronin, rescue and rehabilitate abused and unwanted primates from all over the world.
You just never know how it's going to work.
The park provides a home for more than 260 primates from 25 different species. It's a big day for one of the park's youngest residents. 6-year-old male orangutan Hujan is due to make the short journey from his current home in Twycross group to join the youngsters in the nursery. The primate care team have worked hard training him for just this moment and are hoping it'll pay off.
We started off getting him fully to the tunnel. We did that quite a few times first of all, so he was confident with it. Then we opened up the slides and got him used to going inside the tunnel, so he was falling about in there. It did help that we had a tree growing over the tunnel at the time with a lot of fresh browse, which he was thoroughly enjoying at the very top of the tunnel, making it a very positive place to be. And then we went further, so we then went to get him all the way into the enclosure, into the nursery. Had a little bit of a go by himself in the actual nursery enclosure, still allowing him back to Twan's house, not closing any of those slides to scare him off. So it was all in his own time. So I think now is the time that he does need to graduate and come over to his secondary school nursery building and meet all of his new mates.
With Hujan growing up fast, which could cause conflict with big male Twan, the team think it's the right time for him to have fun with orangutans of a similar age. He's been mothered by Roro while at Twan's, but now he'll meet Oisin, matriarch of the nursery group. This morning, Hujan has been let out on his own, without the distraction of the adults. It's the first step in the plan to persuade him into the tunnel system connecting Twan's enclosure to the nursery enclosure.
Good boy, you're a good boy. Well done. Go. Oh, good boy.
James is using a target stick to encourage Hujan and rewarding him with tasty treats.
Hujan. Come here.
The weeks of training have paid off. He's straight into the tunnel.
Oh, yummy, yummy, yummy. Some more? Good boy. Oh, yeah. Now let's go over to the other side, shall we?
Hujan climbs up confidently and makes his way across. He's made the trip a few times already, so knows where he's going. What he doesn't know is, this time, he won't be making a return journey.
Come on, honey. He's a good boy. He's a good boy. Good boy, Hujan.
The next step is to coax Hujan out of the nursery enclosure and into the tunnel connecting the nursery bedrooms. Something he's never done before. That's when he'll see his new housemates. Unfortunately, Hujan's having too much fun doing what he loves best, venturing right to the top of the climbing frame, and no amount of treats can entice him down.
Still got a fair way to go with this, so yeah, let's see what happens. Come on then, Hooch!
After a lot of encouragement and patience,
Hujan, come on.
Hujan eventually comes down, and with the prospect of a few more goodies, he's encouraged into the tunnel.
Good boy, Hujan. Quite a major step getting him into the actual tunnel system of the nursery. And yeah, we'll commence with introductions as soon as possible. But we'll judge the reaction from the rest of the guys first, see what they think of him, see who's interested and who's not, and then we'll go from there.
While Hujan tucks into some grapes, James opens the slide to the nursery bedrooms. Hujan's new housemates are on the other side, waiting for him. He won't meet them straight away, but he'll be able to see and hear them. It's a big step for the young orangutan, who's used to having Roro close by. But he will have the familiar faces of the care staff to reassure him.
Good boy, Hujan.
The youngster's a little wary at first, especially when he catches a glimpse of big boy Bulu Mata. But James keeps everyone calm with drinks and snacks.
Are you all right? I know. You'll be okay. I think we're going to spend the rest of the day just keeping everyone nice and happy, giving them lots of exciting enrichment and rewards and treats to make Hujan realise it's a positive place to be. And then hopefully tomorrow morning we will crack on with one of the intros with one of them. At the moment I'm thinking possibly Bulu actually. Being the only male in this house, if those two hit it off, then it should hopefully bode well for the rest of the intros with the rest of the group.
Hujan has coped really well with the move, going at his own pace with support from James.
He's a good boy. It's not too scary in here.
And his new housemates have been curious, but not alarming. James decides to let them outside to get rid of some pent-up energy, leaving Hujan to take in his new home. It's been nearly 2 weeks since the park took over the care of a pair of marmosets, rescued by the RSPCA and in desperate need of help. The male, Koba, was in such a poor state the team didn't expect him to make it through the weekend. But he's shown a strong will to survive, and the staff have been doing all they can to nurse him back to health. He's now moving around more, and Alison has some ideas to aid his recovery.
He's doing really well, so much so that yesterday afternoon he was caught climbing up the side of the cage, which is great because he needs to stretch those limbs. It's like doing physio at this stage. He needs to get those hands and feet opening and closing and gripping onto things and extending those hips and shoulders. We now need to make him work a little bit. So that's the goal for today.
To give Koba something to hold on to when moving about, Alison has made a mat out of small branches.
Come on. Good girl. It's right here. You need 2 hands. Come on. Good girl.
But first, she needs to entice his partner Lola into the bedroom next door, so Alison can have some one-to-one time with Koba. The therapy mat will help strengthen his muscles.
What do you think of that? Little man, you are so funny. See, those hands have to grip. I know. Oh, look at you go, little man. Walking across a rigid surface, because in that cage at his house, it was all soft blankets and so on, and that's part of his problem. He's not had any tensile force put through his limbs. So we need to start making him work a little bit. Yeah, so great. Also good for him mentally that he's interested in checking new things out. So we do have to sort of treat him with kit gloves, but at the same time, I think it's time to push him forward. Are you coming up for breakfast? Yeah, it's an insect. No? Have you had enough to eat today?
Alison also wants to add a few accessories to help Koba if he gets stuck climbing and can't get back down.
Yeah, the problem was when he got on here, he sat on here and then didn't get off.
Koba and Lola are victims of the British pet trade in small primates, and Alison's hoping the appalling conditions they've experienced will soon be a thing of the past.
In the coming months, there will actually be progress forward in terms of new legislation to ensure that these animals, if they're being kept, are kept in appropriate circumstances. No more bird cages in sitting rooms. But at least some progress is being made, and we'll continue to pick up the pieces as best we can.
Over at the Pond Woolly enclosure, it's a special day for one of the park's longest monkey residents.
So today is Lavar's 33rd birthday. So he's our oldest woolly monkey, and potentially right now the oldest woolly monkey in the world, so we think it's something we should celebrate.
Lavar has been leader and alpha male of his group since he arrived at Monkey World 22 years ago. He's still super fit and healthy and looks after his large group of 9 woolies. There are 3 adult females, Zingu, Pichua, and the youngest of the trio, Olivia. Then there are the boys, Bueno Jr., now a strapping young male, and 6-year-old Cosmo, who's Lavar's grandson. The group is completed by 3 youngsters, Bonita, Levi, and Leroy, who all help keep Lavar young and sprightly.
He's not afraid to show his fun side. He's a real softie with the kids. When you catch him engaging with the kids and the females, and they really go for it. They rag him around, and you could just see the sheer joy in his face. He loves playing, and he's not afraid to just kind of let go and have fun with his family. So he's just the perfect dominant male.
To celebrate his big day, the primate care staff have come up with an entertaining treat. An assortment of boxes and hammocks filled with straw, concealing a birthday smorgasbord of strawberries, raspberries, nuts and seeds. Lavar charges out in true dominant male style, knocking over one of the boxes as he goes. Once he's sure everything's safe for his troop, he heads over to the pile of birthday boxes, stacked up on one of the platforms. This one looks interesting. A quick rummage through the straw and the prize is revealed. Tasty sweet raspberries. The birthday boxes are creating a lot of excitement, resulting in happy trills. 1-year-old Bonita can't wait to find out what's in the hammocks and boxes. Bueno Jr.'s pretty keen too. A full-on approach comes up trumps. A quick check to confirm this box is now empty before moving on to the next. Zingu finds a peanut and nimbly removes it from the shell. Daughter Olivia enjoys a large strawberry. Her long fingers and precision grip help her hold on to the fruit. The boxes are great for hiding breakfast and having fun. The swinging hammocks challenge the woolly monkeys' balance and work their muscles, even if you can't tell who's in there. The 2 young males, Bueno Jr. and Cosmo, are close to reaching full maturity and are now bigger than Lavar. But even at 33 years of age, this birthday boy is still in charge.
I mean, generally he's in really great shape, and every time winter comes around, we always kind of have that little worry, oh, Lavar, maybe, the winter can be a tough time for some of the animals here at the park, and maybe some of them lose a little bit of condition, but right now we're sort of just approaching the middle of summer, and he's bulked out, he's looking great, he's doing some fantastic displays, and he's still keeping the 2 young lads in this group in check, so he's still very much the dominant male of this group, which is quite an achievement for him, but yeah, he's really doing very well.
When there's no more food left to find, the youngsters enjoy some more playtime. Before cuddling up to Mum for a little nap. There was a bit of a change around recently when Bart's group of chimpanzees swapped homes with the Bachelor Boys. The move was designed to help the primate care staff integrate female Sasha into her new family. Something that was progressing at a slower pace than the team were hoping for. Today, Sean is aiming to move things on.
We're just going to give her some access into the playroom, just let her have a bit more perspective on where she is. She'll be able to see the main group out in the enclosure. So she's with Beth, who she spent quite a lot of time with, but Grisby, it's the first time she's been in with Grisby and another chimp. So yeah, she'll be coming in here with the two of those girls, and then throughout the day I'll start trying to filter in a few of the other guys that she's been in with, like Athena, Pepper, Lola, and start building up a nice little subgroup around her and just try and keep everyone happy in here.
Sasha has met the majority of the group one-on-one, but she's yet to mix with more than one chimp at a time. There are still 3 members of the troop she hasn't met face-to-face, due to their individual reactions to her through the mesh. They are leader Bart, female Chatter, and high-ranking Gamba, who's been particularly obstructive.
Hopefully Gamba will let me do it, but the past couple of days, whenever I've been trying to add someone in that hasn't been in with her in the morning, he's just sitting blocking slides with a big grin on his face, basically just trying to stop everyone getting involved, because that's who Gamba is as a person. He has a very weird sense of humour.
This morning, Sean is going to let Sasha meet Beth and Grisby together in the indoor playroom, where there'll be plenty of space for them. But first, he needs to isolate the 2 females from the rest of the troop, and one chimp is being particularly obstinate.
Chatter, come here. Chatter, come here.
Chatter, sensing something is up and wanting to be involved, is blocking the tunnel so others can't get through. After some frustration and much persuasion, the team finally get Beth and Grisby on their own in the bedrooms.
Oh, you love your food.
The rest of the troop are all lined up in the outside tunnel, waiting to be released into the large enclosure. Indoors, Sasha is given time to get used to the idea she now has 2 female companions in with her. Once Sean is satisfied all 3 are relaxed and happy, he lets the trio through to the large indoor playroom. The 3 females are very excited and a little nervous. Beth gives Grisby a reassuring hug, watched by Sasha, before offering encouragement to Sasha too. Sasha is torn between exploring and eating, so does both. She's put on some weight recently. The primate care staff are keen to get her settled so she can go outside into the big enclosure, use the climbing frames, and become more active. But for now, they're pleased she's confidently sharing her indoor space with 2 companions.
Yeah, touch wood, they've mostly behaved themselves. I mean, Sasha does have a tendency to just sit and stare at people when her initial greeting doesn't work. Part of the thing is trying to get Sasha to get it in her head that the way she does things, she needs to adapt, because this group, they're not like Brian's, who kind of caved into her. This group are going to be like, no, you do things our way. So that might take her a while to accept that, but I'm sure she'll get there. She's a bright lady, just very stubborn.
It's going well, so Sean decides to invite a few more of the females to join Sasha, Beth and Grisby. The only problem is Bart and Gamba are up to their old tricks, blocking the tunnels outside. And Mickey isn't helping either.
He has decided this is the best place in the world to sit and try and get in there and cause trouble.
After some diversionary tactics, Sean manages to get Athena and Kathy into the playroom to join the girls. The move is a success, with all 5 females relaxed in each other's company. She is wary, but it's a big step forward for Sasha on her journey to becoming a fully integrated member of a large chimp troop. Across the park at the Squirrel Monkey House, there's been slow progress for another new arrival looking to join an established group. Kimbo arrived 3 months ago, but introducing him to the park's other 4 squirrel monkeys hasn't been going to plan. The only housemate he gets on with is female Nueve.
Kimbo's been a little chaotic whirlwind since he's arrived. He's got the ex-pet thing where he's used to being the only monkey in the household and everything is all about him. So he's had to adjust to life with other squirrel monkeys around. It was just that complete lack of social skills, being taken off his mum at a very young age, sold into the pet trade and raised without any other monkeys. He's just not learnt how you behave in social situations, how you share, how you groom, how you play. He's been so focused on people that he didn't really know that he was a monkey. So it's been fabulous seeing Nueve go through the process of teaching him that and see him just become more of what he was naturally meant to be.
But the slow progress means the squirrel monkeys are living as two separate groups, with Kimbo and Nueve having their own enclosure. Today, the pair are outside, and they're in for a treat. Juicy, exotic kumquat fruits are on the menu.
So mostly the squirrel monkeys eat insects, that's a large part of their diet, but they do eat fruits and veggies and things as well. They will eat flowers and nectar and stuff like that. They're basically opportunists, but bugs are the things they mostly eat. The kumquats are great because obviously they're bright orange, so they're going to be quite noticeable to these guys. And it's also something that they actually haven't had before. And that's what enrichment's all about, is giving something into the environment that they haven't experienced to see what they make of it, see if they enjoy it, get them interacting with it. So hopefully they should enjoy these today.
To add an extra layer of complexity, some of the kumquats have been hidden or suspended on ropes and branches.
So it's encouraging them to use their dexterous little hands, dexterous little fingers to actually work at getting the food out of the holes. The kumquats are a little bit bigger than what we'd normally put in, so I can't fully cover them up, but they'll still have to twist the logs to get the food fully out. There we go.
Steph opens up, letting the pair into the enclosure, and they're immediately on the hunt for food. The brightly coloured kumquats catch their attention straight away. The small citrus fruits originate from Southeast Asia. They're soft and juicy inside, and their skins are also edible. It's a winning combination for Kimbo and Nueve. The pair may look similar, but they're a different species, although both are native to South and Central America. Male Kimbo is a common squirrel monkey, like the rest of the troop, but female Nueve is a black-capped.
It doesn't matter hugely. There is a slight difference with the male-females in those groups. So in the black caps, the females are normally more dominant, and in the commons, it's the males. But Kimbo doesn't know that because he's not grown up around other squirrel monkeys, and Nueve has established that the females are the dominant ones. So as long as Kimbo respects that, then he's good to go.
The kumquats have been a hit. Squirrel monkeys are incredibly active, always on the go, and the fruit and its presentation have definitely kept this pair busy and interested. Next time on Monkey Life. Elderly marmoset Jenny gets a visit from the vet in preparation for the arrival of a potential new life partner. But there's a lot of work to do.
We have got loose molars back here. See they're moving around.
And frozen treats for the Guenons. But how do you free up the fruit? Today on Monkey Life. Elderly marmoset Jenny gets a visit from the vet in preparation for the arrival of a potential new life partner. But there's a lot of work to do.
We have got loose molars back here. See they're moving around.
Orangutan youngster Hujan begins to adjust to life in the nursery with the help of a new foster mum.
We decided to try and cheer him up. We'd let Oshin in. I think he just wanted some comfort from another orangutan.
And frozen treats for the Guenons. But how do you free up the fruit? Monkey World in Dorset, buried deep in the English countryside, is the largest sanctuary of its kind on the planet. The team, led by Dr. Alison Cronin, rescue and rehabilitate abused and unwanted primates from all over the world.
Hi! Look at that. Oh, he's fantastic.
The park provides a home for more than 260 primates from 25 different species. It's going to be a busy 24 hours for the small monkey team. They're making plans to pair up 13-year-old marmoset Jenny, who recently lost her long-term mate, Albert. She's in desperate need of companionship, and it looks like a solution has been found. Alison has a long waiting list of marmoset owners needing to rehome their pets. And among them is a male called Clyde. He's of similar age to Jenny, and Alison's arranged to collect him tomorrow.
He's another old person. He's also supposed to be about 13 years old. He's a scruffy-looking pet trade boy. We've seen video clips of him. He looks quite sort of ricketed, which is standard for the UK pets. And yeah, he's hopefully going to be a good partner for Jenny because they're of a similar age and they can live out the rest of their twilight years together.
The team hope the pair will get on, but before any introduction can take place, Jenny needs a visit from the vet.
She's got a bony growth that she's had before in her mouth. Not long after she first arrived from the pet trade, we had her down and we actually had to cut it out because it was causing a lot of discomfort in the mouth. But over the years, it's actually regrown again. So we're going to have her down. We're going to hopefully remove that big bony lump from her upper jaw. But she's also got a selection of interesting looking teeth that we've noticed when we feed her and things. So she may find that she also has a couple of teeth to come out as well.
Local vet David Holler has arrived to perform the procedures. Jenny has already been given anaesthetic gas in a specially designed box for smaller primates. David gives the marmoset a general once-over and then examines her mouth.
Just still assessing what's going on, where and why.
He immediately identifies a number of issues.
We have got loose molars back here. See, they're moving around. And that's a very firm, sort of bony swelling there.
The large bony growth has caused some of Jenny's teeth to be displaced and grown over one of her canines.
May mean that we've got something, sadly, a little more serious, like a bone tumour that's gone along that jaw. Well, I think, we've got to take out anything that's loose, cut over that, take away as much of the bony lump as we can. Probably, potentially, even we'll find that the canine is loose in there.
It's going to be major work for such a little old lady. David uses a specialist drill to remove some of the bony growth. It's a fiddly job, but thankfully doesn't take too long. However, when it's done, there's more bad news.
There's nothing supporting that tooth now, this side. This sticking forward here. I don't think there's any point leaving it.
The canine will have to come out, along with any loose molars. Most of them are so loose or rotten, they come out easily. David then stitches up the gum to aid healing and reduce the chance of infection.
We had to take out the affected canine tooth, and several of the teeth behind have been displaced and pushed out of place by the bony swelling. So, as well as taking the bony swelling away, we had to take all of the teeth out in the right upper side of her jaw to hopefully make her a lot more comfortable, a lot happier for moving forward. So.
There's one more procedure to do. With the imminent arrival of Clyde, David inserts a contraceptive implant. The team don't want to perform a vasectomy on the male straight away, as they're not sure of his condition.
Next few days there will be some painkillers and some antibiotics to make sure we don't get any infection in there. But it's amazing how quickly males heal up. They heal generally very, very quick. And she should be more comfortable almost immediately because she hasn't got sore teeth moving around in her jaw every time she tries to eat. So hopefully we're on for better, more comfortable life moving forward.
Jenny is returned to the box to recover. All being well, in the coming days, she'll have some company and a new life companion. been less than 24 hours since 6-year-old orangutan Hujan made the short journey from Twycross enclosure to his new home with the nursery group, and it's been full on from the moment he stepped inside. He's now living alongside 4 youngsters, plus matriarch Oisin, who's been surrogate mum to them all. It's quite different from the adult company he experienced residing with Twycross and his group of females. And at first, Hujan was a little overawed.
He was here for a good couple of hours just getting his bearings and things. And I think he went into a little bit of a shock moment where he suddenly realised where he is and not in a brand new building. He didn't know any of the orangs, and suddenly he's faced with all the other orangutans in here. And then we decided to try and cheer him up. We'd let Oisin in because she was paying a lot of attention at him through the mesh. And then suddenly he came out of it and he seemed absolutely fine. I think he just wanted some comfort from another orangutan. So now it's just a case of just letting him to relax a little bit really in the house, trying to make it a nice positive place for him. And then we're going to start on intros with the other guys as soon as possible really. So we'll just see how he gets on.
Today, Hujan and Oisin have the run of the large indoor playroom and a couple of the bedrooms, while the rest of the group have access to the outdoor tunnels and the large enclosure. Oisin isn't the most active of orangutans, but always livens up when there's food about. And James is about to give the matriarch and her new charge their morning meal. Feeding time at the nursery is very different to Hujan's experience with Twycross's group, and he's having to adjust.
This is a completely new building for Hujan, very different to the last building that he lived in. One of the big changes is that there's an upstairs to here, so when we go up on the roof, he's not used to us being above him, so that's making him be a little bit wary during food times, but obviously we're usually up there feeding them, so then it ends up with a positive thing afterwards with the food coming down to him. So there's lots and lots of new things for him to get used to, but let's see how he copes. I think he's a very well-rounded individual, so I think he's going to do well.
So well, in fact, James thinks the youngster is ready to take the next step in his journey. He prepares to give them access to some of the tunnel system. The tunnel's segregated to avoid physical contact with the others for now. Oisin appreciates the move and shows she can shift a bit, when so inclined. However, Hujan is content to have the playroom all to himself. His new nursery home is the perfect playground for captive orangutan youngsters to grow up and learn how to act and socialise with others of their own kind. Monkey World has been the European creche for orphaned orangutans for more than a decade, and over this period, the staff have helped many infants develop in confidence, supported by a number of foster mums. But there comes a day when the youngsters outgrow the nursery, and it's time to move on.
The main reason behind this nursery really is to try and get these orangutans to grow up in a normal way, to act like orangutans, and so that they can then learn as much as they can before they reach that sort of age of sexual maturity. And then when they do go off to other places, it will make it much, much better when they meet all these new orangutans that they'll be around in perhaps another place, and hopefully they'll get on with them and know what to do, know how to behave and all of that sort of stuff. And if they don't learn that, things can go wrong quite badly.
One of the park's most recent graduates is adult male Silvestre. A few months ago, he made the long journey to a new home and life at Basel Zoo in Switzerland. He now has his own small group consisting of female Maya and her daughter, 5-year-old Padma. The trio appear to be getting on well together, but things aren't going entirely to plan. Silvestre is content in his comfy nest up high in one of the tunnels at the orangutan house, and isn't inclined to leave it. He'll only emerge for food and drink, and is yet to venture outside.
In the beginning he was very active, very okay, and then after a few weeks he decided that he needs a bit more time, and he settled down in his nest, and he's active, but he's not running around, and at the moment we're trying to convince him to go outside to enjoy the beautiful outside exhibits we have, but so far we didn't succeed. But we're still working on it, and we're giving him time so he can do it on his own pace.
His day-to-day carer is Gabriella. She's been working closely with Silvestre, encouraging him to move and explore.
Hey, Silvestre, kom schauen. Kom schauen, Silvestre, kom.
But there's a lot for the young adult orangutan to take in.
Silvestre, huh?
His new home has different rooms and slides to get used to. And there's an adult male orangutan in residence close by. Vendel is his immediate neighbour. Silvestre's opted for a safe spot high up, where he can take it all in.
The whole environment is new, keepers are new, his exhibit mates are new, so everything is new. And I imagine that he needs some more time to actually get used to it, and also to have enough courage to go and see what's outside, to go and see how it is there. Because he knows now the inside enclosures, he knows quite well, he knows where he is, he knows his place, he knows where he can stay safe. And the outside is new and adventurous, and I think he needs to build a bit more courage to actually go there.
The two females, Maya and daughter Padma, spend most of their time enjoying the outside enclosure. Silvestre has access any time he wants to join them, and to encourage him, Gabriella offers treats to the females in full view.
Ja, nicht schauen, hä? Wo hast du Padma?
When the trio are together inside, they get on well.
When I sit a long time alone inside, and Maya and Padma come in for food, then you see that it's for him is, oh, she come back. Oh, yeah. Oh, it's okay. Yeah. You see it. The contact is very good, and the contact is very friendly. No aggressive, no problems, nothing. It's very friendly.
A cold Swiss winter, which extended longer than usual into spring, didn't help matters.
If he would have come here in summer and would immediately have had access to outside, it would have been easier. So he got comfortable inside, and now he needs to relearn that there is more to the exhibit. And I hope that he will enjoy his new outside exhibit and profit from these new possibilities to have different experiences in his life.
The staff at Basel Zoo will give Silvestre all the time he needs to adapt to his new life. And once he's confident enough to head outside, the team are sure he'll love it. It's a baking hot day at the park, and Hananya's troop of 18 are feeling the heat. It's so warm the chimps have taken to relaxing in the shade, or sheltering under a sheet in order to get some respite from the sun. Even usually energetic Thelma's not up for running around today. But the weather isn't the only reason the group are a little subdued. A summer cold is doing the rounds, and some of the chimps are feeling out of sorts. Primate care staff member Wendy is mixing up a concoction to help. She's making a delicious cold remedy with ginger, lots of lemons and honey. It makes for a vitamin-packed soothing drink.
I walked in this morning, and at least half of Hananya's group are snotty and coughing and revolting, so we need to do a couple of things. Make them feel better. It's a hot day. It's been a hot couple of weeks, so we need to get fluids into them. So I shall boil this all up, my magic recipes. I shall let it cool down, and then later on, in a little while, we'll throw that over the fence line in bottles. Make sure everybody's gets some.
Wendy knows which chimps are displaying symptoms, and will target them to make sure they get a bottle. But she's making enough for everyone, in the hope it'll help those not infected stay healthy.
It's really, really good stuff, honey, for colds and symptoms like that. The ginger just clears all the airways out, but also minimises the symptoms that they're suffering, because it's not nice having a cold. And when you're a chimp, you become a less nice chimp when you've got a cold. And when 18 chimps have got a cold, it's not pleasant. Fingers crossed we'll get this cold sorted out and they can get back to themselves again.
Once the potion has cooled and been decanted into bottles, Wendy distributes them to an excited troop. Chimps live in large groups, and once one of them catches a cold, it can spread like wildfire. Hopefully, this tasty medicinal treat will do the trick. Simon is one of the first to grab a bottle and unscrews the top with his teeth, before Thelma strolls in and pinches it from under his nose. He's a bit of a soft touch when it comes to the youngster. The bottles are thrown in from 2 different towers, so all the chimps can snaffle at least one. But dominant female Johnny, as usual, has grabbed more than her fair share. 1 in each hand, and 1 clutched in her right foot. Honey finds a quiet spot away from the others, so she can hold on to her bottle and enjoy the soothing drink. Thelma and Simon climb up to Johnny in the hope she may give up one of her cash. They've got no chance.
Johnny doesn't do sharing. I have never seen Johnny share. Not once. Plenty of the others, yes, absolutely. I've seen Hananya share with low rankers very sweetly. Johnny, nah. She will sit there and drink that as slowly as she possibly can. And she is going to make them suffer while she does it.
The drink has been a success and hopefully will help the group fight off infection. And when the bottle's empty, time for a tidy up before relaxing in the shade. While Hananya's chimp group take it easy in the warm summer sun, there's one small troop at the park who rarely take a laid-back approach to life. The family of 4 red-bellied guenons. Mum Nia and Dad Benny have their hands full with their 2 daughters, Biff and Nala. The sisters like nothing better than dashing about, jumping and climbing in their wonderful outdoor enclosure. But with the temperatures soaring, the primate care staff have decided the full-throttle guenons could do with a cool down. So they're serving up a fruity treat, frozen in blocks of ice.
This is a bit of a new thing for them. So they've had like chunks of frozen watermelon in the past, but they've never had big block lollies, and there's a lot of frozen fruit in here. So I don't think they're going to be able to believe their eyes when they first come out today.
Steph and the team aren't sure how the guenons will approach the frozen feast.
The guenons are pretty smart. It's whether they decide whether the cold ice is worth it or whether the better strategy is to just sit around and wait for the sun to melt through so they can grab the fruit. So it'll be interesting seeing if they actually bother with licking the lollies or if they just sort of smash them on things or if they wait for the sun to do the work for them.
The family of 4 are let out into the enclosure and take up vantage points to survey the unusual offering. They're normally full on when it comes to food. Youngsters Biff and Nala rarely hold back. But the suspended ice blocks have them flummoxed. They're not sure what to make of it all, or where to begin.
It's a bit of a free-for-all when the guenons come out. Generally, the kids are not shy and they're not opposed to pushing Dad out of the way when it comes to treats and stuff. Benny has a very good feeding strategy. Everything just gets shoved straight into his cheek pouches, but he can't do that with a big block frozen lolly. He's actually going to have to spend some time working on it first. But the kids are usually head first into anything new, so I expect they'll be the first ones.
And they are. Dad Benny watches on as Biff manages to prise a piece of fruit from one of the ice blocks. So that's how it's done. It doesn't take long for the rest of the family to get stuck in. Benny grabs hold and uses his teeth to free a piece of watermelon from the ice block. But he's no intention of sharing it with daughter Nala. She'll have to do the work if she wants the reward. The ice lollies are suspended all around the enclosure to give the guenons a good workout, testing their agility and brains as they come up with tactics to retrieve the frozen fruit. Clever Benny discovers he has the strength to haul up a big chunk of ice hand over hand. His daughter Nala tries the same technique, but her first attempt ends in failure. Second time lucky? This time, she uses her teeth too. She can't quite manage it and is left with only a fragment of frozen fruit. As the day warms up, the ice starts to melt, revealing more and more of the tasty morsels. The Guenons don't have a great deal of fruit in their diet, so when they do, it's a real treat. Biff has managed to break off a big chunk of fruit smoothie. She heads to a platform with her sister Nala in close pursuit. Nala attempts to muscle in on the prize, but Biff's not for sharing. The ice enrichment has proved a hit with the whole family. In fact, it's been finger-licking good. And when they've had their fill, it's time for a brush-up and a spot of grooming. Next time on Monkey Life. Alison meets Clyde, a pet trade marmoset who refuses to transfer from his owner's travel cage to the safety of the park's travel box.
I don't like the cage with holes in it, but if that's what we're gonna have to do.
And Argentine chimp Sasha meets the challenge of Bart's outdoor enclosure for the very first time. Today on Monkey Life, Alison meets Clyde, a pet trade marmoset who refuses to transfer from his owner's broken travel cage to the safety of the park's travel box.
I don't like the cage with holes in it, but if that's what we're gonna have to do.
Young Orangutan Hujan meets older male Bulu, who's up for a full-on play session.
It looks a little bit over the top, but I think there's a lot of smiles in between there.
And Argentine chimp Sasha meets the challenge of Bart's outdoor enclosure for the very first time. Monkey World in Dorset, buried deep in the English countryside, is the largest sanctuary of its kind on the planet. The team, led by Dr. Alison Cronin, rescue and rehabilitate abused and unwanted primates from all over the world.
There they are. It's so amazing. They look really fit and healthy. All good.
The park provides a home for more than 260 primates from 25 different species. Early morning at the park, and Alison's on her way to yet another pet trade marmoset rescue. She's preparing to make the short journey from Dorset to Fareham in the neighbouring county of Hampshire. A male marmoset there, named Clyde, has been on her waiting list for several years and could be the perfect partner for Jenny, one of the females at the park.
Sort of sadly, I was able to go to our waiting list and come up with what is number 7 or 8 on our waiting list, Clyde, and also is approximately the same age as Jenny. So we try and sort of find like with like, so we'll have perhaps the same energy levels and things. Little bit worried that the video clip I've been sent, his hands and his feet look like they might have rickets, and his fur doesn't look the best, but I was told that that was him just getting up out of bed, but I'm still a little bit concerned about his condition. But we'll get Clyde back to the park, see what he's like, get him fed up and vitamins inside of him, and consider introductions to Jenny. almost straight away. We'll want a day or two to settle Clyde in and see what he's like.
As Alison leaves for the 60-mile journey to pick up Clyde, his prospective partner Jenny is recovering from major dental surgery. She had a growth and a number of teeth removed yesterday, but is doing very well.
She's eaten well, she is literally back to normal. Her attitude, she's telling us off again. She seems a lot more comfortable, so some of the food items that she struggled with, you know, a couple of days ago, she's attempted and eaten very well now, so yeah, she's doing really good.
Which is just as well, because Alison has arrived in Fareham to meet Jenny's potential new mate, and his owner.
I'm Alison.
Yeah, I've seen you before.
Pleasure.
Alison prefers to see any new primate in their current living conditions to help understand their mobility and behaviour. This identifies any potential issues so the primate care staff can be informed. So she's a little frustrated to find the marmoset is already boxed up.
Well, hi, sweet pea.
However, she's able to take a look at Clyde's cage, which is still in place, and is told he also had the run of the sitting room.
Sweet pea. Hey, Clyde. He's thinking, yes, what's going on?
I do know.
Alison's keen to get as much background on the marmoset as she can.
You've had him now since 2015, was it? You first...
2015, yeah.
You contacted us, I think?
I made contact when his partner died, because he went into a depression.
So you had just kept them in the cage when they were a couple?
Yeah, but it was double that size.
Yeah.
Double that
Yeah.
size, yeah.
And so he's not really ever spent time outside or anything?
I take him out occasionally to get a bit of sun.
It's a recurring problem with pet trade marmosets. They're often kept in small spaces with very little, if any, outside access and very limited sunshine, leading to a lack of vitamin D and, inevitably, rickets.
And fruit and veg?
Yeah, spaghetti. He does love spaghetti.
Okay. Yeah.
I do give him a bit of porridge in the morning.
What, oatmeal or...?
Ready break.
Yeah. No, that's fine. That's fine.
Alison has the information she needs. Time to transfer Clyde from the owner's box into a secure travel crate.
Go on in, Clyde.
But try as they might, Clyde won't budge.
Clyde.
It's all right, sweet pea.
Come on, baby. All right, babe.
I don't like the cage with holes in it, but if that's what we're gonna have to do.
Alison doesn't want to cause the marmoset undue stress, so decides he'll have to travel to Dorset in the owner's box. But first, she'll make it as secure as possible.
Do you mind if I call you if there's any questions or issues?
Phone me, yeah. No
Thank
problem.
you, thank you.
Alison is eager to get Clyde safely back to the park.
You're all right, little man.
The primate care staff will assess the rescued marmoset when he's in a more secure environment.
Luckily, not too long of a journey, because, like I said, I'm really not happy with that cage, but we've got it gorilla taped down and the sides and the holes filled in and everything else, and I've put a blanket in at least and a water bottle on board, so not ideal, but at least we're on our way.
They set off, with Clyde heading for a new start, a potential new partner, and the chance to live a more natural marmoset life. It's been a week since Orangutan Hujan joined the rest of the youngsters at the nursery. He's settling in well and becoming accustomed to the house, its large playroom, and some of the outside tunnels. He's also met all the girls in the group, including new arrival Kayan, who's just 15 days younger than him. The primate care staff have saved the only male in the nursery, 8-year-old Bulu Mata, till last.
He's a lot bigger than Hujan, and he's the only other male in the group, so this is the kind of decider, really, if you like, of whether this is going to work or not. I really, really hope it does, because there's so much work that's gone into it, and all of the other intros have gone so, so well. We'll see how it goes. Hopefully, fingers crossed, they'll get on and become best buddies.
But primate introductions are notoriously difficult to predict. So today's meeting between the two will start with mesh contact only, to see how they react. Hujan has his friend Kayan in with him for support, while the other 3 females remain outside in the enclosure. At first, Bulu is somewhat indifferent to his new housemate.
Bulu, come here. Hujan.
So James decides to try and bring the pair closer with some cooperative feeding.
It just gets them a bit closer together, gets a little bit more trust in them and things like that, really. I mean, there's been no negative behaviour so far. Hujan's a little bit wary, obviously. Bulu's a lot bigger than him. But yeah, it's looking all right so far.
With no signs of aggression in evidence, James soon decides it's time for the pair to meet face to face. The team prepare for all eventualities.
All right, fire extinguisher behind you. Bulu Bear, good boy, well done.
Hujan and Kayan head straight into the bedroom next door, ignoring Bulu as they do. They're happy playing together, enjoying their own fun wrestling session. But when Bulu gets in between them, Hujan immediately backs away into the corner. He's wary of the larger male and not sure how to react, particularly when Bulu makes a grab for him. James monitors the situation to make sure it's just harmless play. But then Kayan decides she wants to join in the fun.
It always looks quite aggressive at the start with things like this, but they have to work out which one's the strongest, basically, to work out who's the boss. So it looks a little bit over the top, but I think there's a lot of smiles in between there. We just need to make sure that we're almost policing this a little bit just to make sure it doesn't get a little bit too out of hand. But Hujan's not squeaked in any way at all. He's actually been smiling most of the time whilst Bulu was doing that to him. So that was a really good start, to be honest. But obviously, early days, we'll see how the rest of this goes and plays out, but fingers crossed.
In case it's all getting too much for Hujan, James decides to swap Kayan with some of the others, currently outside in the tunnels and enclosure.
I just felt like they were starting to gang up a little bit too much on him. So I've just taken her out of the mix for a minute. I'll probably let her back out to the rest of the group.
Enter Oshin and Mimi, and the presence of the adult female has an immediate calming effect on Bulu.
He's not being so crazy now trying to chase after Hujan or anything like that, so I think we've done the right thing there. So yeah, we'll continue to watch this for a little bit longer, and then this afternoon we might think about then adding Rika to the mix. Probably Kayan last, to be honest, after her very enthusiastic behaviour with him this morning. So yeah, it's going good.
The team will keep up the introductions before letting the whole group outside together. They hope by then Bulu will realise Hujan makes an excellent playmate. But the older male will need to dial down the rough and tumble. After all, Hujan's a lot smaller than his former play pal, Silvestre. There are now 5 squirrel monkeys at the park, following the arrival of youngster Kimbo a few months ago. But integrating him into the group hasn't gone according to plan.
He's a young male, he came from the pet trade, and our hope was to try and get him into our group. Unfortunately, we haven't been successful as yet, but we have managed to get him quite happily living with Nueve, our female black cap. So at the moment, we're taking a break from intros, and we're just going to run the groups as 2 separate groups, basically. So we've got Lopez, Lucille, and Logan living together, and they're the trio that have always lived together. They came to us together, and then we've got Kimbo and Nueve in a separate part of the house.
Today, Karen has come up with a new and unusual feeding system for the trio of common squirrel monkeys to try out in their wonderful natural enclosure.
So it's really cool, kind of hanging coconut feeder, which is great. They've had half coconut shells before, but they've never seen anything like this before. So this is going to be really interesting. And there's a big hole at the bottom, so we can fill it full of good stuff. And then we're going to hang it up, see what they make of it. Hopefully they'll enjoy trying to get out the insects and the treats.
Karen has all sorts of goodies lined up to fill the coconuts.
So we're going to put some straw in and some waxworms. They love waxworms, one of their favourites. Let's put some more straw in. Hide them all in there. Also going to use some mealworms, which they really enjoy too. Also going to treat them to a little bit of jam. It's very high in sugar, so this is a rare, very rare, very rare treat. The work that they'll put in will far outweigh the calories in that little bit.
Suspending the coconut containers all around the enclosure will test the 3 squirrel monkeys both mentally and physically. And here they come. Full of curiosity about the strange objects decorating the enclosure. They're certainly a puzzle, spinning and swaying the moment they try to grasp them. This will take some working out. Lucille carefully considers the coconut conundrum. Seconds later, she's got it cracked, reaching out and using amazing core strength and balance. Squirrel monkeys don't have prehensile tails like some other South American species. It means they can't use them to grasp things or hang from them. Instead, they're often used as a counterbalance when collecting food from hard-to-reach places. Lopez tries a different technique, using his strength to haul the coconuts up to his perch on a high branch. He's perfectly balanced as he rifles through the straw to find the mealworms. His measured approach means he doesn't let too many of the grubs fall to the ground. Logan is the biggest of the 3 common squirrel monkeys. He's also the least enthusiastic when it comes to working hard for his food. Today, he's got a bit of an excuse. His large hands are a bit too big to reach inside the holes in the coconut. The trio have come a long way since being rescued 6 years ago.
Lucille at the minute is still quite quiet. She's massively improved since she's been here, but she is still the quieter one out of the 3. Lopez's behaviour has dipped a little bit while he wasn't well, but he's starting to come back to himself, and he is the cheeky little chappy that likes running around and playing. And Logan is still I'm the big man, and I still need to try and be the big boss and show how strong I am and muscly I am.
Today's enrichment has been an excellent exercise for the small group, challenging them physically and mentally. Lucille has made the most of it, and it pays off. She hits the jam jackpot, earning a sticky reward for her perseverance. It's been a momentous few months for Argentine chimps Sasha and Kangoo, rehomed from Buenos Aires Zoo. Since the mother and son were separated, Kangoo has become well ensconced in Brian's group of 6, where everyone, including Rodders, are now together and getting on. But for his mum, Sasha, it's been a different story. She's found life tough in Bart's group, where introductions to the other 15 haven't always gone to plan. And she's yet to venture into the large outdoor enclosure. But today, Primate Care staff member Sean is hoping that's all about to change.
It's been a bit slower going here, actually getting enough of a group around her to kind of be that reassurance and support as she goes outside. And yeah, the hope is that her going out, obviously a lot better for her, getting out in the fresh air, exploring the big enclosure and everything like that will be so much better for her. Things can only get better is the hope. So yeah, it's looking up today.
Sean has opened the slide connecting the house to the outside tunnels that lead to the large enclosure.
Good girl. Hi. What do you think?
Sasha has spent the night with Athena and Lola, 2 females who have become good friends and are there to support and encourage her outside. If things go well, Sean will gradually introduce a few more of Bart's troop throughout the day. But first, she needs to take that initial big step outside.
It'll be all right, probably.
While Lola and Athena are making the most of having the enclosure to themselves, Sasha hangs back.
Oh, Sash, it's okay.
This is all new to the chimp.
Come on, sweetheart.
And she's understandably cautious.
Come on, then.
Lola comes back to offer her reassurance.
Good girls.
It seems to do the trick. After a bit more hesitation, Sasha takes her first steps into her new large outdoor space.
Good girl!
Before making her way across the grass to one of the climbing frames.
Well done, sweetie. She's out.
With Athena and Lola staying close by her side, offering support, she's soon off exploring.
Lola and Athena are just perfect and wonderful, and I'm very, very happy with them. They've been very sticking close to her, reassuring her. I mean, they've still gone off and stuffed their faces with all the apples out there, but, you know, they've been happy enough to keep an eye on her.
As the morning goes on and Sasha is becoming more and more confident, Sean decides to introduce two of the higher-ranking females into the mix, Cindy and Clin. The distraction of some frozen fruit smoothies is enough to keep things calm for now. It's been a huge day for Sasha, coping with the large outdoor space and all the sights and sounds that come with it. And for the primate care team, it's great to see that all their hard work and patience is paying off. After a short journey from Fareham on the south coast, Alison has arrived back at the park with Clyde, a male marmoset who's been on her waiting list to be rescued for some time. He's had to travel back in his owner's animal cage, which wasn't ideal. But the journey has been quick and uneventful for the marmoset.
The whole situation was a little bit odd. He appears to be okay, and we'll see how he goes. I'm going to give him to Elle.
Yeah, if you could tell Elle,
Yeah.
that's probably easy.
Yeah.
The team are anxious to get Clyde settled in one of the bedrooms for the night, where he'll have other marmosets as interested neighbours.
Is used to being loose in the house and around people. It's only if you try and grab him that he might. But otherwise, you should be all right.
Elle opens up the cage to give Clyde access to his new bedroom.
Come on, little man.
He's in no rush.
Door's open.
It'll be the first time Alison will see him actually move. Slowly, Clyde plucks up the courage to take a look around, climbing to the edge of the cage before taking a leap of faith. He's actually fairly mobile and shows some good agility as he moves around the branching.
But he looks pretty confident, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, that jump out of the box was pretty capable.
Still not terribly happy of what his hands look like from that previous video clip, but he does seem not too bad. I guess leaping across countertops and up onto kitchen cabinets and stuff has put him in good stead for at least being able to move around. I'll be interested to see what Steph and Elle think about the state of his bones and everything moving forward, because some of the videos we had beforehand didn't look really good. And the bottle of D3 that I've been given is full and looks new. So, yeah, we'll just have to assess him now. But he's pretty good.
Clyde's got a lot to contend with in the house, so the team will give him plenty of time to adjust before introducing him to his new partner, Jenny.
Yeah, a lot of animals to get used to in this house. He's got very noisy neighbours. He's got the Tamarin girls next door that are very, vocal. He's got Millie Martin at the end who alarm calls, at any little sign of noise or danger. So he's got a lot to get used to. But next to him on the left, he's got his future girlfriend. And hopefully within the next week, they can start communicating over the wall and talking and familiarising themselves before they get to meet properly in person.
So far, so good. But the next few days could be life-changing for this new arrival. Next time on Monkey Life. A visit from the vet for one of the park's strangest residents. But it's hard to nail down what's causing his condition.
This one is actually thickened and distorted the whole way down.
And Capuchin Gizmo and his girls go nuts over a cracking challenge. Today on Monkey Life, a visit from the vet for one of the park's strangest residents. But it's hard to nail down what's causing his condition.
This one is actually thickened and distorted the whole way down.
The small monkey team lose the battle to save tragic pet trade marmoset Koba.
Having Koba coming in and knowing he never had a chance to begin with, that is heartbreaking.
And Capuchin Gizmo and his girls go nuts over a cracking challenge. Monkey World in Dorset, buried deep in the English countryside, is the largest sanctuary of its kind on the planet. The team, led by Dr. Alison Cronin, rescue and rehabilitate abused and unwanted primates from all over the world.
I can't keep her in, get her in. Okay, got it.
The park provides a home for more than 260 primates from 25 different species. It's vet day for one of the park's more unusual residents, Brass, a hybrid marmoset who arrived via the pet trade.
He's got some really strange things going on with his nails. He's got a very sort of yellow, crusty coloration around quite a few of his toes and fingernails. We think maybe it's fungal, maybe it's something else. They do a lot of climbing around on the branching. Obviously, the claws are the things that they're using to grip onto the branching when they're moving about. So it's important that we have a look at that and see if we can't get them looking nice and healthy again.
Brass was rescued with 3 other marmosets in 2013 from a pub in Greater Manchester. 2 have moved on, but Brass and his male friend Evie still live together at the park. And they're a bit of a conundrum for the primate care staff.
They are some sort of weird hybrid marmoset created in the pet trade. We think maybe common marmoset cross silvery marmoset, but we don't really know. They're a very odd pair. Their coloration is really weird. Evie's bright white, Brass is sort of a mixture of white and black. Both of them have got quite a lot of balding, hair loss. They're just very strange looking monkeys, but beautiful nonetheless.
Steph has brought Brass across to the park's hospital, where local vet David Holler is going to examine him. Once he's been anaesthetised in a specially designed box, David can get to work. He's surprised by the marmoset's overall condition.
He's got nice little muscles on it.
Yeah.
Brass appears in reasonably good health, despite his hair loss. But the cause for concern is the nail infection.
That one's definitely quite thickened the whole way through the nail. So it looks the most like a sort of fungally affected nail. This one is actually thickened and distorted the whole way down. And on the verge of coming away.
As David examines each individual nail, some are so infected they fall off in his hands.
We've already lost several toenails, and there are several others that are falling off. It looks like most likely we've got a fungal infection got under the nail. These ones that are coming off anyway, if we remove them, it looks a little bit mean, but it gives us access to this tissue to apply treatment to. We can get our treatment in exactly where it's needed and hopefully get him on the road to recovery that little bit quicker.
Once he's removed all the infected nails, David treats each nail bed with a non-toxic, antibacterial and antifungal solution.
This is just putting a large amount of it exactly where it's needed. Really helps to deal with infections and promote healing.
While the solution dries, the team take blood samples.
Some of the treatments that we might need to use for fungal disease can impact the liver, so we need to know his liver's working well. We don't often anaesthetise the guys here, so it's good to get a general idea of the health overall, make sure there's nothing in the background that we're unaware of.
Finally, David uses a laser to kickstart the healing process.
Stimulate blood flow, stimulate local immunity, but it also kills bacteria and fungus, so a single treatment today isn't going to be curative, but it's just about taking the opportunity while we've got him here to do as much as we can to get him better as quickly as we can.
Treatment completed, Brass is returned to the box to recover from the anaesthetic. The team are hoping for a steady improvement in his condition in the coming weeks. It's almost 2 weeks since young male orangutan Hujan left Tuan's group to start the next chapter of his life with the youngsters in the nursery. He's now met everyone and settled in well. So today, he's going to take the next big step into the outdoor enclosure.
The key thing is just watching the behaviour, seeing how they get on, and judging the reactions between the group and things like that. So it's all about the dynamics really this morning. So we'll probably be exploring the top half of the enclosure, getting to know his bearings and working out things out there. So hopefully he won't find anything to destroy as well, as orangutans quite often do, but we'll see.
James is concerned that if Hujan does climb up high, he'll be able to see his former family across the way in Tuan's enclosure. He's not sure how the youngster will react, so Tuan and the females are being kept indoors to start with.
We're going to let them out for a short while this morning, and then go on to let Tuans out, and then it will be a case of judging their behaviour probably a bit later with when him and Roro see each other, and also not just Roro but some of the other characters in the group as well over Tuan's way that he used to have quite close relationships with. Awan, Arme, pretty much all of them, to be honest, he had some form of relationship with and play with quite a few of them in the past. So it will be a big moment for him seeing them over there. So yeah, let's see how this goes. Come on in, guys!
The slide is opened, and Bulu Mata leads the group out, followed by Mimi, and then Kayan. In the tunnel, Hujan is still a bit cautious and hangs back.
Come on, Hooch! There he is. You can go out today.
The sight of the others outside encourages Hujan to take a good look.
He's a good boy. He's a good boy. It's not that scary, is it?
He summons up his courage and heads out, straight to the climbing frame. He immediately starts to climb up high.
Hujan's one of the best climbers we've probably got in this group after being in Tuan's for quite a while, climbing on the big frame. So he's completely used to the height of the enclosure. This is probably quite low for him, really. So yeah, he's really good that he's gone straight at the top.
Right, I'm gonna give you some of this, okay?
The primate care team attempt to keep the rest of the group busy with drinks and scatter feeds to allow Hujan time to explore the enclosure. However, someone is determined to chaperone him. Kayan is just 15 days younger than Hujan, and on hand to offer reassurance if needed. But the young male is already growing in confidence, heading back to the tunnel system every now and then, demonstrating he knows his way around.
Good boy, Hujan, good boy.
While he's otherwise occupied, the team take the opportunity to let Tuan's group outside. But how will Hujan react when he gets a glimpse of his previous housemates? And how will they react when they see him up high in an adjacent enclosure? The team needn't have worried.
No massive reaction, to be honest, from Hujan. He 100% saw them all. He was having a really good look at them, but he seemed to be just getting on about his business, and he's still out there now swinging around. Twan was looking at him very, very intensely, so I'm not really sure what was going through Twan's head. Obviously, the males, it's all about property and they own everything, so I don't know if there was a little bit of that in his head, but he certainly was looking quite puzzled and quite intense. There was definitely some looks from Ro, obviously one of the biggest ones, as she was the main foster mum that looked after him for all of this time so far. He is at a natural age now that he would be going away from his mum a bit further in the wild, so I think the group are going to cope okay.
As the morning goes on, Hujan does spend a little time watching his former housemates. But the youngster seems settled with his new life and playmates in the nursery. With so many animals to feed and keep happy and healthy, the park's staff maintain and grow lots of edible plants that can be foraged or fed to the primates. Today, Katie is harvesting some ripe plums for the trio of spider monkeys. They're also going to be given blackberries and rose hips, complete with their prickly stems.
We've got quite a few fruit trees, and yeah, it's really nice because it means that we get free food during the summer for the monkeys, and yeah, it means that we can do things like this so that we can do it as enrichment as well. So just going to take a few branches off. And yeah, just be a nice kind of natural way for them to get some food.
It's a colourful seasonal treat, which the three spider monkeys should relish. Katie's hanging the fruits in feeders around the enclosure to encourage Pumpkin, Hickory and Flint to forage and feed as they would in the wild, by suspension feeding. Some treats may be easier to reach than others.
It'll be interesting to see what they think of them. I don't think we've tried them with rose hips before, so yeah, it'll be interesting, especially as they're quite spiky plants, so they're going to have to negotiate around the spikes. I think especially initially they're going to have a bit of a preference for the plums just because they're so much easier. But yeah, hopefully they'll appreciate the rose hips and they'll actually prove to be a bit of a challenge for them.
With everything set, the slide is opened. The trio take a good look around the enclosure. The brightly coloured breakfast captures their interest immediately. Spider monkeys are frugivores, meaning their diet consists mainly of fruit, so this morning's offering is a feast. Flint attempts to capture a juicy plum first. He hangs upside down, using his long prehensile tail as an anchor, and nimbly plucks one from a branch. Hickory is always a little more cautious, but today he wastes no time harvesting some blackberries, even if they are near ground level. But Pumpkin doesn't take the easy option. Her excellent colour vision spots the bright red rose hips, and despite the prickles, she demonstrates excellent technique to reach them.
Spider monkeys don't actually have thumbs, so they're at a slight disadvantage when it comes to really manipulating things because their hands are more well adapted to just hooking on. But yeah, you could see Pumpkin, she's using her hands to pull the fruit over, so she only has to touch a tiny bit of the plant and just eating them straight from the plant with her mouth. So yeah, she's really smart, and it's a really interesting kind of way to see her doing it. They don't often get spiky foods that are hard to eat, so it's nice to see her do it.
Pumpkin is the boss of the trio and loves her food, often leaving Flint and Hickory at the back of the queue. Having sampled the rose hips, she quickly moves on to the plums.
They know she's the boss. But yeah, it's really nice with things like this. There's like so much to do in there, so much food that everybody's getting plenty.
The trio will have the rest of the day to climb and forage for the fruit, just as they might in their natural habitat, in the rainforests of South and Central America. After all, even greedy Pumpkin can't devour it all in one sitting. The park's newest arrival has spent his first night in his new home. Alison collected male marmoset Clyde from his owner in Fareham, Hampshire yesterday. He's had less than 24 hours to get used to the sights, sounds and smells that will form part of his life from now on. The primate care team are keeping a close eye on the newbie.
It's really important that we get to know Clyde as a person and get to know his personality. But the more that we sit with him, the more we spend time with him, the more we can understand him, the more we can adapt our care to his needs, whether that be dietary based or, you know, things he might need in the room extra.
The team know very little about Clyde's background, apart from the information Alison gleaned from his owner.
He is absolutely obsessed with bugs, which is great because it's high in protein. He's an old boy, so it's really important that he, you know, puts on a little bit of weight, starts building up a little bit of muscle. So crickets have gone down a treat. Waxworms, which is great because they're high in fat. So his appetite overall is great. We would be more concerned if he was coming in and he wasn't eating. So yeah, he's eating well. Just got a bit of funny teeth, haven't you, buddy?
It's certainly been a busy year for the small monkey team, with an influx of rescued individuals, all victims of the British pet trade. One of the most heart-wrenching was male marmoset Koba, who arrived with his partner Lola. He was in a terrible state, emaciated, with a broken wrist, a twisted spine due to rickets, and missing half of his tail. The team didn't think he'd survive the first 24 hours.
That tail.
But he proved to be a fighter and for a few months briefly rallied. However, despite all the care and attention lavished on him by the staff, his condition was so bad it couldn't be reversed to give him a good quality of life.
We've had to make the really sad decision to let Koba go. We saw so much progress with him. We managed to get him so much better than he was when he first arrived. But unfortunately, the damage that had been done to him was simply way too extreme. You know, he climbed a peak and got a little bit better. And then we just saw, from getting better, a gradual decline starting because he just couldn't overcome what had been done to him.
It was a real blow for the team.
You know, one of the best parts and worst parts of the job for us is new animals coming in, them being in a state, but knowing, right, we can fix them. We can do something about it, we can make it better. And having Koba coming in and spending so many hours trying to do something for him and make him better, and knowing he never had a chance to begin with, that is heartbreaking.
But despite the anguish of Koba's tragic life and loss, the following days have brought some positive news. Koba's partner Lola has found a new friend. She's been introduced to Colin, a male marmoset whose previous partner also passed away.
He's a lovely boy, she's a lovely girl, and she was just delighted to have company again. It's so, so important, that social interaction. So we've now got a really happy new little pair with Lola and Colin.
It's been quite a turnaround for Lola.
She's gone from an awful little birdcage in a dingy house in a room surrounded by dogs, cats, a barn owl, all these scary other animals, and inadequate care, awful diet, no perching, all the bad things, to 2 big bedrooms, a lovely outside enclosure that's blossomed in the spring, summer with all this leafy greenery, lots of wild insects in there for her to hunt down and catch, a lovely new boyfriend for her to snuggle up with, lots of grooming and interaction, because as much as she loved Koba, he couldn't really groom her. He couldn't follow her around. He couldn't join her in threatening the neighbours and being part of a territorial team. And now she has all of that with Colin. She's doing so well. She's put some weight on. Little bit on the chunky side, I think, but we'll have to watch that. But other than that, she has a life now. Instead of an existence, she has a life.
It's going to be a cracking afternoon for Gizmo's group of 6 capuchins. Primate care member Donna is giving them a selection of nuts still in their shells, including walnuts, hazelnuts and Brazils. The problem for the capuchins will be how to crack them open. Donna is providing them with all the tools they need.
We're giving them some quite big rocks and stones, which is something that we don't normally do because obviously they have access to the windows, but Gizmo's group don't actually have a window in their enclosure, so it's something that we can give them. They love playing with the stones and bashing things in here that they find anyway. These are a little bit bigger than normal, so that's going to be something different. We've also got quite a big boulder that we've added in here as well, and we're going to give them some whole nuts. So we're hoping that they'll use and find the tools that we've given them, which they'd have to in the wild, to crack open the nuts.
The capuchins at the park get nuts and seeds as a regular part of their diet. But today, they're being encouraged to develop a skill their clever wild counterparts are known for: finding and using tools to break open the food.
So this big rock that we've got down on the ground is essentially their anvil. So we're hoping that's what they'll use as a base to crack the nuts open. And we've got some smaller rocks of varying different sizes and shapes that they can use to bash the nuts open. So we might see a variation in which rock they decide to use. We're putting some of the nuts in and around this area as well, just, you know, to give them a bit of a hint, this is what they're supposed to do. But we'll spread the nuts around as well, so then it'll be interesting to see if they actually bring those back to the anvil or if they just decide to use something else in the enclosure. Here you go, Jack!
Chuck is the newest member of the group and is let out first.
Goodies! Hello.
She's still unsure of her ranking and sometimes hangs back when there's high-value food involved. To give her the opportunity to share in the bounty, she's given some time alone before the others join her. And today, she's trying to make the most of it.
Yes, Chuck is tapping away. She has, though, chosen the hardest nut just on a wooden pole, so I think she could be tapping for a little while, but she'll persevere, she'll get there in the end. She seems happy with her find, so I think she'll get there.
While Chuck shells her walnut, the rest of the troop are let out to see if they can crack the puzzle. The sound of tapping and happy cooing fills the enclosure.
Oh, good girl, Ginger.
The walnuts seem to be a popular choice, and the group discover, with a bit of work, the hazelnuts can be prized apart using their teeth.
Everyone's gone straight to the nuts. There's lots of tapping everywhere, which is really good. They're obviously very interested. There's lots of happy noises, so that's always really great.
Most of the troop are using the platforms to bash the nuts. Not quite the technique Donna was hoping for. But clever Gizmo is the star of the day. He's using the large anvil stone to try and smash open a hazelnut. Good effort, but he needs to work on his technique. Gizmo's overcome his pet trade background, when he was kept in a filthy shed in a back garden, to lead his own small troop.
Some of his behaviours are a little bit different to the rest of the other capuchins, and a lot of that has come from when he was kept in the pet trade. But he does really well, and when we give him something that he absolutely loves, onions is one of his favourite things, but nuts he absolutely loves as well. So although sometimes he can be a little bit quiet, he'll take himself off from the group, I think this he'll absolutely love, and I think he'll be central in amongst all the girls.
And they're loving it too. In fact, you could say Gizmo and his girls have gone nuts over today's task. Next time on Monkey Life. Alison looks forward to the prospect of a new species at the park: baboons.
I just think they're great. Jeremy will love them to bits. They're Hamadryas baboons. They're absolutely fantastic.
And a sunny treat delights Chippy's woolly monkey troop. Today on Monkey Life, Alison looks forward to the prospect of a new species at the park: baboons.
I just think they're great. Jeremy will love them to bits. They're Hamadryas baboons. They're absolutely fantastic.
Recently arrived pet trade marmoset Clyde confounds Steph when he braves the great outdoors for the first time.
Are you brave boy? Going out even without Jen. Look at you go.
And a sunny treat delights Chippy's woolly monkey troop. Monkey World in Dorset, buried deep in the English countryside, is the largest sanctuary of its kind on the planet. The team, led by Dr. Alison Cronin, rescue and rehabilitate abused and unwanted primates from all over the world.
You just never know how it's going to work.
The park provides a home for more than 260 primates from 25 different species. It's been quite a year for the orangutan nursery group. An established male member of the group left for pastures new, and a fun-loving female arrived to join the gang. There's also been a house move for one of the park's youngsters. Hujan made the short journey from Tuan's adult group to become part of the nursery and get to know orangutans closer to his age.
He's actually doing really, really well. I mean, he's playing with everyone. It's really keeping the nursery in a really good frame of mood. Oshin has taken an absolutely massive liking to him as well. So yeah, he's doing really, really well.
Hujan's integration was also helped along by an early friendship with Kayan, who's just a couple of weeks younger. She arrived from Twycross Zoo after being rejected by the other orangutans there when her mother died. Kayan is loving life in the nursery group and has also struck up a close bond with Rika.
Kayan is doing very well for herself. I mean, she came to us, she'd been through an awful ordeal of losing her mother at quite a detrimental age as well. Massive ordeal, big emotions for her. So when she first came here, we expected her, to be honest, to be a little bit sad, maybe a little bit quiet, but it was the complete opposite. She is completely cheeky little thing. She was causing all sorts of mischief. However, everyone pretty much seemed to love her in here. And she's doing very, very well for herself considering her age.
Play for these youngsters is a vital part of building bonds and learning life skills, including socializing with others as they reach maturity.
All of our guys in the nursery are generally orphans, so they haven't had that attachment to their mother and aren't able to learn all the things that they need to learn off their mother, which is an awful lot of things in a wild scenario, but also lots of things in captive world as well. Particularly with the socialization side of things, they are a solitary animal at the end of the day, so they're not really made to have social times. But when they're younger, they do have a playful character. They like a lot of play, so it teaches them how to kind of behave in a group scenario as well.
It's an important part of growing up for these orphans, especially if they ever have babies of their own.
Some of our last lot have gone through and gone off to other zoos and have had babies and are looking at them themselves, which is just fantastic news. It shows that this whole process does work. So the more orangutans like kind of in this scenario, really, the more they've got to learn, the more they'll educate themselves and the better off they'll be for the future.
The team's hard work equipping their charges with the right skills has paid off in recent years, with a number of nursery residents graduating and starting their own families at other centres around Europe. Xiao Ning now has 2 children to care for at Rostock Zoo in Germany. Kai and Jolie have welcomed their own infant, Membelai, in Spain. And more recently, Silvestre left to head up his own group in Basel Zoo in Switzerland. He's now settled in, finally joining his new small troop in their outdoor enclosure.
We're very, very happy. Me personally, I'm ecstatic, to be honest, to hear the news that Silvestre's finally gone outside and he's getting to actually enjoy that absolutely enormous, amazing enclosure that they've got out there. So pleased to hear that Silvestre's getting on very well in Basel Zoo. It's really great.
It's not just the animals that need looking after at the park. Their living quarters and outdoor enclosures do too. The park is situated on a 65-hectare site, which needs constant attention, updating, and sometimes a little bit of a revamp. Today, the primate care team are in the process of renovating the squirrel monkey's wonderful natural enclosure.
Right, so we need to come down.
Take some off the bottom there, because
yeah.
you might fall.
Yeah. Everything that's been in here for a year, 2 years, it's all rotten now. So it's just time for a refurb, get it all branched out, and fill in the gaps that we can hopefully utilise. We've got a narrow enclosure, so we've got to be careful with height, but that doesn't stop us creating a network of branches lower down so that the primates can utilise this enclosure far greater than what they have been.
The team are redesigning and future-proofing the area with 2 other species in mind. The squirrel monkeys share the house with their neighbours, Marmoset Loki and Chloe and Desmond, the Saki monkeys. The elderly couple are not as agile as the squirrel monkeys, so careful thought has to go into the outdoor layout. The new design means the 3 separate outside spaces will be suitable for all the residents of the house, should a swap around ever be necessary.
Do you want to cable tie it to it? It's not a point of just putting 1 or 2 branches in to link up an area. We have to create a network so that it makes life easier for our older guys that potentially will come in here.
It's taken a couple of days, but the renovated enclosure is ready. The group of 3 common squirrel monkeys are giving it a test run. Logan, Lopez and Lucille form one of the 2 small troops currently at the park. The other is made up of Nueve and Kimbo, the latest arrival, who's still adjusting to his new life. The team are hoping all 5 will eventually come together as one settled group. The trio of common squirrel monkeys are let out and are immediately curious about the revamped enclosure, although a little cautious at first. Lopez scent marks the branches to claim the new structure as theirs. Some of the branching is a lot higher than before, and a good test of their agility and confidence. The primate care staff haven't put out any food for the moment. They're watching the squirrel monkeys' progress to make sure there are no problem areas for them in the enclosure. They'll use food to entice the monkeys back inside should they need to.
So changing up the environment's really important because it gets the primates thinking about life a bit more. If you've got exactly the same surroundings all day, day in, day out, you can get quite bored. So changing the environment is great for them. It keeps them engaged. It also can, the way that we branch the enclosure can give them better access to other parts of the enclosure that perhaps they didn't have as good access to before. It just keeps things much more interesting for them.
The enclosure has always been full of natural planting, and the new perching gives the squirrel monkeys plenty of opportunity to hunt for insects in areas they might not have reached previously. It looks like the trio are loving their new-look enclosure. The team will monitor them closely and tweak the layout if necessary as they gain confidence and become more adventurous. But so far, the renovation has been a success. The barn woolies are in for a bright and colourful treat today. The park has been given some freshly harvested sunflowers from a local farm, and primate care staff member Sharon is busy putting them all around the enclosure. It's something a little different for Chippy's troop of 7.
It's really important to try and just give them a variety. I mean, they do get this sort of bog standard sort of diet of fresh fruit and vegetables throughout the day, but if we can add in something like this that it is completely seasonal, then it's just a really nice treat for them. So when they come out and see all these bright flowers, I think they're going to be very intrigued, hoping that it's going to be a delicious treat, and then they're just going to hopefully just be busy all day, you know, just kind of tucking into them and just seeing what they're all about.
Some of the sunflowers still have their beautiful bright petals, and others are wilted and laden with seeds. But the woolly monkeys will have to work hard to get to them.
It's certainly going to be nice and challenging, and I think that's the aim of the day really, is just trying to make sure that we keep these guys busy and both mentally and physically stimulated. So we've tied them up in all different locations around the enclosure so that they have to really work as well if they want to kind of explore what each sort of flower has to offer.
The group are let out. 1 or 2 are in more of a rush than others. There's a lot of happy trilling as they examine the brightly coloured flowers scattered throughout the enclosure. Catalina and Dad Chippy are first to check things out. Initially, they seem more interested in the stalks than the seed heads. At 3 years old, Catalina is still young and inexperienced, but she's very confident and now has a playmate, her half-sister Zena. They share the same mum, Eva. Xena is only 11 months old and still sticking close to mum, watching and learning all the time. Her father is Xavi, the other adult male in the group. He's using all his strength and agility and his long prehensile tail as he tears apart one of the stalks. At 33, Quapper is the oldest female in the group. She's taken a liking to the sunflower leaves, ripping them off and tucking in, despite appearing precariously balanced on the edge of a platform. It's a demonstration of her core strength. The other female is Paquita. She's had a difficult time this year. She needed an emergency hysterectomy following a prolapsed womb, but she's recovered remarkably well.
She's bounced back from that and now is in top shape, and she's just a really sort of strong-headed, sort of great female, and she's strong friends with Quapper still, so those two are sort of really quite a formidable pair.
It's taken a little while, but Paquita has discovered the secret of the sunflowers and is gorging herself on the seeds. Now the others have seen how it's done, all the woolies are busily attacking the seed heads.
Took quite a lot of investigation, and the slightly brighter characters like Ava really kind of going, I know that there's something, you know, tasty in here somewhere, so a bit of perseverance from those individuals, and once they figured out what it was, then they all really got stuck in, and complete success.
And with so many protein-packed seed heads around the enclosure, the woolies will keep busy and active for the rest of the day. It's been more than a week since Alison travelled to Fareham in Hampshire to collect male marmoset Clyde, as a prospective partner for Jenny, a female of similar age. In the last few days, the primate care staff have been busy introducing the pair within the confines of their indoor house. And the plan seems to be working.
So Jenny and Clyde are looking really good now. Initially, Clyde was a bit overexcited. I think it was a bit too full on. But then the last day or so, they've been really, really nice together. They spent the full day together yesterday. We saw lots of really nice grooming. Clyde was doing a lot of inspecting Jenny's fur and going through it and doing some really, really nice grooming behaviour. So yeah, everything's looking pretty good. So it's time for the next big test and let them outside and let Clyde experience the great outdoors.
This will be a big moment for Clyde. At his previous home, he had a cage and was let out in the sitting room, but has never had an outdoor area before. The large outdoor enclosure will be a very new experience. He'll have to navigate his way around the platforms and branches, and he'll be able to hunt and forage for live insects amongst the natural foliage.
So the outdoors is going to be quite intimidating, I think. As far as we're aware, that Clyde was only ever in a living room, so he's never really spent much time outside. So it can be quite scary. You know, you've got all this light, all these noises, all these other primates around, you've got the visitors walking around. So we wanted to wait until he was hopefully with Jenny before we let him out, because having that other marmoset with him will hopefully do a lot to calm his nerves, and I would expect to see him beetling around after Jen and not letting her too far out of his sight, because it will be a little overwhelming. Right then, guys.
Before Clyde reaches the outdoor enclosure, he has to negotiate a long tunnel system.
I can understand he'd be a bit nervous when he first comes out, because he doesn't know where this tunnel's going to. Hello. Oh, hi, Clyde.
It seems Clyde is more adventurous and confident than Steph thought. He's first out, heading quickly along the overhead tunnel.
Are you brave boy? Going out even without Jen. Look at you go.
Jenny follows behind, a reassuring presence if needed. But Clyde's already made it to the enclosure entrance. He pauses for a minute to take it all in.
Oh, good work, little man.
Seconds later, he launches himself into the enclosure, and for the first time in his life, Clyde begins to explore the great outdoors. Lack of experience doesn't hold him back. He moves around the branching with ease, comfortable amongst the surrounding foliage.
Brave boy.
New mate Jenny isn't far behind. She's made excellent progress after recent dental surgery. She demonstrates how well she's recovered, hunting for small insects around the enclosure. Clyde has made himself at home. Moving around the outdoor space will help strengthen his muscles, and the accompanying sunshine will provide vital vitamin D, necessary for strong bones. And completing his new life is Jenny, offering the companionship he so desperately needed. The small monkey team have also been kept busy with another of their charges. Brass, an unusual pet trade hybrid whose origins are a mystery, recently had treatment for a nail infection. Quite a few of his nails needed removing, and test results have come back confirming a fungal infection. The team are continuing with treatment, but it's going to be a slow process.
We've seen a minor improvement, but yeah, we haven't seen any major differences. It's been a few weeks. We expect it's probably going to take a few months, but they're looking a lot better. He seems to be walking around a lot better on them because we know after the vet day he was a little bit sore, so we treated him with Calpol. Hopefully soon we'll start to see some nails growing back.
In the meantime, Brass appears happy and comfortable, moving around the branching with ease. He also has the benefit of close companion Evie, who's never far from his side.
These two are a really weird hybridized mix, one that we don't know the answer to. I don't think we'll ever know the answer to. But the pair together, strong bonded, always have been since day one. Chill together, not much arguments at all. They're a steady, happy couple, yeah.
The primate care team will carry on with the treatment, and hopefully Brass will continue his slow but steady recovery over the next few months. As another year at the park nears its end, there's been some exciting news for all the team. The number of different species may soon be increasing, with the arrival of 6 baboons.
I just think they're great. Jeremy will love them to bits because, as he always says, he loves oldie worldy roughy tufty monkeys, and you don't get more roughy tufty than a hamadryas baboon. So yeah, I'd like to try and help out with the baboons, and we can do that, try and get that done sooner rather than later.
The baboons, 3 males and 3 females, are currently being looked after by Animals Lebanon, a charity based in Beirut which campaigns to improve animal welfare and legislation. It's run by Jason Meyer and his partner Maggie. All 6 baboons originally came from a small zoo in Lebanon and have been looked after by the organisation in the hills above the city since 2017.
He's always asked if Monkey World could take these baboons, and we just haven't had a place to put them. But now we're at a point where it's possible now. Our stump-tailed macaques have over the years dwindled in number, but they were elderly, and we only have 3 remaining now. So really that whole enclosure that was designed for a large group of stumpies could be quite a nice home for 6 baboons. They're absolutely fantastic. And again, I'd love to be able to help out Jason and Maggie and Animals Lebanon.
Today, Alison is having a video call catch-up with Jason.
Hi, Alison.
Hey, good morning, Jason. How are you?
I'm good. It's been a long time.
The baboon's current home was always meant to be temporary. But the COVID pandemic and other local circumstances delayed finding a solution. The climate in the area has also made the situation challenging.
Strangely, the last couple winters were very cold there, and it's never happened before. So there's actually a half a meter of snow. And so they're fine, I do it up, but it takes so much effort to get that place insulated, and there's really no way to heat it. It's just not an ideal setup, and I would hate to have to rebuild around them, where instead, if it was just an empty space and I had some time and a little bit more money, I could do something much more nice and permanent.
Mm-hmm.
Alison's keen to get some background information on the 6 primates.
They've not had any particular health issues or problems
No,
at all?
That's it. Rambo with his teeth, and he's missing a tiny bit of one finger. And other than that, nothing.
But before anything can happen, the move needs to be agreed between the UK and Lebanese authorities, followed by health checks to obtain the necessary paperwork. It could take months of planning before the scheme to move the troop of baboons to Dorset becomes a reality.
You guys look after yourselves and look forward to speaking to you again soon.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Monkey World and Animals Lebanon have collaborated before, when they rescued chimpanzee Kiki, and more recently, Gwenon's Benny and Nia and Nora the Loris.
They're just some of the kindest people wanting to make a difference for both wildlife and domestic animals in and out of Lebanon. So it's the right time, I think, for both Animals Lebanon and for Monkey World to be able to consider whether we can help them out.
The prospect of a small troop of baboons being rehomed at the park demonstrates the constant evolution of the team's work to do their utmost to help primates in need around the globe. It's already been a busy year, with the arrival of Argentine chimps Sasha and Kangoo.
Come on then, everyone. Everyone be nice.
Both now settled into individual groups.
Good girl!
And the rehoming of lone squirrel monkey Kimbo, who's still learning how to behave like a monkey. Work to rescue and rehabilitate pet trade marmosets continues.
He needs sorting out. Here you go.
As do efforts to maintain and improve the environment and houses enjoyed by the park's residents, which now includes the need for a baboon-proof enclosure. Who knows what challenges next year might bring?